time for the doubt, they counting me out, I'm getting it in, yeah. No time for no loss, I'm paying the cost, I'm in it to win, yeah. Refuse, mine, it can't be diffused. If you ain't thinking the same, then we playing by different rules. You can't see the vision, we living at different views. Until we complete the mission, keep getting up, never snooze. I walked a mile in my shoes, had the mind of a fool, chasing diamonds and jewels. Trust me, I was confused. Started minding my business and used my mind as a tool. Ended up finding my purpose and found the time to get to it. They told me I couldn't do it, they told me I couldn't make it. They sold it, could never break it. That's sadly mistaken. I need a piece of the pie, I want it so bad I can taste it. They told me like Toby, keep on running, toes they gon' take them. Used to lose, built to win, applied myself, I felt it in. No time for the doubt, they counting me out, I'm getting it in, yeah. No time for no loss, I pay for the cost, I'm winning to win, yeah. Refuse to lose, I'm built to win, applied myself, I felt it in. No time for the doubt, they counting me out, I'm getting it in, yeah. No time for no loss, I'm paying the cost, I'm in it to win, yeah. Refuse.
Welcome back to CTC. I'm your gracious host, Carl, and I'm back with another episode. Now, I do have two special guests with me. They were here last year for the ACC previews. Only right, I bring them back again. One of them's been here for 3 straight years. But before I introduce them and everything, I'd like to ask if you like, comment, share, subscribe. It helps the channel, help the network. It helps my channel, CTC. By the way, Refuse to Lose Network. Also, we have shows like the main show featuring Joe, Tomo, and Dave every Tuesday and Friday from 7 to about 8:30ish. We have BWT, crazy baseball deadline today. My Tigers stocking up on mid. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I did like one trade though, but BWT with the baseball trade deadline, it was absolutely insane. I know he's happy with his trades. Next, we have FFC Fantasy Football with Coach Coombs. Again, fantasy football is right here. It's around the corner. Matter of fact, the Hall of Fame game starts in 13 minutes. So preseason football is back. Make sure y'all check him out. Next, we have Dave's Doghouse, highlights and lowlights of sports. So make sure y'all check him out. I'm pretty sure that's going to come back up rampant with the NFL season coming around the corner. We have RBO, Real Ballers Only, starring Vaughn, NBA content, training camp and stuff like that. Should be coming up within the next month or two. So make sure y'all look out for him shortly. And we have In the Red Corner featuring Ty Ricky and Tomo boxing episode. I heard that Tank retired. I don't know how true that is, but hey, if you want to find out if that's true or not, In the Red Corner got you. Boxing content there. So make sure you like, comment, share. Oh, and Unfazed, every Tuesday at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, featuring Joe and AJ. Make sure you tap into them as well. They will be going live tomorrow, actually. So I don't know what they're talking about, but they're going live tomorrow. They were supposed to go live Tuesday. They're going live tomorrow because, R2L ran over a little bit. But make sure you tap into them as well. And now that's all the shows we have on the network. So please like, comment, share, subscribe, and make sure you tune into all those as well. And if you like what you're listening to, stick with us. Now, let me introduce my guests. So I'm going to start the way it is backstage. So first, we got my boy. Oh, hold on. Let me set him up. We got my boy, Dave's Doghouse. Dave in the building. What's up, Dave?
What's up? Glad to be back. How you doing, Carl?
I'm doing fine, man. And next, y'all know, family to the show. 3rd year on the ACC preview. He was on my first ever episode. It's only right he comes back. My dog, Ace. What up, Ace?
3 years, man. It's always great to be here.
Can't believe it's been 3 already.
I know, right? Time be flying.
All right. So first of all, like I told them backstage, the shirt is not a troll. As you can see, there are 2 Miami fans. And Georgia Tech was probably one of the worst losses they had 2 years ago. And then they followed up losing to Georgia Tech again. But it's not a troll. Michigan State's AD came from Georgia Tech. I don't know. As a kid, I liked Georgia Tech basketball for some reason. I don't know why I did. And I rock with Coach Key. If you watch me on the show, you know how much I talk well of Coach Key. So I said I was going to get a shirt for every conference this year, Power 4 conference. I chose Georgia Tech this year. So it is what it is. I'm sorry, fellas. Again, y'all know it's no troll. It just happened to work out like that. I'm sorry.
It's so funny how I guessed it in the chat.
He did instantly. He said it better not
The
be Georgia
first
Tech.
one.
I looked at my phone like, no.
He talking
I'm
about some
glad.
nah.
I'm honestly just glad it's not FSU. If it was FSU,
Nah, I can't.
I'd have declined to be on the show.
See, now if I was going to troll, that's the direction I was going to go. If I'm a troll, I'm going all the way in. I'm going rival. But nah, I ain't
Yeah, but that wouldn't hit as hard either.
Yeah, because we
y'all
blew
do.
them out last year.
Hey, we gonna talk about it. Is this the year Florida State finally get back? We don't
Come
know.
on, man. Thomas Castellanos.
Bruce Robinson.
Hey, they was game planning for him. I'm sorry,
some-
my bad. I forgot. My bad, Thomas.
They got some guys, but
You
we
missed
gonna
the
we are
game
gonna
plan.
find out about that later on down the line. Y'all got anything y'all want to say before we get started on this ACC preview?
No, sir. Let's get going.
Oh, all right, cool. With that being said, I know y'all probably looking at me like, why he got a Georgia Tech shirt on with a UNC name? Because it stands for You Negroes Are Crazy. Because UNC, it came out, wanted to leave the ACC to join the SEC. And my first question was, why? Because in football, y'all would be cooked. You barely survived in the ACC. You had like what 8 games, an 8-win season with Draco, but your defense stinks. Now I get you got Bill Belichick. You got I guess you got some hot now. You know what I'm saying? You got your chest stuck out, but Bill Belichick like 80. He ain't gonna be there too long. 1 and 2. You gotta think about life after Belichick. I'm sorry, I get basketball. Y'all be fine. SEC was one of the best conferences in college basketball last year. Y'all would still be fine in that. Well, last year y'all probably wouldn't have been fine.
Yeah, they got cooked last year.
Yeah, they got cooked last year. But moving forward, which we know for USC to be, y'all should be fine. But football is no way. So stay in the ACC, play your Dukes, play your NC States, play your Wake Forest. You got the whole North Carolina right there. You got the NC State champs. Stay there. But that's why I picked that name. Secondly, I did introduce, as I'm about to show you, over-unders to my previews this season. As you can see, we're going to start off with Boston College. And if you look after preview, it says over-under 5.5 because that is their win total this season. So I am introducing win totals. Once we go over our schedules, we will say whether we have the over or the under for each team. And I just want to track it, see how we did compared to how the line was set, things like that. I thought it was a nice little wrinkle. R2L introduced it. Was funny enough, I talked to Joe, and he brought it up to me when I was talking to Joe, and I was like, "Oh, hold on, bro! Like I was doing that for CTC too, so I didn't rip it from R2L. It just happened to be the same year." But yeah, I thought that was a nice little wrinkle. So you guys ready for Boston College?
Let's go. You see.
And shout out my brother for being in the comments too. He said football is back. Let's go. Shout out him. So. Boom, Boston College. They lost the guy that was tearing apart the ACC, Thomas Castellanos. But they're coming off a 7-6 season where they lost the Pinstripe Bowl 20-15 to Nebraska. Almost came back and won that. They returned 12 starters, 5 on offense, 7 on defense. Some starters include Lewis Bond, wide receiver, 67 catches, 689 yards and 3 touchdowns. Reed Harris, wide receiver, with 17 catches, 486 yards and 4 touchdowns. Turbo Richard, who's not a starter, but he was a contributor for Boston College. 35 carries, 278 yards, 5.1 a carry and 2 touchdowns. Grayson James returns at quarterback, who ended up starting after a while after Castellanos left the program and Castellanos got hurt. He was 106 from 166, 63.9% completion percentage, 1,202 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 picks, and 3 rushing touchdowns. They returned KP Price at safety, 85 total tackles, 51 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Davion Crouch at linebacker, 77 total tackles, 34 solos, 2 sacks, 4 PBUs, and 2 forced fumbles. Quintavious Hudgens at DN with 14 solo tackles, 31 total, 3.5 sacks, a pick, a forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. Their biggest loss beyond Castellanos is Donovan Ezeruku. 80 total tackles, 37 solos, 16.5 sacks, a pass breakup, 3 forced fumbles. He is now on the Cowboys. Castellanos, like I said, he's now on Florida State. He was the quarterback who went 99 to 161, 61.5% completion percentage, 1,366 yards, 18 touchdowns to 5 picks, 194 rushing yards, and a rushing touchdown, like I said, at Florida State. Kai Robichaux is a running back who had 175 carries, 744 yards, 4.3 a carry, and 10 touchdowns, who went to the Lions. And they lost Kari Johnson, a DB, 34 total tackles, 17 solos, 2 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a touchdown. Coming into the season, they had the 69th overall recruiting class, 67th in transfers. Talk to me about Boston College before we get into the transfer class. Oh, go ahead.
Boston College is, the biggest thing. Can you hear me?
No, I said Ace, but you jumped in, so go ahead.
Oh, my sorry.
Go ahead, Dave. Do your thing. Go ahead. You jumped in. Go ahead.
All right. They did hire Jordan Thomas as their defensive coordinator this year. They lost Donovan Azareku this year as well. Their overall recruiting class was last in the ACC, so they didn't have a really good recruiting class, and they didn't have a good season last year either. So that's just, I don't really have too much to say about Boston College, but they got new uniforms now. The uniforms supposed to be, supposed to look a lot better. So they got something to celebrate.
Some would say 7-6 at Boston College is pretty solid.
Yeah,
they won a bowl game. Oh no, they lost the bowl game. They went 7-5 and lost the bowl game. So I would say that's solid for Boston College.
I think 7-6 is a really good year for Bill O'Brien's first year. You know what I mean? Like, he still doesn't have his handprint like cemented in that program yet. So I think that's very good for a first year. As far as what I think about Boston College, I think losing Donovan Azareku was definitely a big loss. We're going to have to see who can fill that void, because he was the ACC Player of the Year, right? Am I not mistaken?
I believe he did win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, so, losing that in itself is already hard. I am very interested to see what's going to happen with their quarterback battle. They have Dylan Lonergan coming from Alabama, a former 4-star recruit. And then they have Grayson James, who took over mid-season last year. And, he did a pretty decent job. Like, they kind of pulled it together after they pulled Thomas Castellanos. And, they had some hard-fought games. This is the team that can show discipline at times. It's the team that is pretty resilient, and they're going to be competitive just because of who their coach is. So I think that always gives teams a chance, at least, to shock somebody on a Saturday, because, football is definitely a game of any given Sunday or Saturday, whatever time you walk on the field. And beyond that, I think that they are also bringing back some veteran experience in the trenches. So that should definitely help give them a little bit of leeway, because Bill O'Brien is a quarterback guy anyway. So I kind of feel like as long as he has a guy who's back there who can process the game pretty fast and can make good decisions and sling it, sky's the limit for real.
Yeah, so I do want to touch on the quarterback situation real quick. I'm not the biggest Grayson James guy. I do think he was okay last year. I do think Thomas Castellanos might have been slightly better just because of the dual threat aspect. But Grayson James, I think he does have to develop a little bit more as a passer. I didn't really like too much of what I saw at FIU before he came over to Boston College. And like I said, he did okay at Boston College this season. But if Bill O'Brien can develop that passing a little bit better, Boston College could be in a decent space. I also want to see who's going to be the running mate behind Turbo Richard at running back. Because last year they had 3 guys. They had Turbo Richard, Kai Robichaux, and I'm blanking on the third guy that came over from Kansas State. Was that the guy that came? No, Turbo Richard, I think, came from Kansas State. It might have been.
I think it was Jordan McDonald. I know that's another guy who is expected to step up this year.
Yeah, I can't remember who else, but they had like 3 guys at running back. So I'm interested to see that. And I want to see the philosophy that Bill O'Brien has at Boston College this year. Are they going to drop back and slang it? Are they going to be a run first team? What are they going to do? So I am interested to see how they do on the offensive side of the ball. I think defensively they'll be solid. Again, like you said, somebody has to step up and replace 16.5 sacks, which is crazy. I don't think one man is going to replace that much production. I think it's going to be more of a team thing. But I think defensively, Boston College has pretty solid defenses of teams past, so not really worried about that. But the quarterback situation really scares me for Boston College this season. But we could talk about some transfers. So in steps VJ Wilkins, who transfers in at wide receiver from Campbell, who had 38 catches, 510 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Onye Nwosi transferred in off the edge from Valpo. 38 total tackles, 18 solos, 2.5 sacks. And Vaughn Pemberton transfers in at running back, so could be the running mate that I was talking about for Turbo Richard from Ball State. 61 carries, 276 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 4.5 a carry. So solid numbers there. So anybody else got anybody that they wanted to highlight from the transfer portal of Boston College?
Other than VJ Wilkins, I ain't really got it. Well, I do like Ela Boykin, who was another transfer that they got. They did get a transfer from Alabama, quarterback Dylan Lonergan. So I think that may help them out. But like I said, I'm still interested in the quarterback competition that's going on there. So I mean that's really all I can really say about them. As far as their transfers, they didn't really have much of like they didn't have any 4 stars, any 4 or 5 stars. So it's not a lot of high talent that they got.
Yeah.
Yeah. And along with the quarterback, they also brought in Ty Lockwood from Alabama, who's like a tight end. I think he's like 6'5", 240. Like maybe he's not a world beater, but a guy with that kind of size, maybe they have a package for him or something where he can take advantage in the red zone or something, because that was an area that Boston College struggled with a lot last year. They were very bad in the red zone. So along
Yeah,
with figuring out who's going to be the guy with the quarterback battle, they also need to figure out how to be more efficient down there.
and maybe their defense might improve too, getting Jason Hewlett Jr. from Michigan. So we'll see how that bodes well for them too.
Trust me, I remember
Mhm.
against when we played them, that red zone offense saved us because they could have won that game. But we also had some turnovers. We're not talking about MSU, but I just remember that red zone offense not being the greatest. But so I got
Yeah.
some low numbers real quick. They were tied 90th in total offense, 55th in total defense, 99th in passing, 60th in rushing, tied 67th in scoring offense, 109th in passing defense, 22nd in rushing defense, but tied 53rd in scoring defense. But let's get into the schedule. The moment people have been waiting for. So Boston College, they start off the season with Fordham. I have that as a win.
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 At Michigan State, I'm going with an L. I think we get our revenge. We shouldn't have lost last year. We fumbled like the opening kickoff at halftime. That pissed me off. I have a loss.
Carl, I'm with you. I have a loss too.
I have a loss as well.
All right, cool. I ain't got to kick y'all off. Next, we have at Stanford. I have a win.
I win.
I have a win.
Versus
Might be
Cal
a
at
hard
home.
win, but I win.
You think it's going to be hard?
I think that's gonna be easy W.
I mean,
I
it's
hope
at
that's not-
Stanford. That's
I-
what that's
I
what
get
I'm
you. I get
thinking.
you. The time zone difference. I get you. I do get
Yeah.
you.
I got no faith in Stanford. I'm sorry. I got that as an easy W.
Hey, they later in the
Respectable,
schedule. They
and we'll
later in
get
the,
there.
later in the show. We have at home against Cal. I have a W.
Same.
I have a W too.
All right. On the road at Pitt, I have as an L.
Same.
Yeah, I have it the L.
At home against Clemson. Now, mind you, 2 years ago, the red bandana game, it was a real close game. Florida State had to pull it out late. I have it as an L, though.
Yeah, I got
New
an L.
jerseys aren't enough.
This is not the red bandana game this year, but I was just throwing that out there. I have it as an L. At home against UConn, I have it as a W.
W.
Yes, W.
Then I'm not going to lie. At Louisville, Notre Dame at home, SMU at home, Georgia Tech at home, and at Syracuse, I have all as L's.
Same. We got the same thing. I
Yeah,
got
we all have the
L's.
exact same record.
All L's.
So that leaves me having Boston College at 4-8, 2-6 in ACC play, taking the under 5.5 wins for Boston College.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And the red bandana game for anybody that's wondering is against SMU. That is the red bandana game this year for Boston
Well,
College.
they're gonna lose the bandana.
Interesting.
They can.
I think they lose the
They
red
might get
bandana.
mauled in that game.
Yeah, I think that game's a beating too.
Mauled? Oh, yeah.
I do get it though, Ace. And hey, look, like I said, 2 years ago, Florida State, everybody thought Florida State was about to run through them, but it was the red bandana game, and they literally escaped from that game. So I get you.
No, I mean, look, this is why we love watching college football. Anything can happen. Nobody's ever wrong for a prediction.
I feel you. So that concludes Boston College. We move forward to the University of Cal, California. Cal, coming off a 6-7 season where they did lose the LA Bowl 24-13 to UNLV. No shame in that. UNLV was a really good group of five school. They played Boise State close 2 straight times. Once in the regular season, once in the Mountain West Conference Championship. Excuse me. Ultimately losing both games. Shout out my boy Jackson Woodard, one of the best middle linebackers in the country. They returned 7 starters, 3 offense, 4 defense. They returned guys like Tron Grizzle at receiver, 27 catches, 401 yards, and a touchdown. Nate Burrell, D lineman, 29 total tackles, 5 solos, 2.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. Ryan McCullough, offensive line. I mean, that's an offensive line. Oh my God, outside linebacker, 19 total tackles, 9 solos, 3.5 sacks, and a pass breakup. I can't believe I just did that. And Cade, I'm so sorry, Ulove, linebacker, 71 total tackles, 30 solos, half a sack, 2 pass breakups, and a pick. Now they lose Fernando Mendoza. He went to your boy. He went to Signetti. University of Indiana. He was 265 at 386, 3,004 yards, 68.7 completion percentage, 16 touchdowns and 6 picks, 105 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Quietly had a pretty solid season at Cal last season. Jaden Ott, who in the middle, like he left after spring ball to Oklahoma. Like that was just crazy. 116 carries, 385 yards, 3.3 yards a carry, 4 touchdowns. Javian Thomas went to UCLA, running back, 100 carries, 626 yards, and 6.3 yards a carry, 7 touchdowns. Jack Indris, who went to Texas, tight end, 56 catches, 623 yards, and 2 touchdowns. They lost Teddy Buchanan, went to the Ravens. Linebacker with 114 total tackles, 45 solos, 5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles. Noah Williams, who went to the Chiefs at cornerback, was really good. 52 total tackles, 33 solos, 8 pass breakups, 7 interceptions, a touchdown, and a forced fumble. Xavier Carlson, who went to the Bears at DN, 47 total tackles, 21 solos, 9 sacks, and a pass breakup. And Craig Woodson at safety, 70 total tackles, 45 solo. Why do I think Craig Woodson was actually a linebacker, but I'm so used to Charles Woodson. Anyway, 45 solos, 7 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a fumble recovery. He went to the Patriots. They have the 56th overall recruiting class, 38th in transfers. Now, Ace, talk to me about Cal.
Yeah, so Cal, when I think about Cal from last year, I think this is the team that was actually a very good defense. I want to say that they were top 3 in defensive efficiency last year, and maybe total yards. I have to actually check my notes and see if I'm right about that, but I think I am. Um, Now, the issues with them that comes to mind last year is definitely the offensive line. I don't think they could have, covered themselves with a 12-foot blanket for real or anything like that. They the quarterback play, Mendoza, he reminds me of what was homeboy at Virginia?
Chill out, bruh. You talking about Anthony Calandria? Chill out,
Yes.
bruh.
I'm wrong.
That's Carl. That's
He
Carl Guy right
definitely he
there.
He
definitely
not,
reminds me of him.
bruh. I ain't gonna lie. He not Calandria all the way, but
Not all
I
the
can see
way,
moments
but
for sure.
they're very
By the
like Brett
way,
Favre. They're Brett
yeah. By the
Favre.
way, Calandria is at UNLV. So,
Yeah, along with what's the dude from Michigan?
oh, I thought you was about
Um
to say Dan Muller, but I thought you was talking about the
the
coach.
quarterback. No, I wasn't talking
Oh,
about the
Alex
coach, bro.
Orgy is over there.
Yes. Yeah.
He better not lose that quarterback battle,
If
bruh.
he loses that to Alex Borges, that's horrible.
That's insane.
That's horrible. But anyway, but yeah, losing Noah Williams is a huge blow for this team. I remember just thinking about our game against them. Like, we definitely did what we had to do, but there was so many times where it's just like they had us figured out. And I think that they do have some of that coming back this next year. Maybe they can still have that same turnover creation that they had last year. But one thing that does,
That's gonna be
but yeah,
tough.
losing no, yes,
And
absolutely, I get
Buchanan.
it,
It's gonna be
and he
tough.
had 7 interceptions, so it's like, yeah,
That's
I
tough.
definitely get it. I definitely get it. But you know what? It feels like, especially with college, sometimes like turnovers and things like that is an attitude. Like same with when we had Mario and the turnover chain and all that stuff. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of thing is infectious and it just spreads through the locker room. But what was I about to say? Oh, The one thing that really sticks out to me about this program is Ron Rivera coming in and like running in and trying to bring like a pro aspect to everything. I think that really may help them in the long run. Now, will it show dividends this year? I don't know. I want to say I doubt it, but crazy things have happened. But I think that that's a step in the right direction for sure.
Dave.
Yeah, I can kind of say that I don't think it will, especially with what they lost this year to the transfer portal. So I don't think it's going to transfer over this year. But I give them another year or two. I think that it'll help Kyle get a lot better. But yeah, they lost too many players this year. They lost 18 players to the transfer portal this year.
Yeah, that's a lot.
They did get Devin Brown from Ohio State.
We get into transfers. We'll get into transfers.
Yeah, so but
I was going to talk about that.
they hired two new coordinators. So they got Justin Wilcox and Brian Harris. Was it Harrison? I could be saying this last name wrong. Or my handwriting is just terrible. But,
Bro, I deal with it all the time, bro. It's all good.
but yeah, man. I'm yeah. When I think of Cal, I still think about that game against the Miami last year where we technically should have lost.
Justin Wilcox is the head coach, by the way. I had to Google that to make sure I wasn't tripping.
Yeah. So it was just crazy how everything went for them last year. And I'm interested to see what'll happen this year. Maybe if they're improving that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm interested too. Now, I did want to talk about the transfers. Like Dave brought up with Devin Brown. I wanted to talk about a different transfer though. Jacob De Jesus. If you watched UNLV last year, you know you get the ball in that man's hands, explosive things can happen. Whether it's on offense as a receiver, hand him the ball off, or in the return game. That man makes plays. So I thought that was a huge transfer coming from UNLV. 36 catches on 512 yards and 3 touchdowns for UNLV. Devin Brown, he leaves a lot to be seen. He obviously didn't have a chance to do much last year with Will Howard. But he did have a little film, and with the little game reps he had, he went 11 for 20, which is 55% completion percentage, 114 yards, and a touchdown at Ohio State. But I think he was like touted coming into Ohio State, so we'll see how that looks at Cal. TJ Bush transferred in a DN from Liberty, who had 58 total tackles, 22 solos, 5.5 sacks, and 4 pass breakups. So he's trying to replace Xavier Carlton, some of that production. LJ Johnson Jr., who got beat out by Brashard Smith at SMU last year for the running back job. He comes now over to Cal to take over for Jaden Ott and Javion Thomas. He had 74 carries for 303 yards, 4.1 a carry, and 5 touchdowns. But that was last year. Again, Brashard Smith took a boatload of the carries last year. But the year prior, he had a really good season in 2023. And the last one I want to talk about is Harrison Taggart, the transfer linebacker from BYU. I thought this was a really solid pickup, a guy that can move at linebacker. 69 total tackles, 34 solos, a sack, 3 pass breakups, a pick, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. So trying to help, like Ace said, bring them turnovers to Cal, like Cal had the turnovers last year with Buchanan and Noah Williams. So those were 5 big transfers, in my opinion. Anybody got any other transfers they want to bring up?
No, I think you hit them all, man.
No.
All right, so
all I know was the biggest loss was Jaden Ott.
For sure.
Yeah,
I've been high on
1,000%.
Jaden Ott for sure. And him leaving the way he did was like random. It was just like one random day. Oh, I think I'm transferring. I was like, okay, come to MSU. It was a big battle, but then it was like instantly like Oklahoma. It was I feel like Oklahoma made that call. Like, hey, look, bro, you trying to win some football games?
Might be a little tamperish.
That's what I was thinking too.
One come play in the SEC.
Yeah, man. Him and Mateer, him and
Man,
Matter,
what?
Like, that's going to be a nice little combo, man.
I do like that. And Deion Burks is finally back off injury. I don't want to talk too much about Oklahoma, but I do feel like the OC for Oklahoma last year got dealt a bad hand. So he lost 6 receivers, and they were mad the offense had no production. Like, your top 6 receivers are hurt, bro. What do you want me to do? So I thought he got a bad rate. He got fired. I thought that wasn't fair. So numbers for Cal, I had Cal with 74th in total offense, 36th in total defense, 37th in passing, 103rd in rushing, 90th in scoring offense, 84th in passing defense, 14th in rushing defense, and 36th in scoring defense. So pretty solid defensively. On to the schedule, where they start off with at Oregon State. I have as a win.
Same.
Yes, I have that as one.
Then they play Texas Southern. I have that as a win at home.
Same.
1000%.
Then they take on Minnesota at home. I have that as a loss.
So do
Yes, I have that as a loss as well.
Cool. We move on to at San Diego State, where I have this as a win.
Same.
Yep, I have it as a win.
Then at Boston College, where I have that as a loss from the
Loss.
last segment.
Loss.
Yep, I have it as a loss.
Then they play Duke at home. I have that as a loss.
Loss.
Yes,
Then-
loss.
North Carolina at home. I have that actually as a win.
I have it as a loss.
I have it as a win.
Okay, Dave. You want to talk about it, or you just want to keep it pushing?
Hey, I just think that Bill Belichick coming in, getting all those transfers and bringing new energy is going to have UNC win some games they shouldn't.
I feel it. I'm intrigued in what Gio Lopez does at quarterback. First of all, I'm intrigued, which we'll get to it, but I'm intrigued who wins that quarterback battle because I don't think it's
Same.
Gio Lopez's job to win.
Yeah, I think Max Johnson coming back, like he has the upper hand.
Mhm.
You know, he's
Yeah.
more mature. He's the older guy. Like,
Yeah, but I think Gio Lopez is Bill Belichick's guy because he went after him. So.
That is true. And Max Johnson was there last year, and he's coming off an injury. That is true.
yeah,
So
true. But when have you
so I
ever seen
think-
Bill Belichick use a guy like Gio Lopez? Though, you
I
know?
mean, when
That's also
Bill
true.
Belichick wanted a guy, he went after them. So
I don't know. I think
tried
Bill
to-
got his eye on a lot of new shiny things right now. So
we
Both valid points. Both valid points.
Talk about that right now.
All right, we have at Virginia Tech. I have this as a loss.
I actually have it as a win.
nah, that's a loss. At Virginia Tech, nah, no way.
Sandman, Virginia Tech coming out, Kyron Jones coming back. That environment, ooh, that's tough. It's a tough
Also,
environment.
Trey
to play in.
Lance moving down the field.
It is.
It's tough. All right, then they play at home against Virginia. I have this as a win.
I have
Yes, I
that
had that as a win.
All right, at Louisville, I have this as a loss.
loss.
Big L.
Now, this game, I have it as a win, but I can see some crazy stuff happening at Stanford. I have as a win.
Yep, this I could see this game being closer than people expect, but I definitely have it as a win.
I agree with you both very much. Yes, I have it as the win, but going, across the country late in the season, who knows what the motivation is.
And then last game of the year at home against SMU. Sorry, seniors, you lose on senior night.
Yep.
So that means I have Cal going 6-6, 3-5 in conference play, which means I barely have the over 5.5 win total for Cal.
Yeah, I have them at 5-7, 2-6 in the ACC.
Wait, how you got them at 5-7? You got more wins than me and Ace.
Yeah, I think me and Carter got the
Oregon-
same record. Yeah.
Oregon State, Texas Southern, San Diego State, Virginia Tech, Stanford. That's it.
Nah, you got them. I thought you got them.
Virginia, I have them losing that game. I didn't have a W.
Oh, you got them losing to Virginia?
It was Virginia Tech. Oh. I thought you said you
I
had
had
them.
them-
I thought you had them
Virginia Tech.
beating. Oh no, you have them losing to North Carolina. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, hey, dang, you got them losing to Virginia. That's kind of crazy. I ain't. It would
For me, I was. It was between VT and Virginia. Which one I felt like they were gonna lose one of those games. So I just,
Oh, you went Virginia instead of Virginia Tech.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
I think Virginia Tech. I think Virginia Tech is going to be better. I feel like
Yeah.
a lot of people, including myself, fell for the hype last year, and they were very disappointing. I think they're going to be better because they don't have as much hype on them this year.
Right. They have to play more together because last year was very much like, oh, Kyron Jones is going to come out and be the guy and
Oh
do
my
this and do
God.
that.
Preacher. Oh my God. I feel like they tried to, even though Basso Tootin at the end of the year had great numbers, I feel like they still didn't use them enough.
Mhm. But it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I was so mad at myself for falling for the hype. I instantly went back and looked for a message that I won't repeat what it says. It's nothing bad or anything, but I was just like, bro, why did I do this? But next, we'll move on to Clemson. The Clemson Tigers, your ACC defending champs. They beat SMU in the ACC championship game. Came down. It looked like it was going to be a blowout. The SMU figured it out, which, I mean, you could tell from the game. Like, if SMU figured out blocking Clemson, that Clemson really had no answers for this offense for real. And it came down to Clemson hitting, like a 50-something yarder field goal to win the game by a freshman, which I think he hit the longest field goal in program history for a freshman to win the game. So shout out to them for that. They came off a 10-4, 7-1 season. Their lone loss in ACC play was to Louisville. Got smacked. Then they lost in the first round of college football playoffs to Texas. I wouldn't say they got smacked in that one. They lost by 14. I would say they got dominated, though, for sure, in that Texas game. They returned 16 starters, however. 8 on offense, 8 on defense, which is the most in the ACC this upcoming season. They returned guys like Cade Klubnik, a guy I give a tough time, but Clyde Kept had a really good season. 308 of 486, which is a 63.4 completion percentage, 3,639 yards, 36 touchdowns to 6 picks. Now, I got to say this real quick. When my dog Lamar had these numbers, I was defending him out the wazoo. So I can't kill Cade Klubnik for 36 touchdowns, 6 picks. I can't do it. I got to give him his props. I do. Then he also had 119 carries, 463 yards, and 7 more rushing touchdowns on top of that. So I say a phenomenal season. Now he did have his moments, but phenomenal season for Cade Klubnik. I got to give it up. Return Antonio Williams at wide receiver. Now the receiver core is going to be really good this year. Antonio Williams, 75 catches, 904 yards, and 11 touchdowns. Brian Wesco, 41 catches, 708 yards, and 5 touchdowns. TJ Moore at receiver, 45 catches, 651 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So the receiver core coming back is deadly. And they returned Wade Wooders, a linebacker, 82 total tackles, 41 solos, 3 sacks, 5 PBUs, a pick, and 3 forced fumbles. An ACC Defensive Player of the Year nominee in TJ Parker, defensive end, 57 total tackles, 34 solos, 11 sacks, pass breakup, 6 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Another one, in my opinion, who could be up for ACC Defensive Player of the Year. It's going to be tough for him to do it because he played cornerback. Avion Terrell, 58 solos, 58 total tackles, 45 solos, a sack, 12 PBUs, 2 picks, 3 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. And Khalil Barnes at safety, 61 total tackles, 36 solos, 3 pass breakups, and 4 picks. Now they do lose Phil Moffitt at running back to the Cowboys, 216 carries, 1,115 yards, 5.2 a carry, and 8 touchdowns. To me, in Dallas, he's going to, if he makes the team, he's going to be like a red zone, third down, short yardage guy. Jake Brenningstool, tight end, who now plays for the Chiefs, 49 total catches, 530 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Barrett Carter, linebacker, 82 total tackles, 42 solos, 3.5 sacks, 7 PBUs, and a forced fumble recovery. Plays for the Bengals. And RJ Mickens, safety with 76 total tackles, 44 solos, 7 pass breakups, and 2 picks. Now on the Chargers, they're the 28th ranked recruiting class, and they're not 130th in transfers. They're 81st in the transfer portal. What a shock. And Dabo actually used the transfer portal. And I have just 2 guys to talk about that, but we'll get there. Dave, talk to me about Clemson.
Man, you talk about their returning players. You know they have the highest percentage of returning players in all of college football. 80% of all their players returned from last season.
Yeah, there's only one team that has the more starters, I think, coming back, and that's Arizona State with 17. But in terms of percentage, I think Clemson is the most.
Yeah, the national average is 53, and they got 80% returning. So I mean, but it's Clemson, so I kind of expected that because they don't have a lot of people that transfer in or transfer out. So that they got new defensive coordinator Tom Allen on the team as well. So this is, like you said, Cade Klubnik definitely had a really good year last year overall. You know, it didn't look amazing, but he had solid games to add up to 36 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. So Cade Klubnik definitely had a really good season last year.
It hurts.
So me, yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, this team is basically, as Brett Lashley said, the standard of ACC football. And I have to agree with him, to be honest. You know, this is the team that has veteran talent, veteran leadership, but it also has that youthful explosiveness, like, you know, from the wide receiver positions. You know, they bring back the top three receivers, all who had, I want to say, over 40 catches, all who had at least 5 touchdowns and maybe at least what 700 yards or so. I can fact check
Not
that
all of
real
them,
quick.
but it was pretty close. They all
Um,
had 650 or
Almost, yeah,
650 plus.
650 or more. You know what I mean? That, and then you combine that with Cade Klubnik, who had statistically a great year. You know what I mean? Granted, yes, he didn't overly perform in all the moments, sure, but he still he still threw it over 60% or completed his pass over 60% of his passes, had like a 148 quarterback rating. He threw 36 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. That's great. That's great stats. You know what I mean? Like anybody will want that out of their quarterback on any team. I don't care who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like those numbers are Heisman, like going into the next season, those are Heisman campaign numbers
Yeah,
that
Heisman hopeful.
that can back you. You know what I mean? I think the
So,
only people who threw more touchdowns than Clay Cupnick last year was Cam and Shador.
and
So
what's it called? Ain't Cal McCoy they throw more?
I don't know, maybe
I can
could
look.
have,
I can look.
but
I know Cal McCoy. I think led FBS in passing
Yeah,
yards.
yeah.
okay, yeah,
Cal
then
McCoy
them three for sure. But like you said, they also bring back a lot of talent on the defense. Avion Terrell, TJ Parker. TJ Parker is the matchup nightmare. And then you couple him with what's the other homie name? Peter Woods.
Yeah, Peter
Like
Woods play. I
those,
think like D tackle.
yeah, those two in
How did I
itself is
forget to
going
write
to
Peter
wreak
Woods down?
havoc on your O line. You know what I mean? And I think when you combine that and just the deep program culture with Dabo. You bring in Tom Allen from Penn State, and he's going to have the defense also on, you know, another level of physicality. They play very great pursuit defense. I think all those things just leave them as being the front runner for the ACC. I don't see how you can see it any other way.
So Cal McCord actually did not throw more touchdowns than K Klubnik. Cal McCord threw 34.
Okay,
So yeah.
even more reason.
Man, bro, I told you, bro, I gotta give it up, bro. I can't even hate. I can't do
Stacked
it.
experience and hungry. I think those are the three main things that you have to say about this team.
Yeah, I didn't hear the Red Lashley comment saying that they're the standard of the ACC. I'm not 100% mad at it if I'm him, to be completely honest with you, because
Yeah, that was at the ACC Media Day.
oh, okay, that makes sense. I ain't completely mad at it. The main reason why I'm not is because they've been a part of like almost every ACC championship like of recent memory, besides like Florida State, Louisville. But other than that, I can't remember them not being part of an ACC championship game.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah.
not mad at that. And I
It's
know,
it's reload, not rebuild. You know.
and I know he kind of sick about last year, and he probably want to give him props for last year winning. So I ain't mad at him. The only thing I'm kind of iffy about Clemson is the running back position, which they seem to figure it out every year, and tight end. Other than that, from top to bottom, this looks like a really, really good roster. So those are my concerns. Other than that, if I'm a Clemson fan, I'm thinking Natty, at least
1000%.
a Natty appearance.
You have to have a deep playoff run if you're Clemson, or the
Yeah,
season is a failure.
yeah. I normally wouldn't subscribe to that, but I agree. I definitely agree. So let's talk about these transfers. Will help transfer. Oh wait, Dave, did you talk about Clemson or I'm tripping? Go ahead. I thought I'm the one who was tripping.
You
No,
didn't?
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
that's all
I
right.
said something about Clemson.
Okay. All right, my bad. We'll go on to transfers. Will help transfers in the end from Purdue. So there you go. Outside with TJ Parker should be Will help. 56 total tackles, 37 solos, 5 sacks, and a fumble recovery. And Tristan Smith, this is the guy I was seeing around. They were talking about for Clemson a lot from Illinois State. He had 76 catches for 934 yards and 6 touchdowns at the FCS level. A lot of good talks about the guy, and he just joins a loaded receiver core, a receiver room. So That's another toy that Cade Klubnik gets to play with. 11th total offense, 69th in total defense, 15th in passing, 48th in rushing, 18th in scoring offense, 54th in passing defense, 85th in rushing defense, and 42nd in scoring defense. Any transfer? Well, it's not that many transfers. Are we cool to move on to the schedule?
Absolutely.
Cool. So the schedule. First game of the year. Now, this game was a toss-up to me. I ultimately took Clemson to beat LSU. That game is tough, though.
It is a tough game. I really don't know, like, the extent that I know LSU has hype around them coming into the year.
For
I know
sure.
that they're supposed to have probably the best quarterback in the SEC, according to some people.
Hey, I disagree, but hey, go off.
According to some people, according to articles and things that I've seen, I'm not saying that I agree or I disagree, but I just
DJ
know
tough,
that
man. DJ gonna be tough. I'm
No,
sorry.
DJ is tough. DJ is tough, but I think also like when they have those conversations, they're thinking about people who are draft eligible and stuff like that too. So that's probably why
But
he's
that's
not
not really
like
fair. But
it ain't.
again, I
It
feel
ain't.
it.
It
I
ain't, but
disagree, but I feel it.
yeah. But I'm not mad at Nussberger or Nussmeyer.
Nussmeyer. Yeah, I'm not mad at Nuss
Nussmeyer, yeah.
either. I'm just not gonna go with
No,
Nussmeyer.
he's cool, but I've also never been a big Brian Kelly guy
Oh,
either.
join the club. Join the club.
So, I definitely feel like even though they're going to Death Valley, I think Clemson, they just have the more veteran leadership as far maybe not like at every position group, but at the big positions, yeah. I
So
think
you're going
they pull
Clemson or
that out.
LSU?
I'm going Clemson.
Dave, who you got?
Clemson.
Okay, cool. So I ain't gonna lie. I thought I might be lone wolf in here with this one. I can simplify mine. I have Clemson winning every game except for at South Carolina in the end of the season.
Pretty much.
Any disagreement? So everybody got the same thing as me.
Same thing.
I haven't beaten South Carolina, but
Oh, you got them going undefeated.
yeah, I do.
Oh, we do
I
this
think
yet
I think
again.
if they do lose, it's going to be either Louisville or South Carolina though.
Hey, the reason why I didn't take Louisville in this game is because Clemson's coming back for revenge. A lot of those guys is on that team last year that got absolutely thumped. So
Sure.
they don't want that. And plus they get revenge at their crib like Louisville got them.
hmm
So
No, absolutely. But I also think that Miller Moss doesn't get. I think Miller Moss gets more blame for what happened at USC than he
then he
should.
should. Oh my God. Hey, Ace, we're
But
here. We are
yeah,
here.
like I remember when I watched Miller Moss when I went to that Maryland game. It was Maryland and USC. I literally would sit there and watch this dude. Like he takes responsibility of the team. He's a pretty decent leader from what I've seen. Like people follow him. It's just like it was a whole team thing rather than like a
Just Miller
one-sided.
Moss. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly. I agree. But yeah, I have them losing to South Carolina only because it's at our house. Huge rivalry game, battle of the Palmetto, and we got guys coming back too now. I know they got a lot of
Listen,
players
I
coming back,
understand.
but we got Lenore Sellers coming back. We got Dylan Stewart coming back. Nick Harbor. Can Nick Harbor please finally have the breakout year? My God,
He
please.
may just be a Madden guy. Who knows?
Or in college football guy for sure. But
Carl,
go ahead.
I'm a big Lenore Sellers fan. I think he's going to be really good for SC this year. Really,
I'm a
good.
Lenore Sellers in college fan for sure. Now I saw some
Yeah,
One
videos
thousand
like,
I
percent.
don't know about the NFL, but
yeah,
right in college,
Yeah,
I
he
saw
got
something where
spent
he was
a
like the
little
number
better.
one quarterback. I was like, South Carolina fan here. I disagree.
No, he got to spend it better. But
Yeah,
yeah.
for
as far
sure.
as the
I
athlete,
remember.
the guy is
I remember
legit.
you said that about what was the other quarterback that was at South Carolina that they were
Spencer
hyped?
Rattler.
Spencer
Yeah.
Rattler. But you see, he's looking like the guy in New Orleans right now. Granted, they don't have anybody else for
He
real.
still got
Like
something to
he's going
prove.
against Tyler Shaw, but
He got something to
I'm
prove.
saying him against Tyler Shaw. Like I'm definitely taking Spencer Rattler.
He
I
still got
agree.
to prove
I
though.
agree. No, I agree. I'm with you.
Nah, Tyler Shaw always had
Tyler
accuracy
Shuck. Yeah,
issues.
bro. I'm sorry, bro. I tried it at
Ty-
Oregon. I
Tyler
tried it at
Show
Texas Tech.
sucks.
I ain't gonna go that far, but he's getting overrated for sure.
Yeah.
I'm cool on bruh for
I'm
sure.
seeing what I'm looking at what he's doing in training camp. He don't look good at all.
Yeah, I'm cool on, bro. I'm for sure cool on, bro. Tomo, you are a savior, bro. Because I was low key trying to do it myself. Thank you, producer. Appreciate you.
My God, because I definitely didn't see it on my end. So
Nah, I
appreciate
seen it and I didn't know what to do. I promise I was just gonna let it ride. But I have Clemson going 11-1, 8-0 in ACC play, making the conference championship game, and taking the over 9.5 wins.
Yeah, I'm definitely over 9.5
You're
wins. I have them
undefeated.
going undefeated. So,
Yeah, I
and
got
I
him.
also
I
have
got him
them
going 11-1.
possibly, you know, doing
Okay,
the whole
I got
thing.
you.
So
I read you. I read you. I read you. All right. Oh, hold on. Just oh. Oh, okay. Appreciate you, producer. So we can move on to University of Duke and Manny Diaz's second year with the program. I think
My
he did a
my
pretty good
boy,
job.
my
I
boy
Huh?
love
Manny
Manny.
D.
I don't
Oh
care
yeah,
what
yeah,
nobody
yeah.
say. I
That's our
love Manny.
yeah. That's our guy. That's
It's
our
my
guy.
boy.
Um, I think he did a pretty. I think he did a swell of a job last year with the program last year. Coming off a 9-4 season where they lost the bowl game, but I think Malik Murphy left. They didn't really have a quarterback. Um, they played Ole Miss with Jackson Dart and them playing, so like it was bound to happen. But they went 9-4, 5-3. Lost the Gator Bowl to Ole Miss 52-20. They returned 11 starters, 6 on offense, 5 on defense. One guy they returned is Shamir Hagens at wide receiver, 47 catches, 413 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Jaquiz Moore at running back, 32 carries, 86 yards, 2.7 a carry, and a touchdown. So not a starter, but a guy they returned. Hollywood Smothers, the starter, is now gone. Vincent Anthony Jr., DN, with 25 total tackles, 10 solos, 5 sacks, and 3 pass breakups. Wesley Williams, another DN, 118 total 48, bad handwriting, 48 total tackles, 21 solos, 8 sacks, 2 PBUs, and a forced fumble. Trey Freeman at linebacker, 67 total tackles, 30 solos, half a sack, 2 pass breakups, 2 picks, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Terry Moore, safety, 71 total tackles, 41 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles. Chandler Rivers, a cornerback, 54 total tackles, 30 solos, a sack, 8 pass breakups, 3 picks, pick 6, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. They did lose their quarterback, like I said, Malik Murphy, who went to Oregon State. 254 at 421, 2,933 yards, 60.3 completion percentage. I say he had a okay season at Duke. He did have some weapons, but it was okay. 26 touchdowns to 12 picks. Star Thomas. Oh, that's right. Star Thomas is their starting running back. Hollywood Smothers played at NC State. Star Thomas was running back. 213 carries for 871 yards, 4.1 a carry, 7 touchdowns. He went to the University of Tennessee. Jordan Moore was one of my favorite receivers in the ACC. Y'all know I kind of talked about him a lot. A go ball receiver, jump ball receiver, contested catch guy. 55 catches, 861 yards, 8 touchdowns. Plays for the Bengals, trying to make the team. Eli Panko, another 60 catches, 798 yards, 9 touchdowns on the Jags. They lost Ozzie Nicholas, linebacker, 100 total tackles, 40 solos, half a sack, 2 pass breakups, and a pick, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Just had a football. Lost Alex Howard, linebacker, 89 total tackles, 42 solos, 6.5 sacks, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. Have the 37th overall recruiting class, so shout out to Manny Diaz for that. 63rd overall in transfers. Dave, talk to me about Duke.
Man, Duke had a really good year last year. My boy Manny Diaz. He was able to retain both his coordinators. They were both getting head coaching opportunities. So he was able to keep them at Duke, which I think is going to help them tremendously. Got 59% of their players returning. And then my favorite thing of all, they beat Florida State last year, October 18th. You know, they beat FSU. And the crazy thing about that is that before then they lost 22 ACC games against FSU and then beat them last year. So that's my biggest thing about them. But I you know me, Carl, I'm a Duke basketball fan. But
yeah, for sure.
I low key root for the football team now too. So as long as they don't play against the U, long as they don't play against you, I kind of want them to do well only because of Andy Diaz. But other than
Yeah.
that, I'm all good.
Both of y'all are Duke basketball fans, by the way. Ace, go ahead.
See, Ace, you.
Well, Dave just
You my
happens to be a
dog.
very smart fellow. You know
You
what I
my
mean?
dog.
Ace
You
don't be
my
tapped
dog.
in though. He don't be tapped
I
in, but
don't
he's
I
a Duke
don't be
fan.
tapped in, but that don't mean that I ain't gonna talk it. I don't mean I ain't gonna talk like
You
I
got
am
tapped
tapped
in. You
in.
got tapped in. We got the Boozer twins this year. You got
Nah,
tapped in.
I ain't gonna lie. Last year I was lacking. I was like, oh, I didn't know they was really that good. I didn't really
Hey,
tap in until like the ACC conference tournament, and
Coop,
Tournament.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Coop
they
like that.
actually are like that.
Coop
Yeah, he
like
was.
Coop is
I
like
wish he
that.
came back, but anyway. So I like the stat that Dave gave out, the how many
What,
times they
59%?
lost to no
Oh, the 22.
that
Okay, I
too, but
got
how
you.
many times they lost? But because this is the thing, Duke has won 26 games over the last 3 years, and only Louisville and Clemson have more wins in the ACC over that
Shout out
period,
to
that
Elko
time
and shout
period.
out to Manny.
Shout out
Mm-hmm.
to Elko. Shout out to Manny. I think that Manny Diaz, he can shape this team into something very similar to what he did to Miami, a very stout defense, a very physical team. And
Mm-hmm.
the offense, it may have to get in where it fit, and it may not be elite offense, but it'll be an offense good enough that it'll piggyback off the defense and pick up where the slack is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that first of all, I like Dave, I am pretty high on this Duke team. I think that they're a team that has a ceiling of maybe like 8 or 9 wins. You know what I mean? I think that it can
That
happen.
is crazy.
It's
Not in a bad way.
crazy.
Not in a bad way. Not in a
No,
bad
no,
way.
no. It's not
Not in a
crazy, but
bad
I'm
way.
saying, I'm
Not
saying
in a
that
bad
like their
way.
ceiling. Like if
No, don't Ace. When I say that, don't take offense. I'm not saying that in a bad way.
no,
I'm
no.
saying that's crazy because you'll see why later.
Okay. But yeah, so like if the quarterback play comes together and the defense holds, like they can definitely have a very
You
good
know who
season.
who
You
quarterback
said,
is, right?
yeah, Mensa from Tulane,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly, as soon as
Darian Mensa.
Tulane game was
Is that his
over,
name?
he was at the Duke
Oh
basketball game
yeah, for
like two
sure.
Yep.
days later.
Yeah, it was
Instantly.
very
Instantly.
early. Wasn't it before the bowl game? Am I not
Talk
Yes,
about
mistaken?
it
tampering.
was like as soon as
Yes.
Talk
the
about
American
tampering.
Athletic Championship game was over, where they got smacked by Army. 2 days later, he was like at the Duke game.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So like even when it comes to stuff like that shows that a team has a vision, they have a plan, and there are certain things that they want to do. And like Dave said, they came back with both their coordinators. That brings some scheme stability. That's only
Mm-hmm.
going to help those young players that were there last year to take the next steps forward. And I think
Absolutely.
that that is very possible. They don't have Malik Murphy anymore, who was an interception machine in a way. He
Nope.
definitely didn't, he wasn't able to make those plays on third down that they needed to make, which
Mm-hmm.
is why they lost to us the way that they did. Like I think if Mensa can come in there and he can make plays like he did with Tulane, this team could definitely be pretty good. Like, it's very possible. I think Terry Moore is the dog at safety. Chandler Davis is a stud at cornerback.
Chandler Rivers.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Chandler Rivers. Yeah, this could be a top 25 defense. I mean,
Not mad at
you
that.
know,
I'm really not mad at that. And I was just gonna say, like, to piggyback off you, like Manny definitely took over Duke and kept it very Elko-esque in terms of a stout defense with an
hmm
offense good enough. And it no better prophesized itself in that Clemson game. Remember with Riley
yeah,
Leonard and them, they upset Clemson at home, and that was just grinded out defense.
yeah,
We're not gonna let you
1000%.
score, and we're gonna put up just enough points to beat you. And I feel like last year kind of tilted a little bit to more like we could put up some amount of points because we do have some weapons at receiver.
hmm
But again, I would love to see that offense with somebody better than Malik Murphy at quarterback. It might
Yeah,
Duke could have
it,
probably
it,
got
it could have been nasty. It could have been
yeah,
nasty for sure.
yeah.
But I mean,
Like,
like you said, like I mean, or rather, like things don't always come together. I mean, they did have Jordan Moore at receiver. Like they had people who could have made those plays. It's just, and wasn't he out like most like half of the year or something?
Jordan Moore? Nah, I don't think so. He might have
Maybe
missed a
I'm
couple
thinking of
games, but I
something
don't think he was
else.
out for half the
I,
season.
I may be thinking of somebody else. But yeah, I think Duke they have a good foundation to build upon.
For sure. I do like that.
yep.
Now, they bring in some transfers. Andrew Anthony for starters. He started at Michigan. He was, oh my God, the East Lansing kid goes to Michigan. He's having a game, even though they lose to Michigan State. And then he leaves and goes to Oklahoma, and he got hurt. He was a part of the 6 receivers that got hurt, and now he's at Duke. So his numbers last year, he literally had 1 catch for 4 yards before he got hurt. Like, it was bad. He got hurt instantly. But his 2023, I think, was pretty solid. Anderson Castle, he transfers in from App State at running back. 80 carries for 246 yards for 4.9 a carry. Bad handwriting. I think he just had 1 touchdown though. But that's a solid running back for Duke. To be honest, I know the numbers not gonna say so, but I think he's a solid guy. And then we talked about Darian Mensah, the guy who shocked everybody and beat out Ty Thompson for quarterback 1 last year at Tulane. I don't even think he was like highly recruited. He just made plays at training camp, and he made plays during the regular season. And he's a good quarterback. He won 189 for 287, 65.9% completion percentage, 2,723 yards, 22 touchdowns to 6 picks. But he also had 132 rushing yards and a touchdown for Tulane. He is a guy who can use his legs. So that was a very good pickup for them. Now, like Ace said, man, offensively, total offense, 108th. 58th total defense, 44th in passing, 127th in rushing, 78th in scoring offense, 53rd in passing defense, 68th in rushing defense, and 60th in scoring defense. Any transfer y'all want to bring up before we get to the schedule?
No, sir.
All right, so get to the schedule, which for some reason they keep playing Elon, and I have that as a W.
Yeah, there's a W.
Now their next game is at home versus Illinois, but I have that as a loss.
I have it as a win.
I'm telling you, man.
I have it going either way, but I'm not gonna lie. I think it just may be a loss.
Illinois brings back a lot. Illinois last year when they played Kansas, I thought Kansas with that offense was going to win, and that defense, boy, at Illinois, and they bring back so much on that defense, including Miles and Xavier Scott. Y'all want to talk about when Illinois brought Devon Witherspoon and not Chase Brown, Sidney Brown, and
that was a heck of a defense they had too.
They got it again, bruh. They have it again. So I'm taking Illinois. I think it's gonna be a battle of the defenses, and Illinois edges it out. Then they play at Tulane. Funny enough, I have this as a win.
I do too.
Yeah, I have it as a win.
Then to start ACC play, they play NC State. I have as a win.
I have it as a win.
It's at home.
Same, I have it as a win.
Then at Syracuse, I have as a loss. I think they're going to struggle in that dome.
I have a loss too.
I also have it as a loss because it's at Syracuse.
All right, then at Cal, have as a win.
Win.
A win.
Then Georgia Tech, I have as a loss at home.
I have as a win.
I'm not mad at you.
I don't know what's going on in that crowd, but I have it as a loss.
Hey, bro, we here, bro.
Literally.
At Clemson, I have as a loss. Obviously, Ace, undefeated Clemson, has as a loss. You have as a loss. Oh, yeah, you have the same thing as me with Clemson, Dave. At UConn, I have as a win.
Win.
Yes, I have as a win.
Oh, my bad. The last 4. So UConn, home against UVA, on the road against UNC, and at home against Wake Forest, I have all as wins.
I have UNC winning that game.
Oh, Bill Belichick, huh? I feel it. I don't know, Brian.
Look,
shiny things.
I'm being look, I don't when we get to UNC, I'll explain it a little bit.
I got you. I don't know. I'm going to. My mind's telling me.
I'm not mad at it. I'm just being a little bit more optimistic because Bill Belichick. That's all.
Wait, so hold on, bro. Ace, you got to do going 8-4, 5-3 in conference play?
I do, literally.
That is crazy. That's why I said that's crazy earlier, bro. When you said that, said like 8-9 wins, I said, bro, I haven't made 8-4. That's crazy.
Nah,
yeah, I got him at 9-3. So I mean,
hold on, what game? How?
The losses I have is Syracuse, Clemson, and UNC. That's it.
Right, that's right. You got to be in Illinois.
Right, yeah, you do.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be in Georgia Tech. Oh, you did say that. And I said I'm not.
You did, yeah.
You did say that. Yeah. That's right. 9-3, 6-2. Yeah. Yeah, I like this Duke team, man. Hey, man, shout out to Duke. They got a good basketball and good football team.
No, I got them at 5-3.
8 wins is where Manny thrives. I feel like
the 3 losses.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wait, the 3 losses you have are Syracuse,
Clemson, and
UNC. You have 5-3. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Your win is the Illinois one, making that 9 wins. Got you. Yeah, so that's the over 6.5 win total for all three of us. I should have wrote which was plus money and what's not, but it's all good. You can look at it yourself if you want to go bet on. My win total comes
You
from FanDuel.
degenerates.
I was thinking about parlaying something. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie,
I
bro.
literally just re-downloaded those apps. Like
I
I
saw
haven't
that.
signed
I saw
in. I
that.
haven't signed in yet,
Time to
but
tap in. Let's go.
it was in the back of my mind. I was like, you know what? Maybe I should.
Time to tap in. But we move on. I know y'all gonna hate this. We move on to Florida State. Florida State coming off a 2-10, 1-7 ACC
I love that.
conference record. I know
love
y'all
that.
love that. I'm just talking about the team. I know y'all ain't liking that.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a lot of talk. Mike Norvell without Jordan Travis is pretty trash. That's the talk.
Mhm.
That's what I'm hearing. His only good
Yeah.
season was with, or good times is with Jordan Travis. That's what I'm hearing. Gotta change. Hey, I think another losing season, he's out of there. By the way, that's just a side note. But
1,000%. 1,000%. It's been, the floor has been too bad. The
yeah.
floor has been in the basement.
Can I get a mini rant off real quick? I know it's been an hour in the show and we still got like 12 more teams to do. It's crazy how DJ Unglele father came out. It was like Jonathan Smith. He got the MSU job because of DJ. Are you going to say that Mike Norvell's in the hot seat because of your son? Because he did not play well. And he's probably going to attack me. And it's nothing personal, just a question.
It's cool. His son is selling insurance now or something. Like
he playing the second half
you
of the
should
Hall
put
of
that
Fame
down.
game. No, he playing the second half of the Hall of Fame. He's on the Chargers.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he gets the whole
Speaking
second
of
half.
the Chargers that this first quarter, they're pretty much dominating the Lions right now.
I'm so glad that I side note again. I almost bet the Lions to win the Hall of Fame game strictly because DJ Unglele is playing the entirety of the second half. That was he's playing the whole second half. Lions.
You should want the Lions to lose the Hall of Fame game.
I don't care who wins. I normally don't even bet on preseason, but to be funny, I was like, all right, I'm gonna bet the Lions.
The reason why I'm saying that is because I shared a stat earlier in the NFL chat that teams that lose the Hall of Fame game are better in the playoffs than teams that win. Teams that win the Hall of Fame game are always in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, Chargers for sure about to win because Herbert about to throw like 5 picks when it comes to the playoffs. For sure.
So
all right, bet. Say less. Appreciate you, Dave. But yeah, they returned 6 starters. 1 on offense, 5 on defense. Which, if you're Florida State, you're happy about this because you don't want a bunch of those guys from last year. It was bad. I think the one offensive starter they bring back, it's like an old lineman. I can't even remember his name right now. The 5 they bring back on defense, however, I do like this guy. I'm sorry. Y'all might like him too, even though he's a rival. Shaheem Brown, I do like, bro. Now, I thought he was a safety. They got him listed as a linebacker. I listed him as a safety. 70 total tackles, 39 solos, and 2 pass breakups. They bring back Blake Nicholson, linebacker, 52 total tackles, 23 solos, and half a sack. Daryl Jackson Jr., D lineman, 31 total tackles, 14 solos, 3.5 sacks, a pass breakup, and a forced fumble. And KJ Kirkland, safety, 46 total tackles, 27 solos, and 2 pass breakups. They lost DJ Unglele. Again, is that really a loss? 84 of 156, 53.8% completion percentage, 1,065 yards, 4 touchdowns, 6 picks. He is, like I said, on the Chargers. Good luck to you in your NFL career. I'm not a hater, bro. Just call it how I see it. They lost Patrick Payton, which also another side note, he underperformed to me. Like, he didn't jump off the screen to me like a lot of people made it seem like. 35 total tackles, 17 solos, and 4 sacks. He is now on LSU. Lost Marvin Jones Jr. to Oklahoma, DN, 25 total tackles, 10 solos, 4 sacks, and a forced fumble. They lost Azariah Thomas, my guy, cornerback, 53 total tackles, 36 solos, 4 pass breakers, and a pick. He's on the Jets. They're the 18th overall recruiting class, 6 and transfers. Ace. Wait, that go to Ace last time or that go to Dave last time?
I don't remember, but I can go.
Y'all do y'all thing. This Florida State. I'm gonna just y'all jump in how y'all want to jump in, bro. Do y'all
so one thing I will say about Florida State is their schedule is harder than it was last year. So it's not. They got Alabama.
Yeah, I was about to say that for sure.
I mean,
they got Clemson. They got Florida. Virginia Tech probably going to put some lumps on them. Yeah, true. But Florida is not. But Florida not about to look at them like, oh yeah, we're going to take it easy on us.
They never do.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, yeah,
I see
sure,
Kent
you,
State who went 0-12 and East Texas A&M.
Exactly. I see
yeah,
that
but that's
too.
yeah,
I
but
don't see that as a hard
that's 2
schedule.
games in the beginning of the season. The rest
Yeah.
of that is the grind of the ACC. And
It's
yes,
better than
I'm not saying
Memphis.
that.
I
I'm
mean,
not
yeah,
saying
Memphis
I
was a
mean,
non-con game last year. Florida was one, like we said,
sure,
they always play.
but is the
sure.
ACC really a grind? I mean, we
No,
got
no.
to be honest.
They did. I'll
Listen,
say this:
I'm not saying that the ACC is one of the greatest
they ducked
conferences.
Louisville and SMU.
Yeah, I
True.
think
Okay. All
not
right.
having to
You're
play them
right.
two, I think it helps them.
You got me. Maybe it isn't harder. Maybe I'm just trying to give them a hard time.
Hey, I'm fine with that.
Bro, they play Stanford and Wake
Either,
Forest and duck SMU and Louisville. No, I'm not going.
yeah,
And
okay.
Kent State
Okay.
again, who went 0-12. I'm not going. I'm sorry.
Touche. Touche. Either way, I don't see them being that great this season. Sure, they're bringing Gus Malzahn. Yes, he does well with mobile quarterbacks. Yes, Thomas Castellanos is
Gotta write that
mobile.
down.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's that great though. Like, sure he's mobile, but he can't do everything. You can't just run. You know what I'm saying? He's not that great of a passer. Sure, he could pass at the college level, but passing at the college level is not elite. You know what I
He's
mean?
also like what 5'10".
Also a midget.
Chill out, bro. Chill out. You
Sorry,
trying to
little
get me
person.
canceled?
Little person. I'm sorry. Also a little person. Also a little person. Also, the offensive line gave up 4 sacks a game last year. So it's like he's going to be running either way.
Mhm.
You don't have to tell me who they bring back. I don't care. You don't have to tell me who they got in the transfer portal. I don't care. It's not going to be that great. I know it because I feel it.
Go ahead,
The
Dave.
defense,
Oh
Daryl
my bad. I
Jackson
thought you was done. Go
Jr.
ahead.
This is the last thing I have to say.
Go ahead. No, dude,
Daryl
take your
Jackson
time, bro.
Jr.
Just don't bring up that word again, but take your time.
No. I'm better. I thought that was kosher. It's not. But Daryl Jackson Jr. You made a horrible mistake, buddy. You should have never left. You should have tried to compete and do what you could have done at the University of Miami, but you went to the dark side. And you know what the
Mhm.
dark side gets you?
Hell.
Misery.
That's an M
Else.
word that is acceptable.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, as I said from the last session when we talked about Duke, my favorite thing is I saw that they lost to Duke. I mean, they lost to us as well. They just had a very bad season, which was very good for us. So I'm praying for more. My record may look otherwise, but I don't like FSU. I never have, never will. I hope they continue to lose. I hope they continue to be bad. Like Carl said, they have not just Gus Malzahn, they have a new defensive coordinator in Tony
They said
White.
that, yeah.
So I'm interested to see what's going on, and I want to see. I can't wait for that first game against Bama because Tommy Castellanos has been talking a lot of smack as if he is the greatest thing walking ever from
like he was
BC to go to
ACC Player of the
FSU.
Year.
He make it seem like he's the guy. So I want to see that game because I think Bama is going to maul that offensive line to get to him. So
Yeah, he had a
He's
good
gonna
2023, but
he's
like,
gonna find out that he's a jag. He's just the guy.
yeah, like he had a really good 2023. Do not get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, but compared to the other guys in the ACC, brother, compared to Cam Ward, compared to K. Klubnik, compared to Kyle McCord, compared to all these other guys, brother, you didn't do as good as you think you did.
Right. It's very bad.
I mean,
That was crazy. And like I said in the chat, I said this in the chat. Like, if I'm a former teammate of his, I'm pissed. Like, what do you mean you did that by yourself? So I'm nothing. Cal Robichaux, I'm looking at him crazy. Like, bro, we weren't in the same backfield.
What did you really do by yourself?
Like, I'm heated that he said that. If I'm a Boston College player, they don't play them either. I was hoping they played against each other after that comment, but they don't.
They should have, but
too late. Schedule's already made.
That's probably why he transferred.
Mm-hmm.
No, he transferred because he got hurt, and Grayson James looked like he was probably about to take that spot.
No, I'm just saying he went there because he was like, oh yeah, they don't play him anyway.
Yeah, but that was crazy. If I'm Boston College, I'm pissed. That's probably why he said that though, because he knew they don't play against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said I was trying to instill some confidence in my guys. They went 2-10 last year. They're not the same people. They weren't. Most of them guys are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that 2-10 team, the team last year would have whooped on that 2-10 team. So it's like, what are you even talking about?
Oh man. All right, so let's get into these transfers. So at running back, I do like the transfers I wrote down. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Starting with Gavin Sawchuk, running back from Oklahoma, which I didn't even know he still had eligibility, to be honest with you. But he 39 carries, 128 yards, 3.3 carry and touchdown last year. He had his 2023 season was the season I really like Gavin Sawchuk in. They bring over Jeremiah Wilson, who I believe he was like a highly coveted cornerback prospect in the transfer portal from Houston. He had 24 total tackles, 16 solos, 4 pass breakups, 4 picks, and a touchdown. Squirrel White, a speedy receiver who had 34 catches, 381 yards, 2 touchdowns from Tennessee. Elijah Herring from the Memphis game. They said, dang, we like how y'all beat us. Hey, Elijah Herring, come on over. 60 total tackles, 33 solos, 3.5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, 2 picks, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. And Deuce Robinson, before I talk about Castellanos, receiver transfer from USC with 23 catches, 396 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And then Castellanos himself, again, 99 of 161, 61.5% completion percentage, 1,366 yards, 18 touchdowns and 5 picks, 13 carries, 194 yards, and a touchdown last season for Boston College before ultimately leaving the program mid-season. They were 132nd in total offense, 86th in total defense, 116th in passing, 128th in rushing, 130th in scoring offense, 41st in passing defense, 106th in rushing defense, and tied 87th for scoring defense. So y'all ready for the schedule? Or
Yes,
any
I'm
transfer
ready
you
for the
want to bring up?
schedule. And I do want to say that you can't expect me to be scared of a guy who was, what you said, 116th in passing with Bill O'Brien as his coach.
No,
Come
that was
on.
last season for
I mean,
Florida State, not for Boston College.
okay, my bad.
That was DJ Ungulale and Brock Glenn and them.
Dang, DJ was so bad, Jesus.
The whole quarterback
And
room.
the other guy.
Yeah,
Hey,
Brock
they
Glenn.
got Squirrel White from Tennessee too, so I guess they
Yeah.
got two nice 4-star wide receivers that came over. So
Squirrel White is a speedster. I will say that.
Yeah, he is pretty fast.
So pretty sure there's no thought about this. First game of the season is the L to Alabama.
absolutely
1,000%.
Cool. Next game is a win against East Texas A&M.
win.
Be hilarious if they
Barely,
lose.
yes.
Okay,
He
relax.
said
Kent State, sorry, Kenny Burns, is a win.
that's a
Yeah,
win.
Kent State is probably what the worst FBS team.
UMass right up there with them. Hey, I would love to see a UMass Kent State battle of the toilet
What a
bowl.
shootout! Yeah, what a shootout!
Next we got UVA on the road. I do have them beating UVA on the road
I had to beat UVA on the road too because it's Friday.
Yeah, I got him winning too.
versus the U. I have as a L. I was about to troll y'all, but I'm not even about to do that.
L.
Yeah, I had them losing 100-0.
Okay. Next,
I would love that.
I have an upset here. I have them beating Pitt at home.
I got him beating Pitt too.
No, I have them losing the Pit. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, bro. I get that.
I'm
We'll
higher
talk
on
about
Pitt than
Pitt.
I am them.
I don't know, bro. I like Eli Hosting. I love Desmond Reed, but oof, I don't know.
It just
And y'all
feels
know
like
I'm a Narduzzi guy, but I don't know.
that's what I'm saying.
I don't
When you
know.
ask me about coaching, it's like, all right.
I don't know, bro. I think I got the upset. I think I got them winning at home at Doak. Was it Doak Walker?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think so too.
And I have them winning at Stanford.
So do I.
Yeah, I have them winning.
I have them winning against Wake Forest at home.
So me too.
Same.
Losing at Clemson, probably badly.
Yeah, I think that might be a blowout.
I
have
have them
them-
losing every game after this.
No, I have them winning against Virginia Tech at home and
then
actually
losing-
beating NC State on the road.
You got to beat NC State too.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not an NC State. NC State gonna have to show me.
I gotta beat Virginia Tech and losing to NC State and then losing to Florida.
Oh yeah, I got them losing to Florida.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the NC State game is very much a 50-50 kind of thing.
No, I feel it for
But-
sure because I can see a loss too. I can actually see them losing both of those games, but I feel like NC State got to show me.
For sure. I'm not mad at that. Because NC State was bad last year.
Oh my god,
They
Offense
were
was
really bad.
terrible. And then they lose their best player, which we'll talk about later. But
Yeah, that was a horrible.
I
Horrible
have
thing.
Florida State going 8-4, 6-2 in conference.
I got them 7-5, 5-3 ACC play.
I've been
Sorry,
going
Ace.
8-4.
I'm sorry, Ace. I told you
I,
off
ha-
air you was gonna hate me.
I have Florida State going 5-7.
Oh my god. Last year it was I who had them doing bad and y'all had them doing good. This year Ace is the one that's had them doing bad.
I hope I'm right.
I got them okayish. So
Hey, I feel like 8-4. I think that still might get Mike Norvell fired. I'm not gonna lie.
I think
Lowe's
I
is too
think
bad.
I think,
Depends
but
on how the
anything,
8-4 looks.
Yeah.
If it's an 8-4 and it starts off bad, he's for sure gone.
Oh, if it started off bad with East Texas and Kent State and Virginia, it's over with. He's not making it to 8-4.
yeah, I think if anything below 9 is bad.
He's going to have a winning record at some point during the season. So
Oh, for sure. You better have it
you know
after
what I
week
mean?
3.
But after, yeah,
After
once
week
they run into us, it's 2 wins.
Hey, Ace is a tough critic. I feel it though. I respect it. I respect it, bro. I really do. Because I definitely feel like they could lose the game against Virginia Tech. I went that way. Because actually, I have an L here, but then I changed it to a W because it's at home. And NC State for sure is on the road. I definitely can see them losing. But NC State got to show me so far.
I'm not mad at that. They could very well win that game, but
I ain't gonna say Florida State is back out of this season, but it's a cool little
They're
rebound
definitely not
after
back.
last year.
They're definitely not back, but after last year, like anything is better than last year.
Yeah, it's a cool little
So
rebound.
5-7 is better than last year.
So Ace and Dave both have the under 7.5 win total. I'm the only one with the over 7.5 win total at 8. Because Dave has 7 wins, so the hook gets him. You're not even close, so we don't have to worry about you. And then I
have no faith in them guys.
Told you, Ace. This was one of the things I was talking about when I said you're not gonna like me.
Yeah. Well, what's new?
Hey, bro, we was here too, and I knew I was like,
We were.
ruin it all.
Listen, there has to be a fork in the road somewhere.
I was like, hey,
And that was it, huh?
I knew it.
He was like, I'm planting my flag here. I ain't
doing it on
Let's be
purpose.
real. How often do we agree for that long?
I ain't doing it on purpose, bro. It's just I look at Stanford. They don't play LSU. They don't play SMU. I mean, they don't play SMU. They don't play Louisville. They dug really the best of the best besides y'all, which don't count because they pretty much play y'all every year. And then Clemson.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to sit here and act like my feelings had no bearing on my record for them.
Yeah. So we move on though to Georgia Tech. The Yellow Jackets come off a 7-6, 5-3 season. They did miss Haynes King for a bit of the season last season. At one point, I don't even think he could throw the ball at one point, but came in as like a decoy. They lost the Birmingham Bowl 35-27 to Vanderbilt, which I mean, in most years you'd be like, they lost to Vandy, but I mean, Vandy was a pretty solid team that season. They beat Bama, so they returned 9 starters, 5 on offense, 4 on defense, and the most important starter who has won me over. Ace remembers I was not a Haynes King guy at first. He has won me over. I am now a Haynes King guy. 196 to 269. Huh?
He's pretty efficient, as far as like what he can do.
Hey, I remember his first season. I think he was putting that ball in trouble a lot. But
At A&M.
No, I'm talking about his first season at Georgia Tech.
Oh yeah, well, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, but went 196 to 269, 72.9% completion percentage, 2,114 yards. Mind you, this is not a limited sample size, but he did get hurt. 14 touchdowns to 2 interceptions, 125 carries for 537 yards and 11 touchdowns on the ground. Return Jamal Haynes, 169 carries, 944 yards, 5.6 a carry and 9 touchdowns. Also had 28 catches for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns. Malik Rutherford, wide receiver, 62 catches, 702 yards, 3 touchdowns. Kyle Efert, the linebacker that went viral for having the neck roll and looking like an old school linebacker. 64 total tackles, 33 solos, 3 sacks, and a pass breakup. Amari Harvey, cornerback, 62 total tackles, 47 solos, 2 pass breakups, an interception, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Clayton Powell-Lee, the safety, 53 total tackles, 32 solos, a sack, 3 pass breakups, and a forced fumble recovery. They do lose Eric Singleton, who went to Auburn. Can't really fault him there. He goes to the SEC, trying to revive Auburn. 56 total catches, 84 yards, 3 touchdowns. Lost for Melo Height, who went to Texas Tech, which was surprising when I found this out. 34 total tackles, 18 solos, 2.5 sacks, an interception, and 2 forced fumbles. Now, that might be because of NIL. They had the 23rd overall recruiting class, 32nd in transfers. Go ahead, Dave. Talk to me about Georgia Tech.
The team I despise outside of FSU, simply because I'm getting to that. Simply because Mario Cristobal just for some reason can't get it right against Georgia Tech. We all remember the first season where instead of kneeling down, he calls a play that causes a fumble and they get the ball back and score. Then last year, another debacle.
Y'all just could not stop the run for nothing.
I mean, the defense was atrocious last year, so that accounted to a loss that we shouldn't have had. We if we have a defense that's top 15, we go undefeated last year. I believe so.
Nah, I'm with you.
But
I don't even say top 15, top 40,
top at least. They have a new defensive coordinator named Blake. Was it Gideon or Gideon? I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
I want to say it's Gideon.
Their other DC went to the NFL. I don't remember what team he went to, but he went to the NFL. Like Carl said, Haynes King is back. Haynes King just gives them a huge spark every single time he plays. So I'm hoping that I'm glad we don't play them this year. So I'm more interested to see what they do this year now that I don't have to deal with them playing us.
Go ahead, Ace.
I do want that get back though.
I really do wish they played us because, like you said, I want that get back. I think Georgia Tech was a very good football team last year. I think they had some forgivable losses, if there is such a thing. Georgia in 8 overtimes, Notre Dame, Syracuse, was it Syracuse? I think Syracuse.
They did lose to Syracuse.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
And Louisville. Syracuse. I think, and I want to say all those games were away.
Syracuse was definitely on the road. Georgia was. I think Georgia's normally a neutral site. Yeah, I want to say Georgia's normally a neutral site.
Yeah, I think they just play. I think they play in Atlanta.
Yeah, they played the
Georgia. I think you're right. I think you're right about that. But beyond that, I think this is the team. If Haynes King hadn't gotten hurt, who's to say they lose those games or any of those games that he was missing?
They actually did lose those games with Haynes King.
those Haynes King?
Yeah, Syracuse they lost. Haynes King played, and Georgia Haynes King played. They lost.
Okay, so but his efficiency definitely rose. The way that he cut down on the turnovers was very impressive. Mm-hmm. I think that is the thing that speaks the loudest about his progression as a quarterback at the college level. Obviously losing Eric Singleton. Yeah, I know, right? But we just couldn't stop the run, bro. I just don't know what it was. But I know what it was, and we'll get to it.
It wasn't even just the run. We couldn't stop them on third down either.
It was majority of the run though. Like they was breaking long runs at will.
Yeah. It was
very
much like how like that Florida State game. It just seemed like they had control.
Yeah,
it was very much that same vibe. Yeah. But also they have a very good offensive line. I think they were third in the nation in sacks allowed. They also bring back an all ACC guard and Keelan Rutledge, I want to say is his name. Rutledge. Thank you, sir. They bring back Malik Rutherford, like you said, who is going to have to be the guy who is stepping up the most and making the biggest plays. I think losing Eric Singleton Jr. definitely takes away some of the explosiveness that their offense had. And side note, him going to Auburn, best wide receiver tandem in college football. I want to say.
Hey, I don't know if I agree with you, but I do like Cam.
Cam Coleman is like that.
I keep calling him Cam Marsh for whatever reason, but Cam Coleman is like that for sure.
Cam
Cam
Coleman,
Coleman's another guy that could have been on the cover of the college football game.
1,000%, 1,000%. Yeah, they wanted to make it like an all receiver thing for sure.
Him, Nick Marsh could have been on there. Jordan Tyson was another freshman, but Jordan Tyson's a redshirt freshman, so that's a little different. But
Yeah, but all in all, I do like the fact that Dave brought up Blake Gideon being the new defensive coordinator. He's also going to be a first time play caller for the defense,
Yep.
so that has to have some kind of effect on how that defense performs. Even though they did play really good at times last year,
Hmm.
but
yeah,
obviously not good enough if the guy's getting replaced. Buster Faulkner.
I was just about to say
There's
this is his second defensive coordinator in 2 years.
Yeah, and Buster Faulkner, there's some words that I would like to say to you that rhyme with your name, but because your playbooks are always filled with trick plays and they're seem to be so balanced at times, and it's like he's just a very good OC, and I hate to admit that, but other than that, I'm kind of I'm not high on this Georgia Tech team, but I respect them for sure.
I am. I feel like your feelings being involved too on this one.
Well, my feelings will never not be involved. Not gonna
See, I know it. I know it.
lie.
I know it. But speaking of the receiver talent of Malik Rutherford, nice segue into these transfer receivers. Eric Rivers was quite literally the best receiver in Conference USA last season for FIU. He's transferred
Mhm.
over to Georgia Tech, where he had 62 catches, 1,172 yards, and 12 touchdowns for FIU last year. And Dean Patterson, his teammate, comes over too from FIU with 50 catches, 685 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Just think about that, bro. You have a receiver who has almost 1,200 yards and 700 yards and 19 touchdowns combined. Coming to play for Georgia Tech with Haynes King. And another guy I like to talk about is Ole Miss D tackle Akilo Stone, who had 14 total tackles, 6 solos, a sack and a half, and a pass breakup for Ole Miss. He comes over now for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. They were 35th in total offense, 42nd in total defense, 54th in passing, 32nd in rushing, tied 58th in scoring offense, 69th in passing defense, 30th in rushing defense, and tied 67th in scoring defense. Anybody got any transfer they want to talk about before we move on to the schedule?
Nope.
No, sir.
All right. I do think that Eric Rivers pickup is huge. I'm not going to lie. I think,
I agree. I think that was a good pickup. A really,
man,
really good pickup for them.
yeah, I'm excited for him.
1,000%.
First game of the season. Not going to lie. This one was tough for me to pick. I went back and forth quite a bit. Ultimately gave Georgia Tech the dub at Colorado, but it was tough.
This was tough for me too because Colorado. I mean, I know we're not talking about Colorado, but Colorado got what, a new quarterback to come in.
It's between what's the name, Julian Lewis and Caden Salter, right?
Yeah, so they got a nice quarterback competition going on there. I got Colorado winning this game.
Not mad at that. Like I said, it was tough for me to pick.
Yeah, it was tough for me to pick as well. But I just went ahead and went with Georgia Tech winning that game. I don't know who the quarterback is going to be at Colorado. I don't know how, Dion's personal stuff is going to affect him. I don't know how
Yeah.
him not coaching his son is going to affect him. It's just like, it's just too much emotionally to call it. So I'd rather just go with Georgia Tech, which is a team that I know that Brent Key is always going to have those guys ready to go because he's had them that way in every single game that they played since he took over as an interim coach and became the full-time coach. He's just a great guy and leader, man.
Yeah, I made my pick before all that news came out, but yeah. Next we have Gardner Webb. I gave that a W.
A W.
Yeah, W.
At home against Clemson. I gave that an L. But I mean, I would love to see it. I'd love to see it win there.
I got it as L too, but
Yeah. Yeah, I would love the drama, but it's a L.
I have Temple being a W.
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 Yeah, and I forgot who just went over at Temple, but Casey Keeler. So shout out to him. Wake Forest at Wake Forest, I have as a W.
I do too.
Yeah, I have a W.
Virginia Tech at home, I have as a W.
Same.
Yep.
At Duke, I have as a W.
I have a
W.
loss.
I have
All
a
right,
W.
get back at home against Syracuse, I have as a W.
I have a loss.
I have a W.
At NC State, Have as an L, surprisingly. I know you're probably looking at me crazy.
I got
I
a
think
W.
this is just one of them weird games where weird stuff happens, kind of like the Syracuse game last year, and NC State just pulls off an upset.
It's like 6.
You with me? Holy
I'm with you. I'm with you. I can literally show you. It literally says L.
I can't believe you with me on this.
That's
What, on
crazy.
NC State?
Yes, we both have it as
Yeah,
a loss.
I have a
Wow, I got
loss.
it as a W. Wow.
I
It's
just
just
think
it's just one of those moments. It's like, every team has like it's just that one game in the middle of the season or the end of the
it's
season.
exactly my thought
Like
process.
it's always an away game. It's always some weird kind of circumstance. Like
That's how I feel
it
about the
just
Syracuse
happens.
game.
That's how
Oh,
you
for
feel about
sure,
what?
1,000%.
I said that's how I feel about the Syracuse game.
But that was
Yeah,
at home
I can
though.
feel that.
Nah, I know, but
I get you. I get
I
you.
think with everything coming in, I would normally have given Georgia Tech the edge in that game, but
I got
I
you.
just think it's going to be a weird game.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can't believe Ace is here for that one. That
Yeah,
is
man. Maybe it's just the years that we've done it. It's making it cohesive now.
maybe because that's crazy. And then at Boston College, I have it as a win.
It happens to win.
You want me to?
And then at home against Pitt, I have it as a win.
I do have them losing against Pitt.
That's fine. I know why. Dave's being pops right now. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm getting barbecue right now.
It's all good. Pitt, WL.
I got a L. Oh, what? Did we did beat Boston College already too?
Nah, but we did. I thought you said W for Boston College.
I did.
So you got them losing to Pitt too.
Yep.
Oh, you and Ace are together on that one. And then Georgia I have as an L, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I
For
got
sure.
L too.
So I have Georgia Tech going 9-3, 6-2 in conference play.
I have them going 8-4.
I got them going 6-6.
Wow. I'm the only. Oh no.
6-6 is kind of crazy.
It's very
6-6
crazy.
is like, oh. So oof.
I
I
mean,
don't know. I don't know
y'all
if they've
heard
been
all-
6-6.
y'all
No,
heard
I
all the
got
Russians
you. I
of that,
heard you.
right?
Yeah, you got the Syracuse joint as an
Yeah.
L. You
Colorado
got Pitt as an
mentioned
L. Colorado
Duke,
as an L. No, I heard you.
Syracuse. Mhm.
And you got Duke as an L.
Mhm.
Yeah. So Dave has the under 7.5 win total. I have the over by a game and a half, and Ace has the hook of the over with 8 games winning.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, I told you I was high on Georgia Tech this year. I was not lying. I am very high on
Look,
Georgia Tech.
I'm not mad at it. I can never disrespect Brent Key because I
It's my
respect
guy.
how he coaches his team.
It's my guy right there. He always got them boys ready to go. I respect how he did it too. Took over a poor Georgia Tech
Yeah.
team for
Yeah,
sure.
like a team that nobody expected them to do anything.
Sure, made a bowl game. I think they lost the bowl game, but the fact they even made it was still like,
Yeah, but
yeah,
he came back from a deficit earlier in the
yeah,
season, played
for sure.
competitively in the bowl game despite people sitting out or whatever the circumstances may have been.
For sure.
He's a great coach.
All right. Well, Dave is being a pops real quick. We move on to Louisville. Life's. So I'm gonna just have him let me know when you got everything situated. We move on to Louisville, coming off a 9-4, 5-3 season where they won the Sun Bowl. That game was crazy. I don't know if you remember that game, but Washington went and scored a touchdown. I think they went for 2 to try to take the lead. And then endless unsportsmanlike conduct penalties happened to where Washington was kicking off from Louisville's 35. So basically, if they recovered the onside kick, they was quite clearly in field goal range, but they didn't get it. But they stacked unsportsmanlike conduct. I don't remember seeing that ever in life. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was like a 1-point win, right?
Yeah, they won
Or
because
1-point
they won the
loss.
onside. No, they won. Louisville won because they recovered the onside kick. But Washington would have kicked from their 35. So if they'd recovered it, they'd have been their 20.
Yeah,
it was
that
something
would've been a wrap.
crazy. Yeah. But they returned 8 starters, 4 on offense, 4 on defense. And namely, the starter they returned is Isaac Brown. Isaac Brown, the freshman last year, now sophomore running back, had a great season, 165 carries, 1,173 yards, 7.1 a carry, and 11 touchdowns for the phenomenal freshman. Chris Bell comes back, 43 catches, 737 yards, 4 touchdowns. TJ Quinn at linebacker, 82 total tackles, 35 solos, and a sack and a half. Antonio Watts, safety, 51 total tackles, 31 solos, 3 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. They returned Stanquan Clark, linebacker, 76 total tackles, 43 solos, half a sack, 2 pass breakups, 2 picks, and 2 forced fumbles. They lose Tyler Shuck again. I don't know how much of a loss that is, but they do lose him. 244 of 389, 62.7 completion percentage, 3,195 yards, 23 touchdowns, and 6 picks. Now plays for the Saints. Ja'Cory Brooks, who actually had a really good season when he left Alabama. 61 catches, 1,013 yards, 9 touchdowns. He plays for the Commanders. Ashton Gillette, edge. And I think his name is like actually pronounced Gelati, but it's written and spelled Gillette, so I'm so sorry. 43 total tackles, 23 solos, 4.5 sacks. He's on the Chiefs. They lost Corey Thornton, defensive back, 38 total tackles, 27 solos, 6 pass breakups, and 2 picks on the Panthers. They lost Jarrett Dawson, defensive lineman, 19 total tackles, 11 solos, 4 sacks, and a forced fumble on Notre Dame this season. 58th in the overall recruiting class, 33rd in transfers. Talk to me about Louisville.
Yeah, so Louisville is definitely one of those teams where you think that they're a dark horse for the ACC championship, if you will. What's his name? Brian Brown. Is that his name?
Coach Jeff
Jeff
Brown.
Jeff
I
Brown.
meant to bring that up. Hold on. Let me set you up. Ace, because you had a great point. I remember one day we in a group chat. Ace goes, Jeff Brown is one of the best, quiet as kept, one of the best coaches in college football. And I had to think about that for a second. I'm like, you know what? You might be right. Go ahead.
Yeah, literally though, like he always gets the best out of his quarterbacks. It's like the way I was thinking about Bill O'Brien and talking about Boston College, that is actually what Jeff Brown does. He did it with Tyler Shaw. He's done it at other colleges as well.
Jack Plummer.
So yeah, Jack Plummer. So I can only expect him to bring in Miller Moss and get the most out of him. Miller Moss doesn't have to be the most efficient. He doesn't have to be Patrick Mahomes. He just has to be efficient. He just has to make the right decisions. And it just seems like he can make the offense in a way that it's easy for the quarterbacks to make the right decisions and look good. You know what I mean? Like he just got Tyler Shaw drafted before Shador Sanders.
I don't think he
like
had anything to do with that. I think there was a lot of conspiracy and collusion going on, but that's a different story for a different day.
all right, thanks. Don't step on my narrative. But but even still, like you said, they have Isaac Brown coming back, who was the freshman offensive player of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Chris Bell coming back. It's a very like I won't say a high octane offense, but it's an offense that they have players who can put up points and people who are explosive. And as long as Miller Moss can manage that, I think it'll be pretty good. Now the defense, on the other hand, I'm not too sure. They're coming off a season where they allowed over 24 points a game. They allowed over 5 yards per play and 19 40+ yard completions. That is not great. And so if according to their stats last year, they were 7-0 when allowing opposing quarterbacks under 65% completion rate, and 2-4 when it's over 65% completion rate. So I don't know if that's going to translate into this year or not, but obviously, if they can continue that kind of trend and hold quarterbacks to lower percentages, of course, that's going to help them win. Um, Other than that, I think it's just a kind of a wait and see thing. They have people, they have talent, and just see if they can make the most of it.
Yeah, while you were talking, I was trying to figure out who the heck was the quarterback of 2022 Purdue football team, because they made the Big Ten championship game under Jeff Brown.
I couldn't think of it either.
I was trying for the life of me, bro. Austin Appleby kept coming in my head, and I'm like, bro, I know it wasn't him. The only person I really remember from that team, it was Jack Plummer, by the way.
It was okay.
I think it was Jack.
That makes sense though.
Only person that came to my head was like Charlie Jones at receiver. And I'm like, bro. Oh, no. I lied. How did I forget that? You know who it was?
Cool.
Bro, you're going to look at me so crazy when I tell you the answer to this. Aiden O'Connell. How did I forget that?
How did we forget that? Yeah, exactly. He was actually like a bigger name than Jack Plummer.
Jack Plummer, yeah. That was my guy. That was my guy.
It was. It really was. He was in the
forget
chat
Aiden
talking crazy about O'Connell. Damn.
How did I forget that?
Yeah, that's crazy. How did we forget that?
But yeah, just to think though,
You
Purdue
know,
off.
after years, like names and faces, they just run together.
Yeah, for real. But the thing though, Purdue just came off a 111-0-8 Big Ten season. But 3 years prior, under Jeff Brom, made the Big Ten championship game. They got waxed. Don't get me wrong. They got
Yeah.
whooped.
Look,
But they
there's
made
levels
the
for
Big Ten
sure.
championship game. It's still the point.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, so
1000% levels, but I'm not mad at it. He's a great coach and he deserves all the accolades that he gets.
top 5, top 10. I
For
ain't mad
sure.
at you. I'm not mad at your take, bro. I thought about it.
For
I'm like,
sure.
besides Kirby Smart, maybe Dabo. Who else?
Yeah. Mario don't perform well in game enough to be in that conversation.
Ryan Day, they kill him for big games, and he 0-4 against Michigan the last 4 years. James
Yeah.
Franklin, we know how
James
he is
Franklin, oh
against ranked
yeah, right.
teams.
Right.
Who else? Jeff Brom
Yeah,
might
it's
be
not
up
it's not
there.
yeah, it's not really much. It's not really many other people.
Nick Saban is now out the game. Yeah, man,
Now,
might be right there.
I will say it depends on what Syracuse does in the next few years.
Oh yeah, I'm messing with Coach Fran Brown.
If
I'm
he
with you.
can have similar seasons,
I'm with you on
he
Fran
he,
Brown.
he should be in that conversation.
I'm with you on Fran Brown 100%. And Signetti, I might throw up there
Oh yeah,
too.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I might throw
Yeah,
Signetti up there.
Kurt
You
do
know me,
his
huge
thing.
Signetti guy.
Kurt do his thing.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
another player I wanted to
that
talk about
meme you
too.
used to send.
Oh, you said what?
That meme you used to
Oh,
send.
bro, it's still saved in my phone. It's coming out. It's coming out. It's
That
coming
was
out
great.
again for sure.
We're gonna see what Mendoza do
For
if
sure.
he's the guy.
Colin Lacey is another guy we didn't talk about for Louisville, who redshirted last season, coming over from South Alabama. He's going to be on the team this year because he redshirted last year. So that's a huge
Right.
get for this Louisville team with Miller Moss. We're on to transfers. Dave, we were talking about Jeff Brom and how Jeff Brom is like possibly a top 5 coach in college football. But yeah, we're on the transfers. Trayshawn Hurry comes in from San Jose State, wide receiver who had 28 catches, 482 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Jabari Mack from Jack State. I watched a lot of Jabari Mack. I think this is a really good pickup for the Louisville defense. 32 total tackles, 20 solos, 11 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a touchdown. Sticky man cover guy. Miller Moss, the quarterback from USC. 233, 362, 64.4 completion percentage, 2,555 yards, 18 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. Darius Thomas, linebacker, Western Kentucky, 54 total tackles, 30 solos, 4 sacks, 4 fumble, and a fumble recovery. JoJo Evans from FIU, safety, 93 total tackles, 52 solos, 7 pass breakups, 2 picks, 4 fumble, and a fumble recovery. And Clev Lubin from Coastal Carolina, edge rusher with 9.5 sacks, 43 total tackles, 23 solos, 3 pass breakups, 3 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Louisville was 13th in total offense, 64th in total defense, 26th in passing, 33rd in rushing, 9th in scoring offense, 100th in passing defense, 40th in rushing defense, and tied 56th in scoring defense. Anybody want to input before we go to the schedule?
Did y'all mention Deion Branch being the receivers coach?
We did not, but we appreciate that nugget.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
actually dope.
that was something that I picked up on Deion Branch being a wide receivers coach. So I think that's going to be huge. That's going to help them. I mean, they already have, good receivers, but I think him being there is going to help them out even more.
Hey, never too much help for sure. That's a nice little nugget, Dave. First game of the season, Eastern Kentucky. I have as a W.
Same.
W.
James Madison. Love the Dukes, but I have this as a win for Louisville.
I do too.
Bowling Green.
I share exact sentiment. Love the Dukes.
Yeah,
Think that they could be like one of those Boise State kind of teams from last year.
for sure.
Still low. Still losing.
Still sad. Ace not joining me on the top 10 teams to look out for in the group of 5, but that could change. Bowling Green. Shout out to Eddie George, but I have Louisville winning.
So do I.
Winning.
At Pitt, starting ACC play. W for Louisville.
W for Louisville.
W for Louisville.
At home against Virginia. W.
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 At Miami. I'm so sorry, fellas. I have this as a W, bruh. And I'm taking the
It's fine. That's fine.
Y'all, they won 2 years ago. I think y'all won last year. They win this year. And it's
Listen,
always been like y'all win at each other's cribs.
it is like that. It is like that. However,
Not happening this year though.
it's not gonna happen.
Y'all
They
know the main
suck.
reason why I have Louisville winning this game too. I'm sorry. I know y'all
Yep.
gonna get sick and tired of this narrative. It just is what it is.
What is it?
Carson back.
Of course, like come on, Ace, you knew that.
I hate
That was
that.
easy for me. I
I
didn't even
hate
have to
that
think
that
about that.
sound bite of me is just forever on the internet because it's like, oh my
You're
god,
lucky.
like that.
You're lucky.
That could have
I'm
been a
one.
worse thing.
I'm one too lazy to reclip that, and two can't find the clip version. I might have to call Joe though.
Oh, I have it. Don't worry.
It's posted. It's in the college football chat. I think it was just posted recently.
It is. Yeah, it is in there
Oh,
somewhere.
all right. I gotta look.
It is in there. Just go through the media. It's definitely in there.
I gotta
Yeah.
look. All right, next game. Boston College.
Take
I
it
have
back,
as a win.
Carson. Yeah, I have it as a win.
When?
At Virginia Tech, I have as a win.
When?
Have it as a win.
Versus Cal at home, I have as a win.
When?
Win.
At home against Clemson, again, I have as an L. I think Clemson gets their get back.
I have a loss to.
Big
And
L.
at SMU, I have them losing to SMU.
So
I
do
think
I.
SMU offenses is going to be too much.
I also have them losing to SMU.
And then last game, the battle with Kentucky, I have them. Wait, Louisville's in Kentucky. Yeah. Battle Kentucky, I have them winning. I know that's a rivalry game. I have them beating Kentucky again.
I got them winning too.
I forgot who
I have
Kentucky
them
got
winning.
at quarterback, but they have a type at quarterback I just don't like. And I think it falls under that again.
I honestly don't know much about Kentucky. So
I can't
Yeah, I don't
remember.
either.
I can't remember. I know Vandergrift. I think Vandergrift left and Gavin Wimsey left. Wimsey, I think, is like at a group of 5 school somewhere.
whenever I
Can't
hear
remember.
Kentucky, I automatically think basketball. So I have no clue what Kentucky has.
I think of Devin Leary and Will Levis and how they tried to tell me those guys were super
Yeah.
good.
That's what I think of too.
Okay.
Did
I
you see
forgot
that picture
I
of Will
forgot what-
Levis' shoulder?
Yes, I did. That was insane.
Bruh. That's like a grade 6 AC sprain or something.
Bro, he's tripping though. Like he waited to this long. Like he tripping.
Yeah, like the season was over a year ago.
I think he tried to give himself an excuse of why he lost the quarterback battle. I'm being so serious when I say this.
I can believe that. I can believe that because there's no way he was beating Cam.
No. But I have Louisville going 10-2, 6-2, which is the over 8.5 win total for Louisville.
I have them
Yeah.
going 9-3, 5-3.
We have the same exact record. Ace.
Oh, hey, look, we all got the over and the win total. That's all that matters, man.
Is it? I
Yeah,
feel like a little more matters. To me anyway.
Well, that's because the one game that separates us is the Miami game. So,
all right, as long as you're aware.
speaking of, we're on to the U.
Go.
And these
There
last
we
two
go.
teams, I started
we
off,
go.
out-talked. Y'all gonna start this off. This is y'all team. Y'all do y'all thing.
Hmm.
All right. Well, Miami, a terrible end to the season. Overall, yes, the season was a step up from the previous seasons. Every year, Mario has been there. We've
Spit it
taken
out.
a step forward.
I know what you're gonna say. Spit it out.
The recruiting has been better. However, there's also just that one game or two games every season that he's been a coach that he just messes up the bed. You know what I mean? And we can go to 2018 in Arizona. We can go to 2019 in Arizona State, 2021 in Stanford, both 2023 and 2024 Georgia Tech, and also last year Syracuse. So
That's not
yes,
his fault. I'm not gonna put you. You can't put
they're
that on
not
Chris
they're
Paul.
not they're not all his fault, but the thing is when you're the captain of the ship, the stuff falls on you. You know what I mean?
Strepo fumbled, didn't he?
Yep.
Restrepo fumbled, but also like our
I
team
don't-
lost its way last year, especially defensively. They lost their way. We didn't
I
have
mean,
the
we didn't
pass
have a
rush that we
defense.
should
I
have
was about to
had.
say, bro, you can't put that on him, no, bro.
I
Y'all
don't
didn't
blame
have a
him on that.
defense.
We had no
It's not.
defense.
It's not
I don't
all
think
on him. It's not all on him, no. But when there's situations where, okay, we are in the lead and they're not even taking the opportunity to just continue to run the ball, hence the Syracuse game, Like there are certain times where there's coaching decisions and when it's time clock management and it's just play calling and it's just things where it's like we seem very outcoached in certain aspects of the game,
I give you that.
especially in the games that we lose.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like
This what I'll give you, right? 'Cause I'm listening. I feel you. This is what I'll give you. I give you this. Y'all played with fire the entirety of last year when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
playing from behind
1,000%.
and playing with the lead. Y'all played with fire. And I
And
feel
that's
like,
culture.
yeah,
And
I
that's
feel like, yeah,
culture.
the coaching could get blamed for that. Because that Cal game was insane. Y'all played with stupid fire in that game.
I thought that was game. I thought that game was over multiple times. I was
Bro,
like,
I
this is
thought
not
y'all
over.
The
that's a game y'all
Virginia
should have
Tech
lost.
game. The
Yeah,
Virginia
that's
Tech
another game
game.
y'all should have
The
lost.
week before.
Yeah. Y'all played with stupid fire. I give you that for coaching.
We play with fire, but I think the fire that we play with, yes, it is. I think it's the culture that Mario has instilled in these past 3 years because he's very big on competition. He's one of those guys from the Alabama coaching tree, and they run their practices a certain way. They run their teams a certain way, and it's competitiveness is the standard, and it's always going to be the standard, which I appreciate one thousand
And he
percent.
played on them Miami teams that had them competitive practices as well.
Exactly, and yeah, and he's a Miami guy, which is probably the most important thing, and that's the thing that has led our program to kind of be turned around these last few years, or rather these last three coaching cycles from Mark Richt to Manny Diaz now to
Mario.
Mario. Obviously we lose a lot. We lose the guy, in my opinion, who should have won the Heisman. We lose.
Okay.
Listen. we
Okay.
lose. We lose our top rusher. We lose our top six pass catchers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So there is a lot of um production to be replaced from last season on the offense. However, I am confident in the fact that we do have Kevin Beard, who was a great wide receiver coach, and he can teach these guys like freshman Malachi Tony, who's coming in, and he was a utility guy in high school, and he basically kind of led his team to the state championship after their quarterback went down. So he's an athlete. It's just a sense of him learning the wide receiver position. And I think that that counts for all the other guys that's coming in. CJ Daniels coming from LSU, coming off a foot injury. He's a big guy who can kind of be similar to Isaiah Horton the way that he played last year. We bring in I'm blanking on the guy's name from
Keelan Marion
yes, from
from
BYU,
BYU.
who's yes, who
Mm-hmm.
can also
Speedster.
return. Yeah, a speedster, like exactly. We bring back Wesley Basaint at linebacker. We bring back Ruben Bain at DN. So we do have experience and leadership because these are guys that Manny recruited from freshmen to now they're upperclassmen and the guys who have the keys to the vehicle. You know what I mean? I think that and bringing in our new DC, whose name is escaping me right
For
now.
sure
What is
needed
his
that. I'm not gonna
name?
lie. Y'all
Corey
definitely
Heatherman. Yeah, we needed that for sure. And Corey Heatherman, he runs a 4-2-5, which is inherently an aggressive scheme.
it's a nickel
Um,
defense. Yeah, this is kind of
yeah,
where football is going these days.
for sure. I mean, it kind of has to at this point, like offenses are so versatile and stuff is so spread out. It's
Yeah.
like, you need that. You need that versatility in the defensive
Can I ask you a
backfield.
question?
Yeah,
How's it felt if you brought over a 3-3-5? You know, I asked this question for a reason.
I wouldn't like it.
I
I wouldn't like
know.
it. I wouldn't like it. Specifically just because it feels like there's no rush with those kind of defenses, you know what I mean? And we need a pass rush. We want to like we're in South Florida. We're in the place where a lot of great pass rushes come from. So it's like, why would you adopt a defense that doesn't take advantage of what's in your backyard?
Nah,
You know
I
what
know.
I
I just
mean?
had to mess with you on that one.
Yeah, you're such a troll. But but I'm getting long with it. I'll let Dave go, man. Tell us
Man,
about the Canes, man.
I kind of want to talk about all the guys that we got in. That's what I want, and the new DC, because I like his attitude. His attitude towards defense, I think, is going to help carry along with the culture that we need to have in Miami. Because the way that he acts as a defensive coordinator is something that Miami needs. It feels like Miami when you have a defensive coordinator like that in the house.
Hmm.
So I feel like that's going to help out. I mean, last year Minnesota ranked 11th overall in the country in defense. So I think that's going to help us tremendously from how bad and how putrid our defense was last year. I think it's going to improve us this year. With all the guys that we came in, and I wanted to talk about the weapons that we lost. I know we lost a lot of weapons, but we gained some weapons too. CJ Daniels from LSU transferred he came from LSU. We got to think about JoJo Traders, another wide receiver that we got. That's going to be playing this year. It was another wide receiver name that I'm blanking on around Malachi
Keelan
Tony.
Murray. But that's not a transfer though.
Marion.
That's a
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
I'm bringing up all
yeah.
recruits
I got
and
you.
transfers. I'm bringing up all of them.
I got
So
you.
Malachi Tony, another receiver that we got that came in this year, and the other one is Joshua Moore, 6'4" wide
Hmm.
receiver. That's that.
Hmm.
He's that.
Freshman.
I'm not saying that he is this type of player because I haven't seen him play yet, but he's like the size is like a Reggie Wayne, Andre Johnson. It's going back to those Miami days to where we got those big wide receivers, and that's the start right there. Because last year we tried to go and get Jeremiah Smith. Of course, we failed because he went to Ohio State. I'm not mad at him going to Ohio State. So Ohio State,
Got a
they got the
natty.
best wide receiver coach in the country. So
Shout
I'm
out
not.
Coach Hartline.
Brian Hartline.
Yeah, he just. You go to Brian Hartline, you're guaranteed success in the NFL.
Bro, can I side note real quick? It's insane. Ohio State is lucky that Brian Hartline doesn't, I guess, want
Go
a head
somewhere
coaching
else.
job or something
Yeah.
like that because
For sure.
it's crazy to me. Like he doesn't leave and try to maybe he's just cool where he had been a receivers coach. But go ahead.
Maybe he is, but I like the weapons that we got in to replace what we lost. I know we lost guys like Isaiah Horton, who I really liked last year. I know we lost some guys last year, but I feel like we replaced enough to be able to be okay in the wide receiver position. We still got our running back Mark Fletcher Jr., so I think we're good there. The biggest question, of course, on offense is quarterback with Carson Beck. But I don't think he's going to be terrible. I don't think he has to do as much as what Cam Ward did last year either, because Cam Ward had to carry the team pretty much last year because the defense was just horrible. I think our defense is going to prove a whole lot more this year. Like I said, if we can get to top 20, top 15, I'll be extremely happy. I don't think we get there the first year, but I think we can get to at least 30, 35 at least, and I think that's going to improve our defense a whole lot. So I like the direction Miami's going in, having a new DC just like that, and getting all the defensive guys that we had to come in. We had the transfers that we got in from Louisiana Tech. We got Keontae Scott from Houston, Jacoby Thomas from Tennessee. We got Xavier Lucas from Wisconsin. So we got
I like
some
that
guys.
one a lot.
Ethan O'Connor from Washington State, Emmanuel Carnley from Arizona. So we got some defensive guys to come in and help out. And another guy, Zachariah Poyser from Jack State. I think our defense is going to improve a whole lot this year because of the guys that we brought in. And most of these guys, if you look at his defensive scheme, they fit his scheme. So I think this is going to work out.
Yeah. So one guy I'm surprised nobody talked about is Muhammad Toure. Coming off an ACL last year, Rutgers, but the year prior at Rutgers, a beast. 92 total tackles, 44 solos, 4.5 sacks.
Yeah, I like him.
Big on the forced fumble. That's
Also a guy who's played with Corey Heatherman already.
Yeah, so
So
that
he
was a huge
knows how
pickup
he
for
wants
y'all.
to play, for sure. 1,000%.
So I'll say this. Y'all covered a lot. I don't want to backtrack a little bit. Ruben Bain and Wesley Bassane is for sure huge returners. I thought stayed. He actually left. Simeon Barrow, he's on the Falcons. I forgot. I said that backstage. He's back. He's not back. He's gone. Tyler Barron, a guy that was pretty good for y'all. 5.5 sacks. He's now on the Jets. Huge loss, but it's a piggyback off of y'all. Y'all do have two good receivers. Now, again, freshman Malachi Tony, don't know how he's going to be. So he's projected to be good from what I'm hearing from y'all. But I do love the CJ Daniels pickup. I think he kind of got lost in the shuffle at LSU, and again, he was coming off a foot injury. But with Kaden Salter at Liberty, he was unstoppable. And he's a guy who's not extremely fast, but he can stretch the field. So I would love to see that mixed with the speedster Keelan Marion. I don't think your biggest question is Carson Beck. I think he's your second biggest question. Your biggest question is your defense, just
no,
because.
I said on offense.
Secondary
Okay, cool.
specifically.
Cool. Okay, offensively for sure, Carson Beck is your biggest question mark. 1,000%.
I don't even know if that's the biggest question mark. To be
What's you gonna
honest,
say? The O line?
No, no, absolutely not. I think
I'm
it
not worried about
is
the
I was about
the
to say, I
wide
didn't-
receiver group. I think it's the wide receiver group.
I
to
think
be
Carson
honest.
Beck's more of a question mark than your receiver group, to be honest,
Yeah, I think
on
so too.
offense.
I don't think Carson Beck is the biggest question mark, just because I anticipate the offense being, not that it wasn't balanced last year, because I want to say we ran the ball at least over 50% of the time, but I'm not looking for Carson Beck to do, I don't think anybody on that team is looking for Carson Beck to beat Cam Ward.
No,
You know what I
Heck no.
not even
mean?
close.
It would be
And,
tripping if
and
they think he's going to
yeah,
do that.
and I think our running back room is underrated in the sense
I would
of
agree.
national
National,
spotlight.
yeah, I
Like
would agree.
we bring back Mark Fletcher Jr., we bring back Noah Lyle, who's a very good running back, and then we get that transfer from North Dakota State. His name escapes me right now,
Oh,
but
he
he
played
is a
with Cam Miller
stud.
and them. I forgot his name too, though.
Yes, he's a stud. He's a stud, and that he's a great addition to that room. So
I forgot his name.
when we have the offensive line that we have, when we have the
Yeah, I
leadership
don't.
from that
You talking about
line.
Shamar Brown? Charmar
No,
Brown
Hold on, wait.
is
Let
that him? I
me.
don't think so. I gotta look.
from North Dakota State? Yeah,
No,
It
that's
gotta be.
his last
Charmar
name is
Brown.
Brown. Yeah, it is
Yeah,
Brown.
it
Yeah.
gotta be him. But yeah, he played with Cam Miller and them.
Yeah, so you bring him in, you have the offensive line that's experienced, that's we already know is talented, and we already know that their floor is a lot better than a lot of other teams. You know what I mean? When you have that, it's like, okay, Carson Beck just needs to be able just to play within himself, play where he's comfortable. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm like, okay, now it's on the wide receiver group to show that they can
Win on third downs and stuff like that.
exactly win on third downs, play smart, play with, find the holes in the zone, be able to
Beat man coverage. I got you.
communicate with him, and they had that chemistry that Cam had with the other team, with the other receivers. And I think that, you know, what I've seen, even though today was the first fall practice, like I see Carson back out there with the receivers. I see them talking and working on the communication. I see him being a leader. I see him trying to lead, like, just take that step forward and be the guy. And that gives me confidence. I am concerned about the defensive backfield, but I think we also bring in a lot of people from the transfer portal. We're bringing in upperclassmen guys. We're bringing in Zachariah Poyer from Jacksonville State, who was a freshman All-American. We
Mhm.
have OJ Frederick coming back. We have Damari Brown coming back off of injury. So it's like there are pieces there already that we can piggyback off of the foundation that Mario has already laid. So it's like at this point, it's just how do these guys mesh together? How can we communicate when the game is moving fast and things like that? And we're going to have a immediate test off the back with Notre Dame. So I'm very interested to see what we're going to do.
Same.
Yeah, and another transfer that y'all didn't talk about, which I think is a big addition, is Alex Bowman, the tight end from Tulane. Because what is a quarterback's best friend? A tight end, and I think
1,000%.
he's a very productive one, especially losing Elijah Arroyo and Cam McCormick, even though mainly Elijah Arroyo. But I think he does a great job in filling that production in, so I do like that as well. But I got some numbers for y'all, and then we can get into the schedule. So last year, Miami was first in total offense, 27th in total defense, which is shocking. Third in passing, 31st in rushing, first in scoring offense, 57th in passing defense, tied 19th in rushing defense, and 70th in scoring defense. First game of the year, Notre Dame. I actually have y'all winning.
Yeah, I have us winning.
I have us losing.
Ooh, okay. I'm not too mad at that because it took me a
Yeah,
minute to pick this game.
I'm not.
I honestly look. I can see from the perspective of Marcus Freeman, really good head coach, going to have a really good defense. That's what that's going to be his MO. Jeremiah Love coming back, phenomenal running back. Can y'all stop the run? Is a big question. So I can see that.
That's all. That's everything that was running through my head. You said it, just about everything that ran through my head, and I was just like, I don't know if that's going to happen the first game off the bat.
I can see that. I'm not mad
Yeah,
at you for that.
yeah, but I feel like our front seven is more of a strength than the backside of the defense. So I can see us being run stoppers more than I can see us just being a straight great coverage team. That's
All
the only
right.
reason I'm like, okay, I see us winning.
All right. Next game we have Bethune Cookman W.
W.
The
South Florida W.
W.
the
At home versus Florida. Have is an L.
I got W.
For the sake of not being that guy, I'll say we well.
I honestly thought you. Hey, you're a good man. You're a good man.
You,
I'm
you
gonna
you
say
know
that.
where everybody knows where my heart is.
Yeah,
Like,
you're a
yeah,
good man. I ain't
I
gonna
don't think we
say.
have to question
I ain't gonna
it.
say no more. But you're a good man. At Florida State, I have as a win.
Win.
When
Louisville, I have as an L. I
Win.
know.
yeah.
Stanford W.
Win.
Ooh, I'll have us winning every game after this.
So do I.
I have y'all losing 2 games after this.
Oh my God, you are insane.
Who you got to
Sorry.
listen to? SMU and Syracuse
SMU is one of them.
SMU
At
for sure
SMU,
is one of them. It's either Virginia Tech
or Pitt?
or Pitt. Yeah.
it's Pitt. It's Pitt, bro.
I don't think we lose that.
Look,
At
judging off,
Pitt,
but if you base
last
it
game
off
of the
last
season.
season, you know what I mean. If you base it
Look,
off last season,
last game of the
we had
season.
everything. We had everything to play for.
Mm-hmm.
Last game of the season. You're not in the ACC title race. Well, you'll be in the race here at 5-2. I think you'll be in the race. But I saw y'all choke it away once. Not even trying to be funny.
Bruh. I literally remember having this jersey on, watching that joint with my girl, and I'm like, all right, I'm thinking like, oh, it's all cool when we, just scoring in the beginning. And then I know my phone, I'm just like the group chat going crazy. I'm like, I look up, I'm like, wait, why is it like, why are they still hanging around? Like, what's going on in defense? And then every time they just kept getting third downs, this dude,
And it's on the road, bruh.
Kyle McCord just kept. No, it wasn't on the road. Oh, we
No,
were on
I'm
the road.
talking
We
about
were on the road. Yeah,
this.
yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
about the Pitt game. It's on the road.
Yeah, and we were on the road last year too. So I get it. I don't agree, but I get it.
I have y'all going 8-4, 5-3, taking the under 9.5 win total.
Oh, yeah. I have us going 11-1.
I got us going 11-1 too.
Wait, your only loss is Florida? I'm not
And my
surprised.
only loss is Notre Dame.
Yeah, you only lost Notre Dame. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at either one of y'all.
Come on now. I ain't
I'm
gonna
not.
get too out of body.
I respect it though. At least you ain't say 12-0 like last year. Even though 12-0 last year was not like too crazy.
No, 12-0 last year was very feasible, and
Yeah.
they messed that up.
Dave,
We
you stick
should
around
have.
for North Carolina or you got to bounce? Because you did have something you wanted to, or do you want to explain?
I'm
You got some hot stuff.
We doing North Carolina now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
North Carolina's
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna stay from North Carolina, but then I'm out after that.
I bet. So North Carolina brings in their new head coach, Bill Belichick. They were under Mac Brown last year, and then an interim. I can't remember who the interim was. 6-7, 3-5 last season, coming off of a Fenway Bowl loss to UConn, 27-14. They did not play well in that bowl game at all. It looked horrible. They returned 6 starters, 4 on offense, 2 on defense. Mainly, they returned Kobe Pacehour, wide receiver with 21 catches, 365 yards. Marcus Allen, defensive back, 36 total tackles, 26 solos, 4 pass breakups, and 2 picks. They returned Caleb Cost at cornerback, 64 total tackles, 45 solos, half a sack, 4 pass breakups, 2 picks, and a touchdown. They lose Omarion Hampton, running back, one of the best running backs in the country last season, 281 carries, 1,660 yards, 5.9 a carry, 15 touchdowns, 38 catches, 373 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now on the Chargers, they do it all back. Jim Harbaugh is going to love him there. Lost J.J. Jones, wide receiver, 36 catches, 582 yards, 6 touchdowns for the Jags. Lost John Copenhaver, tight end, 40 catches, 414 yards, 4 touchdowns. Now on the Jags. Nate McCullum, 24 catches, 274 yards at receiver. Elijah Hussey, felt like he's been there forever. Cornerback, 40 total tackles, 26 solos, 2 sacks, 8 pass breakups, and a pick. Now on the Texans. Camion Rucker, edge rusher, 30 total tackles, 16 solos, 6 sacks, a pass breakup, and a pick on the Ravens. Power Echols at linebacker, 76 total tackles, 43 solos, half a sack, 6 pass breakups, a pick, a touchdown, and a fumble recovery for the Bears now. And Bo Atkinson, D lineman, 35 total tackles, 24 solos, and 7.5 sacks. They had the 29th overall ranked recruiting class, the 9th ranked transfer class. Dave, I'm gonna let you go first because you're bouncing after North Carolina.
Man, look, I think Bill Belichick's first season is going. I'm not going to say the record, but I think they make a bowl game this year off his first season.
I can't confirm or deny yet.
Um, he got Freddie Kitchens coming in as his OC, so he's bringing most of the Patriot vibes to UNC. I think that's going to help him out a lot. He got both his sons on the staff. I like you said, 9th transfer portal class in the entire country. That helps him out tremendously. And I think the Bill Belichick we're going to see at college is going to be different from the one we see in the NFL because he seems a little bit more laid back now in college. He seems to be more of a fun kind of a coach. Now I'm pretty sure he's still going to be Bill when it comes to winning and stuff like that. But I think he's going to have a lot more fun now, and I think that's going to help this team a lot more because I think even from what I hear from some of his transfers in his recruiting rooms, he was, he wasn't the guy that everyone claimed to be when he was with New England. So I think that's going to carry over for now. I'm interested in the quarterback competition with Gio Lopez and the other guy,
Max Johnson.
So, I want to see how that's going to go. Like I said, I like all the transfers they got in, and it wasn't even like a lot of high, like known guys. Like it wasn't a lot of high rank guys, but this is Bill. This is what Bill likes to do. He likes to get guys that a lot of people don't know and put them in the team and just make it a lot better. And I think that's going to happen here at UNC.
Ace.
Yeah, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see what Bill Belichick does with this team and the transition from him being an NFL coach for so long and now you come into college where is also a change in college landscape. It's definitely not the college that it was when he was started coaching. We got players who are going to feel entitled and they're going to demand money and they're going to leave if they don't get what they want. And, Bill already was kind of like a hard nosed coach in the pros when people were making the money. So it's like, it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with just, I guess, the new age kids. Gio Lopez coming in, a great dual threat quarterback. I think he's definitely going to have a chance of being a starter. However, Max Johnson is the guy with the more experience. He can also he can also move a little bit too.
Yeah,
He's not
he's
like
not like immobile. Like he can.
yeah. He granted he's not Gio Lopez running, but he can still do some things. And I dare say that he's probably a better thrower. You know what I mean? Maybe he's a little bit more cerebral with his game as well, just being an older guy. That remains to be seen. But it's a thing that's a possibility. I wonder if he's gonna bring like NFL like schemes to this team, especially with his sons being on the defensive side of the ball and him
Better.
bringing in staff that are very familiar with him and the way that he likes to run his teams. Other than that, I'm just very interested to see what's going to happen. I know they had like a major overhaul with their offensive line, bringing in transfer people. So I'm not super high on this team, but I don't think they'll be the worst in the ACC.
Oh yeah, it's tough to be worse than Stanford and Wake Forest. But
For sure.
I do think he brings defensive concepts to North Carolina because he's going to have to. The weakness of North Carolina has been defense for years. Even with
Yeah.
Sam Howell, the weakness has been the defense. With Drake May, the weakness has been the defense. So definitely has to bring those defensive concepts over to improve said defense of North Carolina. Um, Speaking of transfers, like y'all said, Gio Lopez, the lefty from South Alabama, he definitely is very mobile. He's way more mobile than Max Johnson. But Max Johnson isn't a guy who's just like stationary. I believe Max Johnson actually got hurt outside the pocket against Minnesota last season. So that's an interesting quarterback battle, like we all said. I highlighted the defensive transfers that I seen. I highlighted 4 of them. Andrew Simpson, linebacker with 45 total tackles, 29 solos, 3 sacks, a pick, and 3 forced fumbles from Boise State. Mikael Gabayer, transfer from linebacker from Mizzou, 49 total tackles, 20 solos, a sack, 3 pass breakups, and 2 fumble recoveries. Smith Vilbert, transferred DN from Penn State, 12 total tackles, 4 solos, a sack and a half, a pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. And then Thaddeus Dixon, I believe Belichick's son, came from Washington. Thaddeus Dixon came from Washington. 43 total tackles, 26 solos, 10 pass breakups, a pick, and a forced fumble. So outside of Gio Lopez, those are the 4 transfers I highlighted. I am intrigued, though, with this Bill Belichick hire. First time college football coach ever. Normally a stern guy, which is what you kind of need in college football, but y'all saying he's being relaxed. I did hear about that in the recruiting pitch that he was a little bit more relaxed. I think come training camp and come season, though, which is now currently, I think that switches. I think he's going to be that guy again because you need to. You got to instill discipline in college kids. So I think his flips. But if y'all ready, we can get to the schedule.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
First game of the season, they take on TCU. Not gonna lie, I kind of like TCU. I'm not even kind of. I really like TCU. I like Josh Hoover. Give me an L for this game.
Give me an L.
I have an L as well.
At Charlotte, Tim Albin, love you as a head coach. You turned around Ohio. You're not turning around Charlotte that fast. I have this as a W for North Carolina.
W.
Richmond, W. At UCF, I have this as an L.
Loss.
Yeah, I have that as an L as well.
Scott Frost is back, baby. Clemson, I have this as an L.
Loss.
L.
At Cal, I have this as an L. 3 straight.
I have it as a W.
I have it as an L as well for obvious reasons.
I think they bounce back and win at home against Virginia.
I think they win that game too.
I agree.
At Syracuse, I have this as an L.
Loss.
Stanford, I have as a win at home.
Win.
At Wake Forest, I have them winning this rivalry game on the road.
Win.
Yes, sir. I agree. Win.
And then I have them losing out the last 2. I have them losing at home against Duke and on the road against NC State.
I have them winning the last 2.
We here, Carl.
So I have North Carolina actually going 5-7, 3-5, not making a bowl game, Dave. I'm so sorry. And the over-under of 7.5 was absolutely crazy to me. I am on the under. I might even bet this.
Yeah,
7.5 seems pretty steep.
I didn't know that was the 7.5. I didn't know that was the over under. I got them over though. I got them at 8-4, 6-2, 8-2.
Oh my God, you are insane. Hey, if Bill Belichick can do that his first season, bro, kudos to you.
Hey, I'm not saying this is highly likely. I just like what's the possibility. That's all.
Yeah, I think
our ceiling.
Even though they do duck a lot of not duck. Let me stop using the word duck. They do miss a lot of the top of the ACC. Still don't think they make a bowl game.
Yeah,
bro.
they don't play. They don't play Louisville. They don't play Miami. They don't play SMU. They only play.
They only play Clemson. Clemson is and I'll hold my
the 3 games. The 3 games. The 3 games. The 2 games I'm not mad at that you also have as a loss is Duke and NC State because I can see them losing those 2 games.
Both of them rivalry games.
Exactly. So that's why I kind of feel like it could go either way.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Coach Bill. Love you to death, but your first year at UNC is going to be a little rocky.
Sure.
Ace, what you got him at?
5-7.
Oh, we got the same exact whole layout,
yeah,
right?
We got the same jump. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then Dave got my AM4. Dave, I know you got to go. Any last words before you bounce?
None, man. I'm just glad to finally get back on, talk about some ACC football and talk about the U. Let's go. Let's make it to the. Can I at least say who I got at the ACC championship game?
Oh yeah, you can do all that. Say your ACC championship game. Say your ACC player of the year.
So ACC championship game, Clemson, Miami. I got Miami winning, of course.
Get out.
And ACC player of the year, Kate Klubnik.
Oh, wow. He was right.
Sounds very familiar.
Oh man.
Yeah. Told you. I say I think we all agree. So
I did
almost
too.
Almost as if I have the same thing.
I don't. I have two of the same things.
I know. Me and Ace are here on this,
For
so
That's
sure.
fine.
So,
I got you.
That's
hey,
But
fine.
if Carl
y'all
wants to
have
have
y'all,
Kevin
y'all,
Jennings as his ACC player
No,
of the
that's not
year,
my
go
ACC player of the year, bro. Relax. Hey,
ahead.
that's not a bad one though. It's not a bad one. Definitely not a
Yeah.
bad one. If I had to, pick somebody else, no, I don't even think it would be Kevin Jennings, even though I think it's gonna be a quarterback. I might, if I had to pick somebody else, it might be Isaac Brown.
I
mm,
can see that. It depends on what Louisville does, though.
Yeah. You
mm.
don't get? Do you have by chance? You don't have to have one. This is just optional. Do you have a defensive one?
Defensive? No, I don't.
I have one, but it's not. It's like I said, it's optional.
Nah. I didn't have a defensive one.
All right. Well, appreciate you, Dave, for coming on. We're gonna finish this ACC preview. Ace, we locked in for like what 7 more teams.
Yes,
So
sir. Knock them
Yeah,
out.
yes, sir.
y'all do y'all thing. I'm gonna send you the rest of the team's record.
Yeah, send me your records. Yeah, just send me the team and the record you got them going.
I got you.
Appreciate you.
All right, y'all.
All right. And then boom, and then boom. Hold on, I want to see something real quick before we keep it going, fellas. I got to catch up on some comments. Them just came out of nowhere. I ain't gonna lie. I appreciate y'all comment. Ooh, I hit the wrong thing, and now I am cooked. Hey, I appreciate y'all commenting. I'm about to get to y'all comments in a second after I uncook myself. I forgot how Joe showed me how to do this. Oh, wait, here you go, right here. Oh no, this is it. So we're good. I still like it. All right, bro. Get that. You lucky I can't delete comments, Joe. But shout out my boy Chris, Ravens fan. Yeah, big flock in the building. Shout out to the guys. Joe said, "Dang, that's 4 in a row." I think he was talking about 4 L's in a row. I think I got UNC actually having 3 in a row. I don't know about 4. Is NC going to be a program to look out for this year? I say no in terms of like high level success. Dave got him going 8-4. I disagree wholeheartedly. I don't even have him making a bowl game, but hey, I'm not right all the time. Joe said he's rooting for Bill Belichick and UNC. I'm rooting for them too. I just don't think the first year is going to be that successful. He has a college coaching style as far as tough coaching. That's exactly what me and Ace were getting at. He think we're harsh going 5-7. I thought it was kind of harsh too, but
I don't even know if it's harsh, to be honest. I feel like 5-7 is your first year. You're coming into a team. You barely have your own players, and the people that you really are like probably gunning for is probably transfers. And Gio Lopez is probably going to be the best of that. And let's not get it confused. Like Gio Lopez was cool. He was also playing in the Sun Belt.
hey, chill
You
out,
know
bro.
what I
Because you know we
mean?
group of 5. You know we group of 5 supporters over
Yes,
here, bro.
I am. I'm not trying to say it like it's a slight, but the reality of the situation is like, yeah, he coming to a Power 5 conference. There's going to be a learning curve with
Yeah,
that.
I
You're
agree with
playing with a
that.
Super Bowl winning coach. There's going to be a learning curve with that. Who, by the way, we don't know if his focus is fully on football or not.
Hey, chill out.
That
Hey, chill
that
out.
guy that guy ain't had this much free time in so long. And she coming to practices and stuff. It's like, all right, brother. Like, look, I know how it is.
I feel
I know
that. I
what it
feel
is
that.
when your nose wide open. But you might need to close his nostrils a bit and
I feel
focus
like
on.
Gio Lopez ain't. I don't want to say perfect because nobody perfect, but Gio Lopez got flaws. I mean,
one
you put some
thousand
pressure on that
percent.
boy.
He's not Cam Newton. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
and he's short. Gio Lopez is also another short
Yeah.
quarterback. So,
Almost like
I'm
somebody we
short.
already
So
mentioned.
chill out because you said a word
Castellanos.
that got me
No,
canceled.
no, no, no. Yeah. I won't say that again.
Hey, but nah, for real. And I'm an advocate for my short QBs, but he's not the most accurate guy either.
Yeah, he's
And I
not
don't
Drew
know.
Brees.
Yeah, and I don't know who his Jamal Pritchard is going to be this year. What's that word? Chris says to Joe. I should skip this, but all comments are read. JD5 getting ready for Lamar in that Super Bowl. Chris, almost got you kicked out. Hey Joe, cut it out, bro. We not on that right now. Exactly. Like, come on, bro. This is college football, bro. Relax.
Yeah, don't nobody want to talk about the Commanders or the Ravens. Come on, man.
See, look, bro. This is my guy too, by the way. Ace cool when he ain't got the Steelers trash on. Hey, look, right now, This my dog. I'm here for the Steelers slander, but we college, so we reunited right now. So Joe with
Ah,
the laughing emojis.
ah,
That's true. And then he was talking about basically he was responding to you what you were saying about UNC this upcoming season.
yeah.
But we'll move on to NC State. NC State,
Now all I can think about is the Steelers.
chill out, bro. NC State is coming off a 6-7, 3-5 season. Honestly, at one point, it didn't look like they were gonna make a bowl game, but they kind of had like a mini turnaround at the end of the year with CJ Bailey. They lost in the Military Bowl, 26-21 to ECU. They gave up a huge run late in the game to Rajay Harris. Pissed me off because I had money on the game. I had a parlay. Cam Ward not playing in the second half kind of made me sick too because I'm like, bro, I wish I known because I wouldn't have bet on the game if I'd have knew. But they returned 10 starters, 6 on offense, 4 on defense, namely CJ Bailey at quarterback, who went 196 at 302, 64.9% for completion percentage, 2,403 yards, 17 touchdowns to 10 interceptions, 89 carries for 279 yards and 5 touchdowns. He is a dual threat guy who can use his legs. I think last year he was a guy, for real, last year he was a guy who was really a runner who can pass the ball. I think he needs to develop into a guy who could throw the ball and also run the ball. May not be this season, it may be next year where he gets that, but that's more so of the trajectory I think CJ Bailey should be aiming for. They returned Hollywood Smothers, the running back who I accidentally mentioned in the Duke segment. Running back who had 89 carries for 571 yards, 6.4 carries, 6 touchdowns, 19 catches, 263 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Justin Jolly, the tight end, 43 catches, 661 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Noah Rogers, 35 catches, 478 yards, and a touchdown. Sean Brown, the linebacker, 96 total tackles, 50 solos, 3 sacks, pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries. Bad handwriting, but to Cavalli Price, defensive end, 37 total tackles, 13 solos, 3.5 sacks. Now, the major loss for NC State, Kevin Concepcion. Huge blow to the NC State offense, to the NC State team. He was quite literally their best player since his freshman year,
Definitely.
2 years ago, 2023. He's now at Texas A&M, which I'm sorry, brother. Why? Brother, why? Can I ask you a question, bro? How do you feel about Marcel Reed?
Marcel Reed, I'm actually not too sure I know who Marcel Reed is, to be honest.
Not really a fan, bro. He's a quarterback for Texas A&M. Not a fan. He can run the ball pretty well.
Listen, I don't know if Texas A&M has ever had a quarterback that I was like, oh, he's good.
Besides one.
Oh, yeah. Besides Johnny. Besides Johnny football.
Kyler Murray went there first.
Whose homie that was the wide receiver?
What, Mike Evans?
No,
Ryan Tannehill.
Ryan Tannehill.
And then Kyler Murray went there before he went to Oklahoma. They
But he didn't play.
They messed that up. But
he didn't play like that.
But yeah, Kevin Concepcion.
I think he just wanted to play in the SEC, and
I ain't mad at that. But like, bro, he could have went. I'd have took Auburn over Texas A&M. No fun.
Oh my gosh.
With Cam Coleman and Eric Singleton.
Oh my gosh. Like,
Woo-hoo.
like what?
Put me at quarterback. We winning some games.
I'm telling you, just all screens, just all like just all yak stuff.
Yeah, I'm so excited for Cam Coleman this upcoming season. But yeah, he had 53 catches, 460 yards, and 6 receiving touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns to add on that. Lost Jordan Waters, the running back, to the Rams, 95 carries, 470 yards, 4.9 a carry, and 4 touchdowns. Devin Van on the edge, who plays for the Browns, 41 total tackles, 16 solos, 6.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups, 6 forced fumbles. Aiden White, linebacker, now on the Jags, 59 total tackles, 39 solos, 5 pass breakups, an interception, and a touchdown. And Bishop Fitzgerald, the safety, who transferred to USC, which is Southern Cal, 55 total tackles, 35 solos, 8 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, and a forced fumble. They currently have the 48th overall recruiting class and 61st in transfers. Talk to me about NC State Ace.
Yeah, I think the things that jump out about NC State are for sure CJ Bailey return at quarterback, who had pretty good flashes last year of being a playmaker. Bringing back what's his name?
Hollywood Smothers.
Hollywood Smothers leading that rushing attack, and you also mentioned the tight end
Justin Jolly.
Justin Jolly. Thank you very much. Like those three guys are definitely like the leading production that they're coming back with. I don't think that anybody is looking at this team to run anything in the ACC, but I think that they're one of those teams that's like, okay, they're middle of the pack, and if you don't take them seriously enough, they can get you on any given day. And I
Facts.
think that is dangerous enough in the college game, and that is something that can really derail your season. Now, as far as their defense and things like that, I'm not sure. I know their secondary was depleted after some transfers, and their D line may have veterans, but I think that is about it when it comes to like leadership by position group on that defense. You know, we're definitely going to have to just wait and see how this team meshes together, but I'm not super high on them. I think that they may have some flashes, but that's about it.
Yeah, so I'm glad you said that because defensively is where I went in the transfer portal to highlight. I highlighted Kenny Soares, the transfer linebacker from Northwestern, 20 total tackles, 13 solos, half a sack and a pass breakup. Sion Sloan, Utah State edge rusher, 49 total tackles, 26 solos, 7.5 sacks. And Sebastian Harsh, coming from Wyoming, also an edge rusher, 40 total tackles, 25 solos, and a sack and a half. So they're definitely looking to replenish that defense, which NC State is normally known for having a really good defensive team and a
Yeah,
running. They're like a running first defensive mob from what I've noticed, dating back to like Bradley Chubb and all those teams and stuff like that.
yeah.
So they definitely look up the bulk of the defensive end of the ball. And I 100% agree. They're a middle of the pack team that if you play with them lightly, they will get you. Excuse me. You still have to take them seriously. You can't overlook them. Say, for example, you got a Clemson game next. You got to still focus on NC State or they will sneak up on you. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. They were 76 in total offense, 88th in total defense, 58th in passing, 83rd in rushing, 62nd in scoring offense, 93rd in passing defense, 79th in rushing defense, 99th in scoring defense. If you're ready, I'll knock out these comments and then we'll get on to the schedule.
Let's get to it.
All right, so my boy Chris says Ace is all love in college. G Miami, my squad since a youngin. And then he said Ed Reed, Sean Taylor on the bench, Jesus, which is crazy.
That makes you half okay.
Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I used to rock with the Hurricanes too because I played for Milo Heights. So
Oh, let's not reminisce. Let's not go back too far.
I got you. Schedule NC State. I have them beating East Carolina in the bowl game rematch.
Yes, sir. I didn't beat them.
I think that's gonna be a tough game though. And then at home against Virginia, I have that as a win as well.
Have it as a win as well. Again, another probably tough game.
Maybe. Next, I have at Wake Forest. I have as a win.
Have that as a win as well.
At Duke, I have as a loss.
Have that as a loss.
Virginia Tech, I have as a loss.
Have that as a loss.
Campbell, I have as a win.
Campbell, I have as a win.
At Notre Dame, I have as a loss.
Have as a loss.
At Pitt, I have as a loss.
It's a loss.
Georgia Tech, I have as a win.
I
I
have
told you.
that
Oh yeah,
as-
we was here on that. I remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I have that as a win. Yes.
At Miami, I have as a loss. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Big loss.
Florida State, I have as a loss.
I actually had that as a win.
And then UNC, I have as a win.
UNC, I have as a win.
So I have North Carolina State going 6-6, 3-5 in conference. Again, Virginia game. Oh, I forgot to announce it. The Virginia game is not an ACC game. I forgot to announce that. Virginia, yes, they are in the ACC. NC State, yes, they are in the ACC. This game does not count towards the ACC standards. Do not ask me. I don't know how that works. That game is just a home and home. They play each other in, but it will not count towards the ACC standings. So, although I have that as a win, it doesn't count to the ACC standards. It's just a regular game. So, yeah. So I
Which
have them
doesn't
going
make
6-6.
any sense, by the way.
Not at all. But hey, we're not commissioners.
Money
6-6.
talks, I guess.
I have them going 6-6, 3-5, which is the under 6.5 win total for NC State.
Yes, I also have them going 6-6, 3-5, just different games.
Yep. So we both have the under of the win total there. So we'll move on to Pitt. Shout out Pitt, man. They return a lot. Well, they return a decent amount. They return. I think they return a lot of production, not a lot of players. Oh no, I lied. They returned 14 starters. Oh, both. Anyway, they came off a 7-6, 3-5 season where they did lose the Sports Bowl 48-46 in 6 overtimes to Toledo. Thanks to coaching. That was so stupid. Why are you kicking the extra point and then you have to run a 2-point conversion from like a yard behind anyway? Just go for the win. You're down to your fourth string quarterback because Eli Holston didn't play. Another quarterback wasn't getting the job done. Just go for the win. And they end up losing. So Junior Vanderwaals had a huge game in that game for Toledo. They returned 14 starters, 7 on offense, 7 on defense, namely Eli Holston, like I just announced. Quarterback, 180 out of 291, 61.9% completion percentage, 2,225 yards, 17 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions, 81 carries, 328 yards, 3 touchdowns, a complete shock to the arm for Pitt last season. But the biggest name coming back, it's not even a quarterback in my opinion. It is Desmond Reed. Running back, 184 carries, 966 yards, 5.3 a carry, 5 touchdowns with 52 catches, 579 yards, and 4 receiving touchdowns. Came from Holy Cross, was a huge rejuvenation to Pitt as well. Kenny Johnson, the receiver, comes back, 46 catches, 537 yards, 3 touchdowns. Raphael Williams, wide receiver, 37 catches, 426 yards, 6 touchdowns. Kyle Lewis, again, one of those safety hybrid linebackers. I thought he was a safety, but he's really a linebacker. 100 total tackles, 45 solos, 7 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, touchdown, and a forced fumble. Jimmy Scott on the D-line, 30 total tackles, 19 solos, 6 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. Rasheem Biles, linebacker, 81 total tackles, 47 solos, 6 sacks, 9 pass breakups, an interception, a touchdown, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. They lose Kanata Munfield, their best receiver last year, 52 catches, 813 yards, and 5 touchdowns, currently on the Rams. Gavin Bartholomew at tight end, 38 catches for 322 yards and 4 touchdowns, currently on the Vikings. And they lose Donovan McMillan, safety, 115 total tackles, 55 solos, 7 pass breakups, a pick, and a forced fumble, currently on the Browns. They had the 65th overall recruiting class and 65th overall transfer class. Ace, talk to me about Pitt.
Yeah, I think when I think about Pitt, the first thing I definitely think about is Pat Narduzzi, and when I think of him, I think strong leadership. I think of stout defenses. Unfortunately, Pitt as a program hasn't been able to like capitalize since that 2021 ACC title appearance.
Shoot, they won
But
it. They
oh
beat
yeah, they
Wake
did,
Forest.
man. Yeah, you're right. It did. Oh my God, it was Sam
That
Hartman.
sounds nasty nowadays.
Wow, that
That sounds
is
so nasty.
that sounds nasty any year, to be honest. Jesus, but yeah, Eli Holstein, I think he's a guy with the big arm, the athletic build. I think that he has the potential now. Can he capitalize on that? That remains to be seen. But like you said, Desmond Reed coming back, he's a dynamic runner and a returner. Almost had, I think, 1,000 yards in the season last year. Um, Kenny Johnson coming back, he's a big play ability receiver. Um, and I am concerned about the defense. I don't know if they had that any one guy who really like can, I
I
guess,
like Kyle
shift the
Lewis.
momentum. Yeah, Kyle Lewis for sure. Like coming back, I want to say maybe become being if not a senior, a redshirt junior or something going into this year.
I can
He's a guy
double check.
who has a great motor, over 100 tackles over the year. Like he could definitely anchor like that front seven. But beyond that, I'm not too sure. I don't know. I don't know what's really been going on with Pitt because it
I got
feels
a
like
sophomore right here.
he's a sophomore.
I know. The shocked me too. I'm a double check, but I got it. He's a sophomore.
Wow, I thought he was.
I'm gonna double
eh,
check for you. Red shirt sophomore.
Okay, redshirt sophomore. Redshirt sounds about right though. But again, I think this is the team where, if they're successful, it's going to be on Holstein being consistent and that O line protecting them and creating running lanes. And, if that defense can uh, regain some oomph on the edges and get a good pass rush, I think that's enough to do damage in the ACC this year. You know what I mean? So it's like they don't have to be an incredible team in order to have a successful season. However, based off last season, it is kind of iffy on where they stand.
Yeah, and then if you remember last season, they just kind of fell off a cliff. They started off really hot. I
They
think they
did.
won that close one against Cal. I think they won the blowout against Syracuse. I want to say Cal McCord threw like 3 pick sixes in that game or something like that.
Yeah, it was
Um,
it was very much a season of streaks. It began with a winning streak and ended with a losing streak.
yeah, they just fell off so badly. I want to say it was after the Syracuse. Yep, I got it right here. After the
Yeah,
Syracuse
it's
game, they
5 or
lost
6
to
straight losses.
5 straight. They lost to SMU, Virginia, Clemson, Louisville, and Boston College. Now, some would
Yeah,
attribute that to, SMU, Clemson, Louisville, really good teams. But then unexcusable loss to Virginia and Boston College, especially at the end of the year with Boston College. Unexcusable.
yeah, by double digit points at that.
Yeah, Virginia, they lost by 5. They lost to Boston College by 11.
They did play Clemson tough though. Like it was a
Yeah,
close
Cade
game
Klubnik
in
had to break
Clemson,
that
but
50-yard touchdown run to win that game late in the game.
yes, 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 he did. You're right. You're
Yeah, I
absolutely right
remember
about
that.
that.
I do remember that.
Also, I don't think Eli Holstein played in that game either.
I think you're right. I don't think Eli Holstein played in that.
I
You're
don't think he
absolutely right.
did.
It was Jayton on Yarnell.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Holstein didn't play the last 3. He didn't play Clemson, Louisville, or Boston College. But he
Yeah,
did play
you're
Virginia.
right.
He
You're
might have got
right.
hurt in that Virginia game though.
Oh wow. And that 6 overtime loss against Toledo.
That was coaching, bro.
Oof.
I put that on coaching.
That's pretty ugly.
I put that on coaching, bro. I really do. But some transfers I like for them. Kavir Baines Marquise transfers in from UC Davis. I want to say he was a linebacker. He had 155 total tackles, 102 solos, 2 sacks, 22 pass breakups, 5 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Oh no, he's a safety. No, I forgot to write what position he was, but I want to say he was a linebacker. Give me 1 second. He is a safety. Dang, safety with 155 tackles. That's crazy.
Mm.
That's not
Yeah, that's
necessarily.
wow. That's line. That's not good.
Now I was about to say that's not necessarily a great thing at times,
Yeah, that's
depending
not
on how
good.
those tackles were made and where. That's not great.
That's
But
actually
I
very
mean, if
bad.
he's playing close to the line of scrimmage, on the other hand,
Yeah, but I don't think there's many people playing. What is it, the prowler position, or whatever they
yeah,
call it?
he could be like a
Yeah,
Jamal
not in
Adams.
college.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Blaine
look at Jamal. Well,
Spires,
look where Jamal Adams is.
like about time. It's about time. It's
Yeah,
about time he's that linebacker.
finally put him there where he's supposed to, where he been supposed to be.
It's another guy that might need to be at linebacker too, Jonathan Abram, but he's got to get some
Yeah.
more size on him.
If only LaRon Landry played around that. He's another one.
Man. Blaine Spires transfers in off the edge from Utah State. 8 total tackles, 4 solos, and a sack, but he only played in 4 games. Joey Zielinski transfers in off the edge for Eastern Michigan. Now, I've looked at that name. I'm like, bro, that name seems so familiar. He did pretty well. 29 total tackles, 12 solos, 2 sacks, pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Pitt was 44th in total offense, 81st in total defense, 24th in passing, 85th in rushing, tied 31st in scoring offense, 122nd in passing defense, tied 19th in rushing defense, and 92nd in scoring defense. Ace, do you want to add anything before we get to the Pitt schedule?
Oh, sir, let's get to it.
All right. So first game of the season is at versus Duquesne at home. W. Then they play Central Michigan at home. Sorry, cuz it's a W. My cousin goes to Central Michigan.
Oh, sorry to that man, but it's a W.
Woman. It's a girl.
Woman, sorry. So
Backyard brawl. I don't think I picked this game right the past 2 seasons. I'm going with Pitt to win at West Virginia. I might be wrong a third year, but the backyard brawl I got going to Pitt.
I think you are wrong a third year, and I haven't gone to West Virginia.
Okay. Rich Rod, my guy, so I ain't too mad, but they don't have CJ
Back at home, first time in the big rivalry.
Oh my God. I know it's going to hit like
I can't
crack.
go against my guy.
It's going to hit like crack to West Virginia fans that first game.
The nostalgia.
Oh my
The
God.
nostalgia. I wish Pat White and Steve Slayton had a time machine.
I wish they was like on the coaching staff. That'd have been so cool.
Oh my gosh, right?
Or at least on the sideline. You
That'd
gotta
be
get
like
them on the
DeMar
sideline.
Robinson on Michigan coaching staff.
Nah, for real.
What
Louisville.
a time.
Louisville has an L.
How does that?
Boston College, I have as a W.
I have that as a W.
Florida State, at Florida State, I have as an L.
I have them beating Florida State.
At Syracuse, I have as an L.
I have that as a L.
NC State at home, I have as a W.
I have that as a W.
At Stanford, I have as a W. But the time zone thing could get tricky, but I have it as a W.
I have that as a W.
Notre Dame at home, I have as an L.
Yeah, for sure, big L.
At Georgia Tech, I have as an L.
I have them losing Georgia Tech and Miami.
Oh, no, that's right. I do have them beating y'all because remember the whole end of the year on the road, y'all might have something to play for thing. I do have them beating y'all. You froze?
No, sorry. I was I was trying to get my record together. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, I got picked on 7-5, 4-4, and I have the over 6.5 win total for Pitt by the hook.
Yeah, I have them going 6-6.
So you have the under by the hook.
Yeah, under.
So basically, the
hook.
Miami game is
it's the decider.
Yeah, decided factor.
Well, we have different games, but yeah, essentially that is the decider.
Oh yeah, because the backyard brawl could be the deciding factor too.
Yeah,
because you have them losing that and I have them winning that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, shout out my boy Joe. He said, I'm not even surprised that you're a Miami fan. In reference to my guy Chris. Shout out my uncle. Talking about the Gators. Man, I told this man we doing the ACC and the man gonna put the Gators. Come on, my guy.
The Gators, the haters. Oh, your boy DJ in. Your boy DJ in right now.
Oh man. Yeah, he didn't even play the whole second half. Trey Lance was. I wanted to see his stats, so I looked, and it was Trey Lance still in the game.
Yeah, he literally just got in.
Yeah,
he just completed the pass to Jerry Rice's son.
Oh, that's all right.
My goodness! Did you see that clip of a route that he ran? Oh my god, it was atrocious.
No, I didn't.
It was like
this past. You talking about this year training camp?
Yeah, it was in training camp this year, and it was like, dang, Jerry Rice, your daddy. It's like,
I look for Jerry Rice kid too. I forgot what school he went to. I think it was USC. It was Braden Rice, USC. Yep.
Yeah, USC.
Oh man, come on, Braden. All right, next we go to SMU, and before we start SMU, I would like to say that this win total kind of like threw me off after I like finished their preview. I was like 8.5. That's it. But hey, I ain't Vegas.
I can see that. That's fair.
I thought at least it was gonna be like 10.5 or 9.5. But either way, let's get into it. SMU coming off of a season where they went 11-3, 8-0 in conference. Now they didn't play Clemson until the conference championship game where they lost, but it was a close game, like I said. They lost the ACC title game. They did lose in the first round of the college football playoffs, 38-10 to Penn State. They got in. Bama fans were butthurt about that, crying like I didn't lose to Vandy, and then you get side tangent. You get butthurt about losing. Not making the CFP. You then play Michigan, who has no passing game whatsoever, and lose in the ReliaQuest Bowl. And get dominated at that.
Yeah.
And Jalen Milroe played. Your guys played. You lost. So
that's not how you want to end the first season post Nick Saban.
No, and Kalen DeBoer is my guy, but like I was hoping they won, but I wasn't too. I was mad. I was about to lie because it was Michigan. The only reason why I was so mad they lost it was because it was Michigan. If it was anybody else, I'd have laughed at Bama, but had to be Michigan. But anyway, they returned 8 starters on offense. 8 starters in general. 6 on offense, 2 on defense. They returned Kevin Jennings, the most notable starter in my opinion. 247 of 380, 65%, 3,245 passing yards, 23 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. Now, mind you, this is also with him splitting time in the first 2 to 3 games with Preston Stone before they turned to Kevin Jennings, as the permanent starter. It was really after the BYU game. They just said, all right, we're going with Kevin Jennings. 101 carries, 384 yards, and 5 touchdowns. I lost $1 in that BYU game. I was so mad. Me and my dad bet. I was at his house. Return RJ Maryland at tight end, 24 catches, 359 yards for 4 touchdowns. They returned Romello Brinson, wide receiver, with 13 catches, 135 yards. They returned Deuce Hartman at cornerback, 31 total tackles, 20 solos, 8 pass breakups, and an interception. And Isaiah Wachovia, 100 total tackles, 53 solos, half a sack, three pass breakups, and three interceptions at safety. Now, a big name they lost was Brashard Smith at running back. He was like heaven sent for them last season.
Yeah.
235 carries, 1,332 yards, 5.7 a carry, 14 total touchdowns. 14 touchdowns, 39 catches for 327 yards and 4 touchdowns. And he goes to the Chiefs. Like, come on, bro. We serious. They lost Preston Stone, transferred quarterback to Northwestern. 30 of 51, 58.8% completion percentage, 421 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 1 interception. And they lost Roger Daniels at wide receiver, 42 catches, 663 yards, 4 touchdowns. They returned Jordan Hudson, wide receiver, 39 catches, 422 yards, 5 touchdowns. They lost Kobe Wilson, linebacker, 117 total tackles, 54 solos, 3 sacks, 2 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, touchdown, and forced fumble. Elijah Roberts, they lose him off the edge, 35 total tackles, 17 solos, 7.5 sacks, a pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Now on the Bucs, they lose Joffrey Harvey, edge rusher, 31 total tackles, 15 solos, 7.5 sacks, pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles, fumble recovery. Now also on the Raiders, and they returned Ahmad Moses, safety, 73 total tackles, 38 solos, 6 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, touchdown, and a forced fumble. They have the 34th overall recruiting class. They had, I lost my 42nd in transfers. Ace talked to me about Rhett Lashley and SMU.
Yeah, so obviously I think Rhett Lashlee is a great coach. I think he's a guy who's offensive scheme wise is one of the better coaches in the nation. He really knows how to get the most out of his quarterbacks. It seems like he makes the schemes easy for them to digest and make decisions out of, even with it being like a, a air raid kind of offense that's going to come with most of the facilitation of the offense going through the quarterback, dispersing it wherever he sees fit. And that's cool. I think that they do lose a lot going into the next year. They lose a lot on the defensive line. They
For
lose
sure.
Rashard Smith, who was for sure their biggest playmaker. A guy that I wish that we could have kept, but things go how
That'd have
they
been Glenny.
go. Yeah, sure. It would have. It would have. It would have, but I'm a glutton anyway. Um, but yeah, they have Chris Johnson Jr. transferring in from us, who
Facts.
maybe he'll help bolster that running back room and find some I don't know if balance is the word or just production by committee. However they choose to do it, they have to find a way to replicate some of that explosiveness in the run game that they had last year. Obviously, Kevin Jennings has the keys to the team, as he should. But I think it's also funny that Tyler Van Dyke just happened to
I didn't get that.
transfer.
I
It
swear I
makes
don't
no
get
sense to
that.
me. I mean, you was better off staying at Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yeah. Or going group
Makes
of
no sense to
five.
me. Yes, that's honestly probably what you really should have did. But I mean, I don't know. Like, the best that we've seen Tyler Van Dyke was with Rhett Lashley.
He's not
So
getting in. He's not getting over Kevin Jennings.
yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to like put myself in his shoes and understand why. Like, okay, maybe he's comfortable with the guy. Not that he's wishing it, but maybe Kevin gets injured or whatever the case may be. Like something will happen that he'll play some of the game. But
New
yeah,
Mexico, here I
definitely
come.
not.
That'd have been me.
Right. But other than that, I think that this team is I really don't know what to make of this team. Like last year, they surprised a lot of people. I don't think that they're going to surprise people this year. I think that certain position groups, particularly the front seven, have lost the leadership and the talent that they've had. Maybe they can supplement that with, maybe the secondary. I don't know because I'm sure that the secondary is pretty young, but I think they may be a secondary with like, some speed and some length that is usually the kind of corners and safeties that people like to have these
Mhm.
days for obvious reasons because they're so versatile. But I don't know. I know it's Red She's like third or fourth year there. He's had two double-digit win seasons there. I know he wants to continue that momentum, but I just don't know, man. I don't know.
I feel you. They definitely lose a lot, like you said, with Brashard Smith for sure. But I think, like you said, the balance of Chris Johnson Jr. and TJ Harden from UCLA, I think that's going to be a big, big thing with them. Because not for nothing, Brashard Smith was very explosive, but he also can run between the tackles. He was a tough guy to bring down as well. And I think that's
Yeah.
what TJ Harden brings from UCLA, a guy that can run between the tackles. Is going to be a tough guy to bring down. So yeah, I do think that it would be more of a two-man show at running back instead of a one-man leading the army like Brashard Smith did. I think they'll be solid at receiver. I think they'll be fine really at receiver. Especially again, the quarterback's best friend, tight end. Who they have, they got continuity with RJ Maryland. So that's good there. Defensively, I can agree with you having questions there, especially when you lose the production at edge. 15 sacks between two guys for sure. I'm with you on that. Can the secondary hold up? Can they find guys to get to the quarterback to replace their production? I am with you on that, but I think SMU is going to be so good offensively they could win a shootout if need be, i.e. Miami of last season. I don't think it's going to be that bad defensively, though. No offense. I do think they do have some guys. They have some pieces to where they'll be fine, especially, like I said, Isaiah Wacobia. I do like him at safety a lot, and Deuce Harmon as well. At cornerback, I think those are two really solid pieces. If you can just get another guy on the opposite end of Deuce Harmon, and like I said, just rush the quarterback. If you can find a way to build that front seven to where the quarterbacks don't have all day in the pocket, I think SMU should be just fine. Plus, SMU's not for nothing. They're not really a super defensive team. They're more of an offensive team that can get stops, if you get what I'm saying. So, and actually, the last two seasons have made the conference championship game. He won one in the American. He lost one in the ACC. So I do like the Yamir Knight transfer at wide receiver from James Madison, 53 catches, 605 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And the Jahai Long transfer off the edge from Mizzou. He played in 7 games, but had 13 total tackles, 7 solos, and 3 sacks. So hopefully he's looking to be one of the guys who replace the production there. SMU was 27th in total offense, 26th in total defense, 31st in passing, 55th in rushing, 8th in scoring offense, 79th in passing defense, 7th in rushing defense, which again has to do with a lot with that front seven, and 32nd in scoring defense. If you're ready, I can read some comments and then we'll go to the schedule.
Yes, sir. I do want to say just one thing. I do think that the experience that they had last year, especially going to Penn State in the college football playoff and playing that hard game against Clemson, like that has to give a team some grit and some believability that they can go back to those places and play better in those stages. So, I think that does matter to this team, and I don't think it's something to be discounted.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you for sure. Now the Penn State game, boy,
It was bad, but you
Kevin
got to
Jennings had it
get there
rough.
to see how you gonna go.
I think Kevin Jennings threw like
Also,
2
true
in that
freshman.
game.
Yeah, but also a true freshman in that game, playing in a hostile environment. You know what I mean? It's not unreasonable that Kevin Jennings didn't have the best game.
Oh, for sure. I seen it coming, for sure. Especially
Yeah.
against a top tier elite college football defense in Penn State. So
Right.
they had Abdul Carter. I keep forgetting the name of the guy on the opposite side of Abdul. He got drafted too, though. But yeah, they had elite defense. My uncle says leave Michigan alone. Y'all just so happen to be caught in the crossfire. I'm not worried about y'all.
Yeah.
And he laughed because I was talking about the BYU bet. I lost to my dollar. I made that dollar back though. I bet against Texas, Michigan, and Texas absolutely destroyed it. So I got my dollar back. But anyway, let's go on to the schedule. SMU starts off the year with East Texas A&M. I have as a W. Now, this is a game that I feel like is going to be slept on, but I think this game might be fire. They play at home against Baylor. I have SMU winning, but I think that game's going to be fire.
SMU winning as well, but I think Baylor is going to be one of those teams that is going to surprise a lot of folks.
Yeah, Baylor ended the season kind of hot last season. At Missouri State, new FBS school, I have that as a
win.
At TCU, I have as an L.
I have as an L, first L of the season on the road. It makes sense.
Yup. And man, TCU SMU games normally do be a banger. Next, we have Syracuse at home. I have as a win.
That is a win as well.
Stanford at home, I have as a win.
Have as a win.
At Clemson, I have as an L.
Have as an L.
At Wake Forest, I have as a win.
Have as a win.
At home against Miami, I have as a win.
Have as a loss.
At Boston College, I have as a win.
Have as a win.
At home against Louisville, I have as a win.
I have that as a loss.
And at Cal, I have as a win.
Have as a win.
So I have SMU going 10-2, 7-1. I have the over 8.5 win total for SMU. The opponents.
Yes, I have SMU going 8-4 over the.
You got the under.
No, that's
the under.
That's under.
The hook.
That's under the hook. Sorry, SMU. Sorry, Rhett.
So you have SMU eliminated from ACC championship contention.
Yes, I have SMU as like my fourth team in the conference. I think
very interesting, my friend. I'm not mad at it though, because I mean, Louisville definitely a game that can go either way.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what it is.
At Miami,
it's just that I think Louisville will be just an inch ahead of them. Then my brain says Clemson, us, Louisville, SMU, everybody else.
They played three of the top teams in the ACC this year: Clemson, Miami, and Louisville. So
they're definitely going to have to prove it. They're going to have to prove it this year.
They got a chance for sure. Next, Stanford. We get into the lower tier of the ACC. Stanford's win total, not surprising. It was Colorado's first year under Coach Prime win total, so I'm not surprised there. Let me get this comment down. Stanford, new head coach Frank Wright, first time college football head coach. They are coming off a 3-9, 2-6 season. I want to say, didn't they beat Syracuse or like was very close to beating Syracuse?
Stanford last year?
Yes, with Ashton Daniels. I want to say they were like very close. So. They didn't pull it off. No, they did.
They did win. They did win 26-24.
Yes, I remember that game, bro. I can't believe it. I was so pissed. I think that was like a weekday game too. I think it was like a Friday or something.
But after that, Jesus.
Oh shoot! Hold on. All right, ESPN ain't do me that dirty.
After that was so bad.
Where's the game at? 2024.
It was.
Here we go. It was Friday night. Yep, Friday night, 26-24. I knew it. Oh God, yeah, it was bad, bro. But yeah, after that, like you said,
beat Louisville.
They played TCU well for the first half.
Yeah,
first game of the season, and then they played. Well, they would have played Clemson well if Ashton Daniels stopped turning the daggone ball over. He kept getting to the red zone and turning the ball over. But and Clemson kept taking advantage of scoring. But yeah,
for some reason I keep thinking of that Stanford Colorado game, but that wasn't last year. That was the year before.
Oh, that was 2 years ago. Yeah, where Alec Iomano went explosive. He had three touchdowns.
that was the first time we was like, oh, maybe Travis Hunter ain't that.
The Alec Iomano went stupid.
Yeah, he went crazy on him.
Coming off a 3-9, 2-6 season, where they beat Syracuse, went 9-3. So they upset somebody. They returned 11 starters, 5 on offense, 6 on defense, namely the running back Michael Ford, 76 carries, 309 yards, and 4.1 a carry. Sam Rouse is another guy they bring back at tight end, 40 catches for 334 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tavari Tafidi, linebacker, 41 total tackles, 21 solos, 3.5 sacks, an interception, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Scotty Edwards, safety, 80 total tackles, 46 solos, 2 pass breakups. And Mitch Leiter, safety, 54 total tackles, 35 solos, pass breakup, 2 interceptions, and a touchdown. They lost Ashton Daniels, who's now at Auburn. So, looky there. Good luck, Auburn. 170 of 271, 62.7 completion percentage, 1,700 yards. But here's the kicker. 10 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. So, again, good luck, Auburn. 148 carries, 669 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So the man has legs, but he gotta stop turning the ball over. They lost Alec Iomano, who got drafted by the Titans, wide receiver, 63 catches, 831 yards, and 6 touchdowns. They lost Emmett Mosley, the 5th, wide receiver, who plays for Texas now, 48 catches, 525 yards, and 6 touchdowns. They lost Gaten Bernadelle, linebacker, 86 total tackles, 33 solos, a sack, pass breakup, an interception, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Lost David Bailey, who plays linebacker for Texas Tech now. 31 total tackles, 22 solos, 7 sacks, and 5 forced fumbles. They lost Tristan St. Clair, linebacker, who had 77 total tackles, 40 solos, 2 sacks, a pass breakup, and a fumble recovery. Now, they had the 54th overall recruiting class, 54th in transfers. Ace, talk to me about Stanford.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't have much to say about Stanford because I don't really know too much about what they lost, what they have. I know that Stanford has definitely not been a great team since they've come into the ACC. I
No,
know that they lost, I think, both of their quarterbacks from last year, so they're
they
starting
did.
off fresh at that position.
Yeah,
However,
they brought in Ben Gilbranson, transfer from Oregon State.
yes, and Dylan Ritz from UCF.
I
Not that
think
not
I
that
didn't
I
write
know
him
much about
down
him.
because I think Gilbranson's going to win that job, but
Yeah, well, not that I know much about him, but they've had a major roster overhaul with I think at least 15 plus transfers coming in. So, it's kind of hard to judge a team when they have that kind of turnover about them. We can only just go off of what we've last seen. And what we've last seen was a different coach. Welcome Frank Wright, who is being paid handsomely by the Carolina Panthers still, and he can probably just use all his focus on them, and he doesn't have to worry about paying those crazy San Francisco prices being at Stanford, and
yeah,
he can just focus on trying to make that program better, which will take a lot of time, and it's going to take, frankly, money and we'll see if they're able to get it done, but I don't think so. Isn't he on like a 1 year deal or something like that too?
I can look real quick because I actually don't know that. But
I want to say that he is. It feels like I saw something that said he was, but that also doesn't really make sense to me because it's like, why do you want an interim
oh, he is
head coach? Why do you
one
want an
year as an
interim
interim head
head?
coach, 4 million,
It makes no sense to me.
none at all. But hey,
But
I say this: I don't think he gets resigned after what I got coming for him.
yeah, I don't either. Because I know what I got coming, and it ain't great.
So Bill Branson though, he was a guy like the year before DJ Uiagalelei came to Oregon State. He like rallied Oregon State to have like a pretty good season. I think they won like 8 games or something like that. And I want to say they either played Oregon close or they beat Oregon.
Right.
And it made it seem like he might be in the quarterback competition with DJ Uiagalelei when the news came out that he transferred to Oregon State. So he has I don't want to use the word cachet, but lack of a better term, I'm going to use the word cachet. Um trying to find it right here. I'm pretty sure it was this 2022 season. Yeah, they beat Oregon. I know I wasn't tripping. They beat Oregon that year under Gil Branson. Under Gil Branson, they lost 2 games. They lost to Utah and they lost to Washington. Other than that, they beat Stanford, they beat Washington State, they beat Colorado, they beat Cal, they beat Arizona State, and they beat Oregon. And they actually won the bowl game against Florida 30-3.
Yeah, that Oregon game that you mentioned, I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Mario, is in that one game a year that they just make a mess in the bed.
Yeah, no, but Gil Branson was actually like he was balling in that 2022 season. I remember that. So it's gonna be different though, because he don't got the talent that Oregon State defense was very underrated, in my opinion. Now I get it. Oregon put up 34. It's Oregon. Relax.
Right.
But very underrated defense that Oregon State had. That's when they had like Rajon Wright and Oladapo and I forget the other cornerback name. But they had a nice little secondary at Oregon State. They had a nice little team. So, but it's different though. You had Stanford. You lost a lot. You lose your best player in Alec Manor. Other transfers they
Yeah.
I have is David Pantelis from Yale, wide receiver who had 61 catches, 901 yards, and 8 touchdowns. Brendan Doyle, a transfer tight end from Memphis, who had 13 catches for 105 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Hunter Barch, a linebacker from Cal, who had 38 total tackles, 22 solos, 2 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles. But Stanford, it's already hard to recruit because the academic standard at Stanford, and I think they get like a late jump on recruiting because of how it's set up. That's at least what I hear from Stanford complaining all the time. But If you're ready, we can
And
jump into the schedule.
and the academic standard, like I get it. I understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's fair. You guys are very much not a athletic school,
Decent
but
basketball program.
still. I mean, yeah, but also a decent football program at the time. Like it really just depends on who you have at the helm of the program.
Oh yeah, they made a Rose
And
Bowl with Jim Harbaugh, or was that David Shaw? I think that might have been with
it
David
was it
Shaw.
was Jim. I think they did it with Jim Harbaugh as well, though.
Maybe. I know we beat them in the Rose Bowl 2013, but I want to say Harbaugh was with the 49ers then.
Yeah, but yeah, 2013 he was definitely with the 49ers because
Yeah, I
it
think it was the year
was
we
the
won the
year
Super Bowl.
before. Yeah, yeah, that was the year before.
No, it was the year after we won the
But
Super Bowl. Ravens won the
yeah,
Super Bowl
you're
2012.
right. 2012,
Yeah,
you're right. You're right.
2013. Yep.
You're right.
But
You're
yeah,
right. But
it's ugly, bro.
yeah, like unfortunately in today's college football, you have to foot the bill for somebody who's going to put in the work to make your program what you want it to be.
Exactly. Man, look, I ain't gonna lie to you, Ace. At Hawaii, I have as a win.
Yeah, that's about it.
And I'm not even 100% sure about that, to be honest, because teams go to Hawaii with that major travel distance and it can get crunchy.
Yeah, my probability literally says 50% win.
Yeah, and then at BYU, Boston College, at UVA, all L's.
Yeah, I literally only have them beating
No way.
Hawaii and
No
maybe
way.
San Jose State.
Yep, we're here. That's my only two wins, bro. And San Jose State is such a toss up for me,
It's
bro.
iffy, it's iffy.
I only gave it to them because they're at home.
If only they had that receiver from like 2 years ago, then I'd definitely say it was a L.
Oh, nah, shoot. If they just had Nick Nash from last year.
Yeah, Nick. Yeah. That's nice.
Nick Nash. Boy.
That's right.
Yeah, those are my only two W's. And I'm not even confident in those W's, to be completely honest.
No, they're definitely toss-ups, but again, we can only judge a team off of what we've last seen of them, and what we've last seen is not good.
Yeah, so I'm completely on the under win total for Stanford. Low key might bet it. Ace and I agree 2-10, 0-8 in conference play on the under 3.5 wins for Stanford. We're gonna move right along to.
It's bad when you're hard pressed to get 3 wins.
Bruh, it was hard pressed for me to come up with them too. We're gonna go to Syracuse. Syracuse under Coach Fran Brown.
Interesting team.
Yep. 10-3 season last season. They won the Holiday Bowl 52-35 against Washington State. Now, granted, Washington State did not have John Mateer. Returned 7 starters, 3 on offense, 4 on defense. They returned Imari Hatcher, wide receiver, with 17 catches, 273 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Deuce Chestnut, safety, 61 total tackles, 40 solos, a sack, 5 pass breakups, and an interception, forced fumble as well. Devin Grant, 51 total tackles, 36 solos, 2 sacks, 3 pass breakups, an interception, 3 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery, and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. So there's a long fumble recovery limit for a touchdown. They returned Derek McDonald, linebacker, 51 total tackles, 26 solos, and a forced fumble. They lost Cal McCord, quarterback. He's now on the Eagles, 391 of 592, 66% completion percentage, 4,779 yards, 34 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. LaQuint Allen now on the Jaguars, 228 carries for 1,021 yards, 4.5 a carry, 16 touchdowns, added on with 64 catches, 521 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Jackson Meeks, 78 catches for 1,021 yards and 7 touchdowns, now on the Lions. Trevor Pena, who apparently wanted $2 million at receiver in the NIL, and Fran Brown told him to kick rocks. Now on Penn State, 84 catches, 941 yards, and 9 touchdowns. And Arundé Gaston, who was one of my favorite tight ends in the country last year, mixed in with Harold Fannin and Tyler Warren. 73 catches for 934 yards and 7 touchdowns, currently on the Chargers. Justin Burren, linebacker with 88 total tackles, 52 solos, 2 sacks, 3 pass breakups, an interception, and a fumble recovery on the Cowboys. And they lost Marlo Wax, linebacker, 42 total tackles, 29 solos, 4.5 sacks, an interception, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery, currently on the Chargers. And Fidel Diggs off the edge, 45 total tackles, 27 solos, 7.5 sacks, a pass breakup, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery, on the Saints. They're the 53rd overall recruiting class, 46 in transfers. Ace, talk to me about Syracuse.
I think Syracuse last year was definitely a team that people didn't expect to perform there, but that the way that they did,
Not at
people
all.
definitely weren't expecting Kyle McCord to come out
Not at all.
and really just spin it how he did. If he did even a fraction of what he did last year at Ohio State, he still would have been at Ohio State.
Bro, they be back to back natties. Bro, yeah, America
Yeah,
Abuka and JSN
for sure, for sure.
and Marvin Harrison. Bro, they oh my lord.
It really don't be fair sometimes, but but I don't know, different cultures, different teams, you can get different things out of players. It's just the reality of the situation. Now, Pena asking for $2 million is insane when he was barely even a leading receiver in any game besides ours, and our secondary was what it was.
Bro was
So
nice though,
not a
but
flex.
2 million is crazy.
Yeah, but not
Allegedly,
yeah,
I want to say
not
that.
a flex, not a flex, not a flex. You're not that good for $2 million. There, Jeremiah Smith can get however many millions he wants.
Hey, throw that man 12. Hey,
You know what I mean? Give him an NFL contract already. Like
no, for real.
that's not you, Pena, and that's not to slight him or anything, but it's just like it just speaks one to the character of Fran Brown, where he can draw the line and be like, no, you tripping. Like I'm not one of these coaches that's just going to cater to you just because I think that you're talented. Like you really got to come here. You gotta show and prove that you belong to be here and you can play Syracuse ball the way that I want you to play Syracuse ball.
Facts.
And I think that goes a long way at this level. So always huge respects to Fran Brown. I think that like you mentioned earlier, I think if he continues on the trajectory that he is right now, he'll be one of the better coaches in the league for sure.
Oh yeah,
Um,
he be in some convos for sure.
Yeah, 1000%. Now, as far as the nuance of the Syracuse team, I can't lie, I don't really have too much to say just because I'm not too sure. Like they even caught me by surprise last year, so I feel like I need a few more another season of really watching them and seeing how the culture is and the team is and really understanding the program before I can honestly have a hard opinion on them, but I am rooting for them.
I 100% agree, man. And Syracuse is a team that I feel like I can't get a beat on. Like I liked them that 1 year with Garrett Schrader and Sean Tucker, and they
Hmm.
just underperformed. And then this year, this past season, I wasn't high on them for real. Frank Brown didn't really know much about them. Cal McCord really wasn't a fan, and
Hmm.
10-win season. Like,
Yeah, right. All that changed.
yeah, so like it's tough for me to catch a beat on Syracuse. Now, I will say, they lost a lot. They lost a lot offensively for sure. I
A
think they
thousand
lost a lot.
percent.
Period. This upcoming season, and this is going to tell how good Fran Brown is at reloading a program, which is early in Syracuse. And I'm not really expecting him to be like reload every year efficiently right away. This is your second year at a school like Syracuse, who's not necessarily a top football program. They were once in yesteryear, but that is a long time ago. Um, but bowl game for me is pretty cool. After losing all that, a bowl game is pretty cool for me.
Yeah. Well, they according to my notes, they lost over 35 total people via
Lost a lot.
graduation, draft, or transfer.
They lost a
They
lot.
lost 46% of their returning production. So yeah, it's like yeah, a bowl game would be respectable, but they don't have any easy wins. They have granted Tennessee's at home, but it's the first game of the season.
Nah,
You know what
Tennessee
I'm
is a,
saying?
a neutral site. It's at
Oh,
Atlanta.
it's a neutral site.
That's what I got. I got it in Atlanta.
That's a Chick-fil-A jump.
Yeah,
Word. But even still, neutral site, cool. Noon game. First was August 30th. That's week 0, right?
week one, week zero. I think
Or
is the
week
twenty
1?
third.
Okay, week 1. First game of the season at Clemson, at SMU, at
Boy,
Miami, at Notre Dame. Like
I was
those
about to
could
say,
easily, that's easily 4 losses right there.
boy, hey, Fran Brown, salute to you. This is a tough schedule.
Yeah, man. Then you got also at Georgia Tech. That's not going to be a cakewalk.
Nope.
Yeah,
Even Pitt at home, like that's not easy.
yeah, yeah.
You said Miami, right? On the road in Miami.
Yeah. On the road at Miami, you got North Carolina on a Friday.
He plays every good ACC team minus Louisville.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. And who would you even want to swap out for Louisville on this? You know?
Yeah, even Duke, like bro, the schedule's
Yeah,
tough.
it's a rough draw, but I mean, this is going to show how good of a coach he is.
Yep, very much so. I agree. Syracuse, they bring in Steve Angeli, quarterback of Notre Dame. Don't really know much about the guy. He went 24, 36, 66.7% completion percentage last year, 268 yards and 3 touchdowns. Interesting to see because I saw what that offense did with Cal McCoy. Interesting to see what they do with Angeli. Gary Bryant III transfers in at South Dakota, linebacker, 103 total tackles, 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, fumble recovery, and a forced fumble. He's looking possibly to replace Marlo Wax. And David Reese transfers in out of Cal off the edge, 22 total tackles, 4.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles. Again, trying to replace some of that defensive production. They were 7th in total offense, 78th in total defense, 1st in passing, 125th in rushing, which is crazy to me when you had LaQuint Allen rush for over 1,000 yards, but that's neither here nor there. 21st in scoring offense, 82nd in passing defense, 69th in rushing defense, and 96th in scoring defense. If you don't have anything else, we can get to the schedule for Syracuse.
No, I don't have anything else. Let's get to it.
So Tennessee, neutral site in Atlanta, the Mercedes. I keep wanting to say Georgia Dome for whatever reason. Mercedes-Benz Dome, L for me.
Yeah, I have that as a L.
Then at home against UConn, I have as a W.
W.
At home against Colgate, I have as a W.
W.
On the road at Clemson, I have as a L.
L.
At home against Duke, I have as a W.
That was a W.
At SMU, on the road, I have as a L.
L.
At home against Pitt, I have as a W.
Uh,
On the road against Georgia Tech, I have as a L.
that is a L.
At home against UNC, I have as a W.
Dub.
At Miami, I have as a L.
L.
At Notre Dame, I have as a L.
L.
And to finish the season, at home against Boston College, I have as a W.
Dub.
So I have them going 6-6, 4-4, taking the over 5.5 win total for Syracuse and making a bowl game. And funny enough, winning every home game of the season.
Yeah, like I think, like we said, one tough draw on the schedule. Tough trying to evaluate what they have and what they don't have, and it 6-6 is respectable for a second year after an overachieving first year. Yeah, it may not be what the fans
Facts.
want, but it is still a step in the right direction. As in, oh, we still have a guy who like there's still more up on the other side of the hill.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. If I'm a Syracuse fan, I look at last year, I take it for what it was. I definitely 100% cherish it. 10 wins is
Hmm.
nothing to sneeze at, but I'm not coming into this season expecting it again. No way.
Right. As the book that I'm currently reading right now, The Blade itself, one of the main characters, he says you have to be realistic about these things,
Very true.
and you do.
Very true. So, speaking about some realism, we're going to move on to University of Virginia. Again, like I said, we are going to the lower part of the ACC, which I was shocked. I looked at
Yeah,
Virginia after I made my thing, and I said 6.5. Who they think they
six and
are?
a half. Yeah, 6.5 is generous, just to put it
Man, if you
mildly,
got what I got, I was so confused.
and that's putting it mildly.
Yeah. So Virginia's coming off of I gotta cry, man. Pour one out for my dog Calandria. Coming off a 5-7, 3-5 season. They returned 9 starters, 3 on offense, 6 on defense. They returned Cam Robinson, the linebacker, 64 total tackles, 37 solos, 5 sacks, a PBU, an interception, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. They returned Jam Jackson, cornerback, which I think is a cool name for a cornerback, by the way.
For sure.
58 total tackles, 37 solos, half a sack, and 6 pass breakups. Return Trey McDonald, linebacker, 57 total tackles, 37 solos, a sack, and a pass breakup and an interception. Return Jameer Carter, defensive tackle, 33 total tackles, 9 solos, a sack, and a pass breakup. As Kyle Riley went yardy, I knew he would. And Tony Muskett at quarterback, 45 of 76, 59.2 completion percentage, 545 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. They lose. Anthony Calandria, quarterback, went 198 to 320, 61.9% completion percentage, 2,125 yards. Gunslinger with 13 touchdowns, but can't stop turning the ball over. 11 interceptions. He's now at UNLV. Malachi Fields. Oh, I just liked this so much when I saw this. Malachi Fields, wide receiver, had 55 catches for 808 yards and 5 touchdowns. Went to Notre Dame. I was so sick when I saw that.
Yeah,
Tyler
I didn't
Neville,
like that at all.
tight end, 37 catches for 394 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's now on the Cowboys. Lost Kobe Pace, running back, 114 carries, 499 yards, 4.4 carry, and 3 touchdowns. They lost Jonas Sanker. I love Jonas Sanker at safety. I was so excited when he got drafted. 98 total tackles, 66 solos, 2 sacks, 4 pass breakups, interception, 2 fumble recoveries, and a fumble scoop and score for a touchdown. So on the Saints. And lost Chico Bennett, edge, 39 total tackles, 20 solos, a sack, an interception, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Kind of had a disappointing year, in my opinion. Chico Bennett did. 46 overall recruiting class, 26 in transfers. Ace, talk to me about Virginia, man.
Yeah, Virginia, I think is a team. Tony Elliott going into his 4th year with a losing record. The pressure has to be mounting on him.
For sure.
The offense remains inefficient in Desmond Kitchen's 3rd year. Um,
I don't even want to blame the OC, bro.
I don't want to blame him, but
It's
however,
Calandria, dog.
I don't know if it's Calandria. I don't know if it's the culture of the team because Virginia used to be one of those teams where it's like, yeah, every couple of years they got something. Like when the upperclassmen develop and they become leaders and
Facts. 2019 with Bryce
you know what
Perkins.
I mean?
2018 with Kurt Benkert. 2020
Yeah,
or 2021 with Brennan Armstrong.
yeah. Like they're never like it's never like, oh, this is the most talented team in the world, but it's like, oh, they got heart, they got grit, and they'll play you every single play. You know what I mean? And I mean, hopefully that can continue, but I'm not too sure, man. Losing Malachi Fields alone is a huge, huge deal because he did so much for them last year. Like he was a possession guy when he needed to be. He was an explosive guy when he needed to be. Like losing Calandria, granted he wasn't a perfect quarterback, but he had the attitude of a guy who, when he made a mistake, he forgot about it. He'll still spin it. It's very like as I said earlier, it's very Brett Favre-ish in a way. It's like he was a gunslinger and he has the attitude that you would want in a quarterback. Um, now, you know, that said, yes, they played some tough games against people last year. Like,
Louisville was a tough one. I remember that
yeah,
game.
yeah, like towards the beginning of the season, they definitely had some fire and it went away as the season went along. Um, hopefully they can try to mimic some of that and make it last longer, but I can't say that I'm confident in that.
Yeah, so my thing is, they were in a lot of games, and Calandria threw picks and turnovers to throw them out of games. To be completely honest, and I always go back. I know it wasn't last year; it was 2 years ago against Maryland. But I go back to the Maryland games 2 years ago, and Calandria showed me who he was, and I was like, man, he's a freshman. He'll get over it. And no, he really
Yeah,
didn't. When he threw those 3 back-to-back-to-back interceptions late in the game
yeah, he
against
didn't.
Maryland, they should have won that game, but those
Yeah.
interceptions took him out of it.
Even with those
Um,
interceptions, still only lost by a touchdown
yeah, and
or eight
then you
points.
go to the Maryland game this past season, same thing. You're moving up and down the field, and then you're just turning the ball over. Like you're moving on Maryland. Stop turning the
Yeah.
ball over. So it just, man, the Calandria experiment has ran its course. All the best of luck to UNLV with Calandria. Hopefully they can get him to stop turning the ball over. I think he's a really good quarterback if he can stop turning the ball over.
I
So
think UNLV is very much his speed. I think he'll
yeah,
find success there and
I
okay.
100% agree, and especially with Dan Mullen, I agree wholeheartedly. So I think that was a lot of the issue with Virginia. That and the run game wasn't really crazy. Like they definitely needed a better run game, but I don't know whether to attribute that to the line or not. To be 100% honest with you, but
Right.
defensively, I think they weren't that bad. I think it was pretty okay defensively. In my opinion, possibly could have been better, had individual pieces, but I think more importantly, I think it was just Calandria, man. They were, like you said, they were in games. Defense won them a couple,
Yeah.
but got to stop turning the ball over in key situations.
Yeah, they just weren't reliable as a team, you know,
Yeah,
and that's okay because it happens at times. You can't always be the greatest. Like somebody has to be a bad team to show good teams how to be good teams. But
yeah. All right, so some transfers. I wrote down Donovan Platt, cornerback out of Army, 15 total tackles, 11 solos, 2 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. DeMarcus Crosby Jr. transfers in safety from New Mexico State, 81 total tackles, 46 solos, 3 pass breakups, an interception, and a forced fumble. Harrison Wiley, who I do like this transfer, out of Wyoming, running back, 63 carries, 323 yards, 5.1 a carry, and a touchdown. Cam Ross transfers in out of James Madison, 37 catches for 443 yards and 3 touchdowns. Chandler Morris to provide Tony Muskett with a quarterback battle. Chandler Morris is a guy who can use his legs. Tony Muskett can too, but not like Morris. 322 of 510, 63.1 completion percentage, 377 yards, 31 touchdowns and 12 interceptions, 60 carries for 242 yards and 4 touchdowns on the ground at North Texas. Chandler Morris is namely the quarterback, if you remember, that was at TCU, who started over Max Duggan before Max Duggan took over midway through the game and took TCU to the national championship game. Virginia was 93rd in total offense, 101st in total defense, 64th in passing, 94th in rushing, 107th in scoring offense, 120th in pass defense, 58th in rushing defense, and 94th in scoring defense. Ace, do you want to add anything before we go to UVA?
no, sir. Let's get it going.
All right. So, game 1, Coastal Carolina. I have this as a loss.
I have it as a win, but it's not a confident one.
Yeah, man. I think Coastal Carolina can go on UVA and win that game, man. New coach.
I'm
Well, not new
honestly,
coach, but
I'm honestly not mad at that. Like they aren't. I'm sorry. Did I mess up my thing?
no, you're good. You're good.
You see me? Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think that they're. I think Coastal Carolina can go in there and do what needs to be done. I think that the conference wise, like yes, I'll lean towards Virginia, but beyond that, not confident at all.
Yeah, I think Coastal Carolina can wreak some havoc with their offense. They're not completely option offense, but they do have option within their offense, and I think that can wreak some havoc there. And if they can stretch the defense of Virginia, it might be a tough night because I think Coastal Carolina could put up points on this Virginia team. So
Very fair.
next at NC State, I have as an L.
Yes, I definitely have that as a L.
At home against William and Mary, I have as a W.
I have as a W. Maybe a close game though.
Hey, could be William and Mary. I think is one of those good FCS schools, and Stanford I have as a W at home.
Yes, I have that as a W.
Then I have them losing out the rest of the season.
Agreed.
So I have Virginia going 2-10, 1-7, quite clearly being the under 6.5 win total. I legit might bet this one.
Yeah, that's too much of a discrepancy.
I legit might bet this one.
Yeah. If it's even still that.
I can look for you right now, brother. I'm pretty sure it is. Because 6.5 is crazy. I saw that.
Because where is 7 wins coming from?
I have no idea. But Florida State's not one. Louisville, Washington State.
They not beating Louisville.
No, they're not beating Duke.
Probably not beating Florida State. They probably not beating Washington State.
Wake Forest, maybe.
Wake Forest. They probably not beating Cal. They're not beating Virginia Tech. They're not beating Duke.
I have at the most 4 wins. And that's if my Coastal Carolina pick switch.
And that's not about to say is that including Coastal Carolina?
No, so if Coastal Carolina would flip to a W, that's 3, and possibly Wake Forest being number 4.
I still don't like it.
I don't like it either. Win totals, Virginia. Still 6.5. It's minus 130 too for under 6.5. I wish I could all total go under 5.5.
That's a good parlay piece. That's a good parlay piece.
Shoot, if I can alter it to go under 5.5 for plus money, shoot, I would.
Yeah, that would be good money.
Virginia Tech is on deck next. And then bear with us, guys. We have Virginia Tech, Wake Forest, and then our ACC wrap up. So 2 more teams. Appreciate anybody that stuck with us throughout the entirety of the ACC preview.
Yeah, you're definitely gang. This might be the longest one we've done.
It might be. I think it is. And I mean, hey, bruh, that's
Hey,
what
that's how it
happens
go.
when they make 17, 18 team conferences. This is what happens. So I'm so sorry.
It's honestly ridiculous how many teams are in the ACC now. It's
And
honestly ridiculous.
you know what's going to suck? The Pac-12 is coming back next year. So now, on top of all this, I have to do the Pac-12 next season. Oh, God. Shoot.
Power to you, brother. I'll be around more next season. For sure.
Virginia Tech is coming off of a 6-7, 4-4 season where they lost the Duke's Mayo Bowl 24-10 to Minnesota, where they actually got dominated in that game.
Mhm.
They returned 5 starters, 2 on offense, 3 on defense. They returned Kyron Drones, the quarterback, 136 of 224, 60.7% completion percentage, 1,562 yards, 10 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, 98 carries, 336 yards, and 6 touchdowns. And they returned Benji Gosnell, tight end, 32 catches, 341 yards, and 2 touchdowns. They returned Jaden Keller, linebacker, 83 total tackles, 35 solos, pass breakup, and 2 forced fumbles. Caleb Woodson, linebacker, 72 total tackles, 26 solos, 2 sacks, 2 pass breakups, and an interception. They lost by shoot 2 in, which, hey, man, they should have used you more. Even though you're going to say, Carl, he had 183 carries. He could have had easily 200 carries, bro. It was games where I felt like they were neglecting, bro. 183 carries, 1,159 yards, 6.3 average a carry, and 15 touchdowns. He's currently on the Jags. They lost Stephen Gosnell, wide receiver, currently on the Bills, 28 catches, 506 yards, and a touchdown. Jalen Lane, wide receiver, currently on the Commanders, 38 catches for 466 yards and 2 touchdowns. APR, Antoine Powell-Ryland, edge rusher, who had 16 sacks, currently on the Eagles, 43 total tackles, 29 solos, 3 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries. Dorian Strong, a cornerback I really like until he got drafted by the Bills, 32 total tackles, 20 solos, 6 pass breakups, 2 interceptions, fumble recovery, and a forced fumble. Mansour Delane, another cornerback I like, currently on LSU, 54 total tackles, 34 solos, 7 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles. Aeneas Peebles, currently on the Ravens, D tackle, 32 total tackles, 10 solos. I think there's supposed to be 3 sacks and 3 pass breakups. They had the 44th overall recruiting class, 44th in transfers. Ace, talk to me about Virginia Tech.
Yeah, so Virginia Tech was definitely a team that people thought would perform better than they did last year. Obviously, they didn't, but they still bring back Kyron Drones, and having a good quarterback like that is obviously, going to make you feel like you can have a higher ceiling than you may have had. They bring in NFL experience with the O-line coach, Matt Moore, and their DC, their new defensive coordinator. So maybe that can help, I guess, make the team more cohesive and play together better. You know what I mean? Because it definitely seemed like when you watch Virginia Tech, they had talent. Obviously, they had players who could be explosive and affect the game, but it just didn't seem they had that sense of togetherness to bring it all together. And maybe if their O line can build some early chemistry and Cameron Jones stay healthy and he makes good decisions as far as like how he's just moving the ball and everything, maybe they can have a good season. But yeah, I'm not super huge on Virginia Tech. I think that they're still probably a couple of years away from being what they used to be as far as being an actual threat in the ACC.
I'm sticking to my guns, bro. Last year, before the season started, I was not a fan of Kyron Jones. I'm still not a fan of Kyron Jones. Sorry, not sorry. I was not a fan at Baylor. I'm not a fan now. I should have stuck to my guns. I fell for the hype. It happens. I'm human. Get over
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I had them going 10-2. Like, bro, no way in my right mind should I have done that. No,
yeah.
bro, I'm not a fan. I'm sorry, not sorry. And I felt like the biggest issue with Virginia Tech, at least to me, was they tried to make Kyron Jones the reason and not focus on winning games, and it burned him. And then I think Kyron Jones did get hurt for a little while, and Connor Shalif stepped in. It didn't look pretty good for him either. But Man, I just feel like if they ran by Short two a little bit more, they might have won the Miami game. They might have won some other games that they lost. So
The game was definitely very winnable.
yeah, man. I'm sorry,
They
bruh.
could they could have they could have ended our season before it even began.
Yeah, like the Vandy game. I think the first play or some first drive, like Kyron Drones, I think throws like a pick or something on like an option or a near interception on like a RPO or
Yeah,
something crazy like that.
it's some turnover.
Yeah, oh my god. Anyway, some transfers that I highlighted. I do like the transfers that I wrote down. I am very keen on the transfers that Virginia Tech does have. This one I don't really know much about, but Isaiah Spencer, I heard good things. Wide receiver from Jackson State, 35 catches, 660 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Now this one I really do like. Braden Bennett from Coastal Carolina, running back, who had 134 carries for 781 yards, 5.8 a carry, and 11 touchdowns. Could definitely break a long run. Another one I thought made perfect sense from Springfield, Virginia, was one of the few good players in Eastern Michigan, James Jokin. I thought he ran out of eligibility, but apparently not. He is going to Virginia Tech. Linebacker who had 98 total tackles, 34 solos, 3 sacks, 3 PBUs, and a forced fumble. Seems like he's everywhere on the field. Terrion Stewart, again, another transfer I like from the MAC. Played at Bowling Green, 166 carries, 898 yards, 5.4 carries, 6 touchdowns. I thought he might stay with Eddie George being announced as the head coach, but maybe he felt like he'll get more recognition at a Power 4 school. More power to you as well. And Isaiah Cash, I really like this one out of Sam Houston. He left. Casey Keeler left, so he went to Virginia Tech. 68 total tackles, 52 solos, half a sack, 10 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions. There were 88 in total offense, 57 in total defense, 108th in passing, 43rd in rushing, tied 67th in scoring offense, 61st in scoring, passing defense, 63rd in rushing defense, and 39th in scoring defense. Anything about Virginia Tech before we get to the schedule? Oh, Dave finally texted me his daggone stuff. I'll do it in the ACC wrap up.
Good, just in time. No, though I don't really have much to say about the Virginia Tech Hokies other than that. Hopefully, Philip Montgomery is a great fit for him coming in as the new OC, and hopefully they can like improve and play in close games and things like that, and that will allow them to have a higher, you know, higher win rate than they did last year. But I don't think so.
Yo, Dave has 7 wins for Virginia. I lie to you not.
Stop playing.
I don't. I'm about to text him how.
Stop playing.
I'm so serious.
Wait, no.
I'm so serious. I am so serious. I'm texting him right now. How
7 wins.
he has him going 7-5.
He had.
I lie to you not. 4-4 in conference play. I lie to you not.
4 in conference play. So obviously they beat Florida State. They beat NC State.
No. If Dave, if you watching, I need you to come back up here for 5 seconds, brother. You have to explain yourself.
You gotta say something. Well, put it in the comment.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Put it in the comment, bro. You have to explain yourself.
Because okay, Wake Forest.
That's my only. If I had one, that's
Wake
if
Forest.
I had 2, that's my only 2 because I got Stanford.
Let's just say for Conversation State, Wake Forest, Stanford.
That's it. I can't go nowhere else.
Maybe Cal. Maybe Cal.
No. I'm sorry. No.
If not Cal, then who?
I don't have nobody else. I can't go for nothing else.
It ain't Duke.
I forgot what he did say.
It could be Vodtech. It could be Vodtech just off of like if they season isn't going.
No, I think he said it was the Duke one. I think he got them being Duke because he said Duke was going to lose one of the 2, and he chose Virginia to win.
All right, I need a second. I'm sorry,
bro. It's no way. Let's get to the schedule, bro. I'm waiting on Dave's response, bro, but I know he's being a dad, so we might have to get the response in the group chat. So if you become a member, join the chat. You're gonna see how Dave got 7 wins for Virginia, the Hokies. I mean, not the Hokies, excuse me, the Cavaliers of Virginia. Yes, not the Hokies, but Virginia. Bro, I was looking at while I wait for Ace. I was looking at his text. I'm like, okay, 7-5, cool. Okay, we close. Pitt 6-6, cool. Okay, SMU, cool. Stanford, daggone, they're identical. Then I got the Virginia. I said record scratch. What?
I saw it on your face. Something was wrong.
We'll get to it on the wrap up. So, Virginia Tech, first game against my South Carolina boys. Chick-fil-A kickoff. In Atlanta, I have as an L.
I'm sorry. Let me put we on Virginia Tech, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big L, big L and SC.
At home against Vanderbilt. I also have as an L. I think Vandy wins the home and home.
Yeah, I think that SEC bump is going to show that it's superior to the middle of the pack ACC teams.
Plus, me, in my opinion, Diego Pavia greater than Kyron Jones. Sorry, not sorry.
1000%.
Old Dominion, I have as a win. But Old Dominion ain't sweet.
Couldn't agree more.
Wofford, I have as a win.
Win.
At NC State, I actually have as a W.
I have it as an L.
Not mad at that. Wake Forest, I have as a win.
Win.
At Georgia Tech, I have as an L.
L.
Cal, I have as a win.
Win.
Louisville at home, I have as an L.
L.
At Florida State, I have as an L.
It's a win because I don't like Florida State.
I feel that. And Miami, I have as an L.
Have as an L.
And at UVA, I have as a W in the rivalry game.
Yep, have as a win. Going 6-6.
Yep, 6-6, 4-4, taking the under 6.5 win total for Virginia Tech. And our last team, which do you just want to run through this real quick?
Yeah, because I don't really have much to say about them. I'm not going to fake like I know much about Wake Forest.
All right, I'll say this. We're just going to speed through Wake Forest. Sorry, Wake Forest fan. Is that fair to Wake Forest fans? It's not really.
It's
know
not,
what?
It's not.
Yeah, let me not do that.
Yeah,
let me not do it.
We're already at 4 hours.
Yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Let's do it.
I will say this though. I love the hire of Jake Dickert at Wake Forest. I will say that.
Yes.
He did a phenomenal
He did
job
a
at
good job
Washington
at Washington State,
Yeah.
for sure.
Phenomenal hire for
The
sure.
defensive identity as a coach.
Yep. And not for nothing, he brought in Cam Ward. He brought in John Mateer.
Yeah. Like you can't say that he doesn't have good judgment
No.
on quarterbacks.
No, I'm interested to see what he does with Robbie Ashford.
Hopefully not too much, but you know.
Yeah, I got thoughts on Robbie Ashford. But anyway,
Robbie Ashford from Auburn, right?
And South Carolina. Yep, he played at South Carolina last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, now it's clicking.
All right.
Now it's clicking. But they're coming off a 4-8, 2-6 season. That was under Hank Bachmeier at quarterback. They returned 6 starters, 2 on offense, 4 on defense. They returned Damon Claiborne. Really like that return. I felt like he could have left, but he chose to be loyal. Love it. 228 carries, 1,049 yards, 4.6 average a carry, 11 touchdowns, 23 catches out the backfield, 254 yards, and 2 touchdowns and through the air. They returned Nick Anderson at safety, 122 total tackles, 56 solos, pass breakup, and 2 interceptions, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. They returned Dylan Hazen, linebacker, 84 total tackles, 36 solos, sack, interception, and a fumble recovery. Returned Devon Patterson, the safety, 74 total tackles, 28 solos, 3 pass breakups, an interception, and a forced fumble. They lost Hank Bachmeier, quarterback, 224 yards, 357. I'm not 224 yards, 224 of 357, 62.7 completion percentage, 2,593 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. They lost Taylor Moran, wide receiver, who's currently on the Eagles, 64 catches, 756 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Lost Horatio Fields, currently on Auburn, wide receiver with 39 catches, 463 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Lost Branson Combs, linebacker, 94 total tackles, 54 solos, 2 sacks, pass breakup, an interception, forced fumble, and a fumble recovery, currently on the Jags. They lost Jasheem Davis, edge rusher with 33 total tackles, 17 solos, 5.5 sacks, and forced fumble, currently on the Saints. Kevin Pointer, defensive lineman, lost him 33 total tackles, 14 solos, 4 sacks, a pass breakup, and an interception. And they lost Evan Slocum, a defensive back, 73 total tackles, 38 solos, 2 pass breakups, an interception, and a fumble recovery. They have the 68th overall recruiting class, 47th in transfers. Talk to me a little bit. I know you don't have much to say about Wake Forest.
Well, what I will say is I think that I'm not high on them.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I think that they may suck, and do I think that they'll be the worst team? No, because
No.
I have them getting 3 wins, and I have other teams getting 2 wins.
You got them getting 3 wins in ACC play or 3 wins, period?
3 wins, period.
Okay. You're a little lower than me, but
Well, actually, yeah, that is low because I have them actually not winning an ACC game. So yes, maybe they are the worst.
I have them winning one. Wait, hold on. Do I? Did I
Wait,
mess
let me
up?
guess. Let me guess. Let me
Wait, hold on.
guess.
I might have messed up. No, yeah, I do have them winning one.
It's got to be Virginia or
Of
NC
course,
State.
for sure, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, bruh. I mean, they bring up Ladarius Webb Jr. Shout out my dog, Ladarius Webb Sr. Play for the Ravens. I'm interested to see how he plays at Wake Forest. He transfers from South Alabama. Chill out, bro. We supposed to be united. 41 total tackles, 27 solos, 3 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions. Robbie Ashford is kind of the reason why I'm kind of low. I'm not a fan of Robbie Ashford. I'm really not. He came in a little bit when Lenore Sellers got hurt. He
It
didn't do
don't
a bad
help.
job. Huh?
Robbie Ashford don't help. Like
No,
he don't help
not
your
at all.
confidence, especially when it's a quarterback battle.
Not at
Because it's
all,
like
bro.
if you're in a battle with Robbie Ashford, then who's the other guy?
Yeah, I'm not really that much of a fan of Brad, but he didn't do a bad job last season coming in 23 or 32, 71.9%, 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, 41 carries for 227 yards, 2 touchdowns. I do like the Carlos Hernandez transfer coming with his head coach, wide receiver out of Washington State, 31 catches, 397 yards, and 5 touchdowns. I mean, obviously you couldn't bring Kyle Williams over, and I can't remember where Chris Hudson went, but it was not Wake Forest. And I highlighted that the Gabe Kershey transfer edge rusher for Colorado State, who had 42 total tackles, 12 solos, 6.5 sacks, 2 pass breakups, an interception, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery, trying to get some pressure off the edge. Overall, though, schedule-wise, we'll just name the wins. Sorry, Wake Forest. Not sorry, it's late. I have them beating Kennesaw State, Western Carolina, UVA, and Delaware.
Yeah, I agree. Minus UVA,
Yeah, so I'm
which
going.
I do think is possible.
Yeah, I'm going 4-8, 1-7, under 4.5 win total for Wake Forest.
Yep, 3-7, 0-8.
I mean, one game. Nah, I wasn't even about to lie to myself. I was about to say one game. Nah, maybe UNC, but I don't see UNC. I mean, it's a rivalry game. Anything can happen, I guess. And it's at home.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's not 0-8. I didn't mean that, but on whatever the
Yeah,
numbers.
0-8. Sorry, Wake Forest. Not sorry. Lastly, we are on
Not
our
really.
ACC wrap up. Now, with our ACC wrap up, I would normally start with standings, but I have to get Dave out the way real quick. He did not respond to my text, probably being a dad. Shout out to all the fathers of the world. NC State, he got going 7-5, 4-4 in ACC play, which is the over 6.5. Pitt, he has going 6-6, 3-5, which is the under 6.5. SMU, he got 9-3, 6-2 in ACC play, which is the over 8.5. And Stanford being 2-10, 0-8, which is basically what we had under the 3.5. Syracuse, he got 7-5, 5-3, going over the 5.5. Virginia, I was not lying. He got going 7-5, 4-4 in ACC play, which is the over 6.5. He has Virginia Tech going 5-7, 2-6, which is the under 6.5. And he has Wake Forest going 3-9, 0-8. So very similar to you, Ace, which is the under 4.5. Well, it's dead on with you. I don't even know why I said similar.
I have a lot of very similar records to both of you today.
Hey man, they say great minds think alike. Dave, I'm going to flame you though for that Virginia in the comments. Don't you?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Standings.
You deserve shame for that.
Yeah, my standings. But hey man, if he's right, then he can flame us at the end. So might be a laugh now, cry later situation. I don't see it, but hey, could very well be.
Broken clock breaks twice a day.
Yup. My standings. Clemson 1, 11-1, 8-0 in conference. SMU 2, 10-2, 7-1 in conference. Now this is literally alphabetical order, bruh. So because they don't play each other, and I don't know the tiebreakers like that. But Florida State would be 3, 8-4, 6-2. Georgia Tech will be 4, 9-3, 6-2, and Louisville would be 5 at 10-2, 6-2. 6 would be Duke at 8-4, 5-3, while Miami would be 7, 8-4, 5-3. Again, alphabetical order because they don't play each other. 8 would be Syracuse at 6-6, 4-4. 9 would be Virginia Tech at 6-6, 4-4. 10 would be Pitt, 7-5, 4-4. 11 would be Cal, 6-6, 3-5. NC State would be 12, beating UNC at 6-6, 3-5. UNC would be 13, 5-7, 3-5. 14 would be Boston College, 4-8, 2-6. 15 would be Wake Forest at 4-8, 1-7. beating Virginia, who have at 16, 2-10, 1-7, beating Stanford, who have 10, 2-10, 0-8 at 17. Give me your standings if you got them, Ace.
I don't have the complete standings, but I do have my top five teams for the conference that I think will
That's fine.
make noise. Obviously, I have the U because I have them going undefeated. I have Clemson next, which I think in my brain will probably be the ACC champions, but my heart says no way, Jose. Um,
Real man, good man.
yeah, exactly. Third, I have Louisville, who I think will have a very good season this year. Fourth, I have SMU, who I think will also have a very good season this year. And then fifth, I have Georgia Tech, who I think is a very, very good dark horse in order to come into the season and make a lot of noise and surprise some people.
I agree. I think Georgia Tech is definitely a dark horse for the ACC championship game. My championship game is Clemson versus SMU, which Clemson wins back-to-back ACC titles. My player of the year is Cade Klubnik. Offensively, defensively, I'm gonna go with TJ Parker of Clemson as well.
We have the exact same offensive and defensive players of the year. I think TJ is a dog. I think he's a matchup nightmare. And I think he will have plenty of opportunity to show that this year. And I think that Clay Klubnik, he will just, just build on what he's already done and already proven. I think that coming out of high school, he was a guy that his transition into this level of football wasn't always the easiest, and people
Not at
gave him a
all.
lot of flack for that.
100%.
But this guy has grown so much if you look at the tape from his freshman year. Also, we have to remember this is his third year going into the system.
Yeah.
He is literally primed to have a
Well,
great.
is it? Did they get
I
their
think it
OC?
is. I
Nah,
think it is. It's
I
at
thought
least
they
the
got
second.
the OC from TCU after they made the Natty. I'm not sure. I think they changed
Yeah, but
TCU,
that was
changed
still that
OCs.
was still over a couple. That was
Oh
still
no, this
before
is
he
his
got
third
there
year
though.
because
Yeah,
the
that was
Natty at
before
the
he got there.
TCU was my Michigan, Washington, and then we just had
Yeah.
Ohio State, Notre Dame. You're right.
hmm So it's like, yeah, this guy, he is the epitome of what you want your college football program quarterback to be. Upperclassman who's familiar with the system, who is confident, who knows that his ceiling is only rising and it's only going to rise with the work that he puts in.
I 100% agree, man. Wasn't a Cade Klubnik fan at first. I'm
Nor I,
slowly. I'm also not a Clemson fan because South Carolina, but I'm slowly inching that
nor
way.
I.
Uh, I can't deny the growth of the guy. I went from why is he a Heisman candidate to he's for sure a Heisman candidate this upcoming season. There's no question. He's definitely could lead Clemson to a natty appearance, if not a natty, which I don't want to see. But
No, I don't want to see it, but right is right, and we
but
gotta we
yeah,
gotta put some respect on his name, man.
yeah, for sure. I
The kid
respect the growth.
deserves it.
I
The
respect
kid
the growth
deserves it.
100%. I respect the work that I know he had to put in to become the better player, and I got to give it up to him. Bruh definitely turned his narrative around, and I'm actually
For
happy and
sure.
proud for him because of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's a great player, man. He deserves whatever comes to
Yeah. And normally when you say that, that's when something bad happens. Like, man, you think I deserve something bad? Nah.
him. Nah. I definitely don't want.
and
Nah, I don't want to see him, God forbid, hurt or anything like that. The ACC is the one thing that I do want, despite me being a Miami fan, I do want the ACC to be better as a conference as a whole. Like
yeah,
when
you don't
we
want to
talk
be
about
top
the
heavy.
SEC, sure, the SEC is top heavy as any conference, if you ask
I was about
me.
to say, quiet as kept.
You know what I mean? And it's been like that. So it's not necessarily anything new. Like the newest thing about the SEC is that Vandy is making some noise,
Yeah.
which is usually at the bottom of it. So it's like I want things like that to happen. I want it to be a conference where it's competitive from the top to bottom. I don't want us to have easy games or easy out. I want my team to be able to prove that they belong on the highest of stages. And if they don't belong, they don't need to be there. You know what I
I
mean? Point
100%
blank
agree.
period.
I 100% agree. The ACC gets a bad rap of being one of the worst conferences, and I am one of those that perpetuates that as well. So I'm not going to act like I'm not one of those guys. But it just is what it is. I would love to see
Yeah,
the ACC defeat those allegations, but got a
it's
little
one of
ways to
those.
go.
If you want to change it, then change it.
Yeah, for sure. But any last words before we sign out of this super long preview?
No, sir, man. It was very good to be back. I'm happy to be back, and we'll talk about it. Hopefully, I can make some time to come back on some other ones.
Hey man, group of five. You're always welcome. And the we always do the top 10 teams in the group of five to look out for together. But I mean, I understand life do be life, and if you can't make it, I
Man.
completely understand.
No, for sure. Life has definitely been life, but I'm glad I at least was able to make time to be on this one for
For
sure.
sure. Hey, nah, for sure. Made this 4 hours. Don't even feel like 4 hours. It flew by.
Never,
Um,
never feels as long as it is.
Nah, for real. I'm going to hit Joe with the timestamp. So if you want to see an individual team, we will break it down. It's going to take longer because of how long it is. But Joe, I will have those sent to you, not tonight, probably tomorrow. Live on air, I'm changing my time for my Big Ten. It was supposed to be Saturday. It is now going to be Sunday because I have 4 teams done because I got behind because I got sick this week. It's no way I'm doing any of it tonight. I would work hard Friday and Saturday to get it done by Sunday. Sunday will be featuring Trent. I do have to hit Trent up to see if Sunday what time works for him. It's no way I'm getting it done by Saturday when I got to work Friday and Saturday. So, if I wouldn't have got sick, I probably would be on top of it. But life be life.
It happened.
Yeah. Appreciate anybody that stuck with me to the end of this ACC preview. Appreciate anybody that tuned in during the ACC preview. Hopefully, we kept you informed. Hopefully, we get you a nice little insight. Maybe you might want to put a bet or two with us. But with that being said, that's all I have for y'all tonight. And I will see y'all Sunday. Peace.
Thank you for staying to the end. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like this video, subscribe, and also hit that notification button so you can be notified next time we put out a video. If you're listening on any podcast platform, subscribe and hit that notification button, y'all, so you can be notified we put out another podcast audio. And last but not least, hit that share button. No matter what you're listening to or watching it, hit that share button and send it to somebody that you know that would love to watch this episode you just listened to. So once again, thank you for staying to the end, and we'll see y'all in the next episode.